Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is. I don't know why I'm sweating. I suppose we are well. I don't know why I'm sweating. We're getting into the summer period. So yes, Yendeba. So good to have you here. Good to see you. Good to meet you again. It's going to be an explosive session. It's going to be a lot just happened within the last few minutes or so. Some of you may notice that I changed the headlines. Anyway, let me just take you straight to the headline. So no time to dilly-dally. Let's just launch straight into it. No dilly-dallying. No dilly-dallying. So no dilly-dallying. So a lot of big news items came through today, but the biggest news item to come through today is this. And there it is right there. A lot of us were prayerful that this guy was not allowed to run out of the Nigerian state. So he wasn't able to run. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, of course, a lot of us were prayerful that justice will be done. President Tinubu suspends CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. So, of course, he has to be suspended. He has to be suspended. And by the way, they should protect him with the tightest possible security that Nigeria has within its arsenals. So they should protect that guy so that even the air that he breathes is monitored. Because this guy holds so much secret to what went on, both Goodluck Jonathan, now this guy, the endless blood-curdling, God-forsaken looting that transpired. This guy, the one information source to all of that. He knows where all the monies were stolen to and where he stole his money to as well. And not just the money that he stole, by the way, the monies that he facilitated the stealing of. So a lot of that wrapped into this. President Tinubu suspends CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. So a lot of you will cheer at that news, I suspect, but a lot of you will probably cheer even louder at this news. So there it is, a gift that just keeps on giving, a gift that just keeps on giving. DSS arrest Godwin Emefiele. So yes, yes, and a good day to you too. So there it is. They say not to wish ill, but this is certainly not anything wishing ill. This is long coming, long overdue. We all had the sense that he would run. Remember when they said he wanted to go on study leave and Buhari had approved it, and the whole of the country went aflame, that guy must not be allowed to leave the shores of that country. And I'm pretty sure that for the last 12 years, it's been monitored very tightly, every single movement by the DSS. So quick suspension, immediate arrest, DSS arrest Godwin Emefiele. So there it is right there. Don't ever say I don't bring you good news, because as far as I'm concerned, and no doubt you as well, that's the best news yet to emerge out of this now barely 2 weeks administration. So from that good news to this, so one of my headlines, one of the sub-tracks of the headlines is to say that Tinubu has signed what probably is the most significant law, the most transformative law yet within the Nigerian paradigm, the most progressive law to ever be enacted within the Nigerian shores has just been signed by Tinubu. And by the way, not to give him all of the credit, because of course the preparation of that law would have gone through the previous administration to land on its desk for ascension. So he ascends to this. President Tinubu signs Electricity Act 2023 into law. So Electricity Act 2023 signed into law. What that means, of course, we get into it in the fullness of. So we get into that in the fullness of. But this now next headline, this was going to be this was going to be the headline that we were going to wrap conversations around. But as big as this headline is, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that the Emefiele one supersedes it. So there it is. Obi's May live session with Nigerians ranked biggest Twitter space in Africa, 8th globally. So you remember that session that Peter Obi had, just last month. We even tried to tap into it via the Aisha Yesufu portal, and the thing kept cracking up and breaking down and all that. So now the numbers have come in, and it is by far and a clear distance the biggest live streaming on Twitter ever in Africa. So that's the thing, and the 8th largest globally. So that speaks to something, but that does not necessarily speak to Peter Obi's popularity, of course, but it speaks to the yearning for change within the Nigerian space. So a lot wrapped into this. So Peter Obi gets the headline, but under Peter Obi's headline, a lot of things to unpack there, because the need for change is quite palpable now within the Nigerian space. The need for change is quite palpable now within the Nigerian space. And anybody that is going to stand in the way of that change, that change is coming sooner rather than later, but certainly not via Peter Obi, of course, but the space is yearning for change. And anybody that stands in the way of that change is either going to be crushed, or he will have to do some sort of genocidal thing to hang on to power. But the space certainly ready for change. That is what I'm reading into this headline. So this headline, I will take Peter Obi and give him his flowers, and then pack him to one side to go under the underbelly of this headline and have an understanding of what it means. Obi's May live session with Nigerians ranked biggest Twitter space in Africa, 8th globally. So that speaks then to the yearning for change that the Nigerians are yearning for. Excuse that tautology, I couldn't find another verb to go in there. So from that misplaced verb to now, hopefully this that makes more sense. So you have to scratch your head sometimes and to remind yourself that Tinubu is just, I don't think it's yet, May the 29th, today is the 9th of June. I don't think it's quite completed 2 weeks yet in office. But all of these seismic changes to the polity, some might say has even already exceeded. If you looked at the removal of the subsidy, the enactment of this electricity bill, and now this headline already surpassed everything that Buhari did just within 2 weeks. Naira breaks record, falls to lowest in both official and parallel markets amidst CBN devaluation denials. So there's a lot wrapped in that, and you will say that the currency falling is not a good thing. So that's the first glimpse of it. Of course, the visceral reaction to that headline is to say that no, Tinubu has collapsed the economy. But when we go, like I said, into the underbelly of this, it might unpack some juicy surprises. Naira breaks record, falls to lowest in both official and parallel markets amidst CBN devaluation denials. So that even sufficient. Only yesterday, we were struggling to find a storyline that will hold the space, and now we're having to edit our storylines because it's just so plentiful that has come through. So plentiful. What about this? Consider this. Kpmg Nigeria, Tinubu's target of 6% annual GDP growth not feasible. So yes, the Tinubu promised then that he was going to grow the Nigerian GDP by 6%. So I'm not sure if it's going to be 6% year on year or 6% culmination of his first term. But whatever and however, the leading financial houses, they find it somewhat comical and they're pointing at and laughing at him. So who is right and who is wrong? Kpmg Nigeria, Tinubu's target of 6% annual GDP growth, not feasible. But then they can say all they like, but if we start to unpick and unpack the figures, what would that bring us? So we have to touch base, of course, with our friendly neighborhood obedience space. And in our friendly neighborhood obedience space, this is what is agitating them at the moment. I am Labour Party lawmaker-elect, but Tinubu is my president. He is prepared to serve Nigeria. Omobi Oga, Omobi Amobi Oga. So there it is right there. So I don't know this guy and I don't know his social media spaces, but as certain as night follows day, as certain as night follows day, if you go on this guy's Twitter, social media spaces now, the avalanche of abuse, because of course we know that space already. They are probably almost certainly already there, slicing and dicing him. But then, of course, you know, when it's over, it's over. There is this metaphor that I always use: drop the dead donkey. Do you understand? Drop the dead donkey. As you know, a donkey is a work horse, is a farm horse. You know that a donkey is a work horse, is a farm horse. So you strap on to the donkey, you use it to plow the furrow, to plow the fields, to do this and that, to fetch and carry. You lump it all the time, you beat it to perform and all of that. But then when that donkey dies, it has nothing else to give you. Do you understand? When that donkey dies, it has nothing else to give you. So no point in flogging that donkey anymore. It has served its cause. So that's why they say, drop the dead donkey. So this is it now. The election has come and gone, and this guy has moved on. So the rest of you just drop the dead donkey. So there's nothing else happening there. We are looking to the future now. As is this character, drop the dead donkey. I am Labour Party lawmaker-elect, but Tinubu is my president. He is prepared to serve Nigeria. Amobi Oga. So whoever sent me the clip of the guy making that comment, please resend it so I can download and play it to the space. Like I said, we were struggling yesterday to find something to talk about, but today we're struggling to find something, what not to talk about. What about this? Tinubu Kwakwanso meet in presidential villa. So there it is right there. Tinubu Kwakwanso meet in presidential villa. And I have a follow-on headline to that as well. So there's always, this speculation has been gaining momentum somewhat that Kwakwanso are now looking ready to strike that deal now to find himself in the corridors of power. But then, of course, Kwakwanso has an arch enemy in Kano State, and that arch enemy was one of the main figures that propelled Tinubu to Aso Rock. There was nowhere that Tinubu went to campaign that you did not see Ganduje. But all is fair in love and politics. This is what they say. So Kwakwanso met with Tinubu in Paris, and Ganduje is so agitated. Immediately Tinubu came back. He cornered him at the airport, marched him to Aso Rock, locked the door behind him, and said, "Oh God, what's going on?" So Tinubu made reassuring noises to calm Kwakwanso, to calm Ganduje's nerves down. So he made those reassuring noises to calm Ganduje's nerves down. But Ganduje's calmed nerves will be agitated again. Tinubu Kwakwanso meet in presidential villa. So if you want to be a fly on the wall, then you have to be the second fly on the wall, because the person that wants to be the most fly on the wall is Ganduje. Quick to respond. I could have slapped Kwakwanso if I met him in Aso Rock, Ganduje. So it can't hold it back anymore. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So plenty to go through. Still a few more headlines, but I think that is sufficient to be going on with. So sufficient to be going on with. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio, and your invitation to buy your host a cup of coffee. Everybody has abandoned that, so I'm not quite sure why I even mentioned that anymore. But it's still there. We always live in hope. So go there and do all the necessary. The subscription button is compulsory. You must be subscribed. The like button is compulsory. You must click on the like button. So that's a matter of compulsion. You must do that. So, and I know a lot of you are watching the streams on your smart TV. I don't quite know how you're able to cope with my big head on such a big screen, but I know a lot of you are watching the stream on your smart TVs, but you can whip out your phone and do the like and subscribe. So you can do that. So because I know it's a bit difficult, and I don't think the smart TV facilitates for you being able to click on all of these things. So whip out your phone, click on the like and whatnot, and then carry on with the session. So click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us on the studio. Your invitation to buy your host a cup of coffee if you feel it's deserving. So all of that, just so much to go through. So just do this. Surrender yourself to however long this session lasts. So hopefully we get a good retinue of our people with sufficient enough knowledge of all of that space. So all of that, let me take a little musical intermission to catch my breath and have a sip of water. And then when we get back, we launch straight into the throes of it. But first, as soon as I can find the clip, who's deleted my, Thomas, I hope you haven't deleted my K guys. So no, you have not. So here is the K guys. Here's the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Ogodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Let me remove that from the screen, the buy the coffee thing. It's not as though you guys are, but let me leave that. So more important news, it's just so, you know, this is something that I'm sure a lot of you were hopeful will happen, and very swiftly it has happened. So let's just launch straight into it. Breaking press, and by the way, this is within the last 1 hour, 1.5 hours, this is, so just always stay here with this platform, because anyway, let me not do all that. I'm just so consumed by the excitement of it all. I'm just I'm imploding with the excitement of it all, because this is the one person that I was hopeful would not escape the clutches of the authorities. President Buhari, we have to adapt to now Tinubu, of course. President Tinubu suspends CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. So just to show you how quickly, just how fresh this news is only 3 paragraphs. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has suspended the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele from office with immediate effect. According to a terse statement by Willie Bassi, Director Information Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, on Friday night, it is sequel to the ongoing investigation of his office and the planned reforms in the financial sector of the economy. Correspondents report that Emefiele has been directed to immediately hand over the affairs of his office to the Deputy Governor Operations Directorate, who will act as the central bank governor pending the conclusion of investigation and the reforms. So, so apologies, but I must just play. I must play a Dino Melaye clip now. I'm minded to play this Dino Melaye clip. It just popped into my head that I should play it. Where is it? Do you know that Emefiele Omar Shewon lẹ́yìn ìjọba?
Country people, make una come here for you. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say, Dino, carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say, make them go to prepare for 2019. Oh no, magic. They say, meet them for Airport Road. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know. Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB.
And there it is right there. Do you know Godwin Emefiele máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? So there it is, ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba, and ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba it seems to be doing at the moment. DSS arrest Godwin Emefiele. All right, this is actually just a single sentence storyline. This is from PM News, and as it continues to break, we continue to bring it to you. The suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has been arrested by the DSS. So there it is, and there it is. And that constitutes what Nigerians might well consider to be good news. So, I mean, the Naira swap and the sort of hardship that guy put that country through, people died, people destroyed, the mismanagement of the economy for what 13, 14 years. So yes. So yes, I think we all applaud that. I certainly applaud that. But let me contain my excitement and act as though let me be a bit more circumspect with this. So let me take you to this instead. Let me take you to this instead as I calm my excitement down. So calm yourself down, one man. But no, it delights me. But that's the one person that I did not. Two people that I don't want to escape. One likely to escape, Abubakar Malami, but this guy especially, I did not want him to escape. President Tinubu signs Electricity Act 2023, empower state private companies to generate power. So, this probably, so can people slow down with the Instagram something? Is beeping on the screen and it's putting me off. So unless it's really breaking news, just hold back the Instagrams for the moment. So this might well be the most significant yet thing that has happened within the Nigerian space for 30 years going. But this, I don't think Tinubu gets the fullness of the credit of this, of course, because that bill would have been prepared under the Buhari administration, only then to need its own ascension. Tinubu signs Electricity Act 2023, empowers states, private companies to generate power. The Nigerian president, Bola Tinubu, has signed the 2023 Electricity Act, which is a replacement for the Electricity and Power Sector Reform Act of 2005, into law. The newly enacted law will demonopolize Nigerian electricity generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity at the national level. This new law will empower states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in the country. Recall that the Electricity Act 2023 was initially passed by the lawmakers in July 2022 to allow the states to issue licenses to private sector investors who can operate mini grids and power plants within the state. So let me just pause there for a moment. This is quite a significant thing, and this is going to separate the wheat from the chaff, or however that thing goes. This is going to separate the serious from the unserious, the poor from the rich. Because of course, this licensing now, it empowers. You see, this paragraph is what I wanted to especially. This paragraph is what I want you to especially pay attention to. This new law will empower states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in the country. So it's quite a thing. So let's say, for instance, somebody very quickly, they'll start to bid for places like Lekki, Victoria Island. These are private entrepreneurs. People will even want to bid for Lagos statewide. So a real exciting space, the opening up of that space. Let me actually take it from the top again and read it all the way through. The Nigerian president, Bola Tinubu, has signed the 2023 Electricity Act, which is a replacement for the Electricity and Power Sector Reform Act of 2005, into law. The newly enacted law will demonopolize Nigerian electricity generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity at the national level. This new law will empower states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in the country. Recall that the Electricity Act 2023 was initially passed by lawmakers in July 2022 to allow the states to issue, this was the paragraph that I was hoping to land on. So it allows the states to actually issue the licenses rather than it being a federal thing. So rich and succulent states like Lagos State, they will just feed fat on this. Recall that the Electricity Act 2023 was initially passed by lawmakers in July 2022 to allow states to issue licenses to private investors who can operate mini grids and power plants within the state. But the act precludes interstate and transnational electricity distribution. The Nigerian Energy Regulatory Commission would be able to govern the energy industry within Nigeria under the Electricity Act 2023 without prejudice to the state's authority to pass laws, create electricity markets, and regulate those markets. The Act specifies how NERC can delegate regulatory authorities to state regulators once they are constituted. NERC will continue to generate energy. And by the way, sorry to pause for a moment. That battle between Otedola and what's that guy? That rich guy. So it's all about this electricity bill that is opening up, the electricity space that is opening up. The Act specifies how NERC can delegate regulatory authorities to state regulators once they are constituted. NERC will continue to regulate energy business conducted solely in those states until those states' electricity market regulations are passed. For the time being, Lagos, Edo, and Kaduna states already have power market regulations in place and may begin regulating their markets. However, NERC will regulate in states where such regulations do not exist. NERC will continue to carry out cross-border rules regulating generation and transmission across states. The Act also empowers parliamentarians to carry out oversight tasks and exercise control over NESI through the Senate and House Committee on Power. This should be done regardless of any government ministry, supervisory authority, etc., etc. But essentially, the uncoupling of the electricity grid from the federal purview. So it's come off the exclusive list. That's essentially is what that tells us. So now let's now go to this storyline. This was the story I was going to lead with when I was. This was the story I was going to lead with when I was initially putting the session together. So this is quite an important story actually, and there's a lot to unpack from this. So Peter Obi gets the headline and the flowers, of course. So we give Peter Obi the headline and the flowers, and then put him in a comfortable seat so that we can go into the underbelly of what this actually means. Obi's May live session with Nigerians ranked biggest Twitter space in Africa, 8th globally. But what does this mean? Peter Obi, the Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the last election, has made history after his live session with Nigerians on May the 28th, has now been ranked biggest Twitter space in Africa, according to reputable tech website Knobspace. Recall Parallel Facts, a new online media outlet last month, had invited Obi to take part in the interactive session on Twitter Spaces in a bid to directly address questions raised by the audience, his supporters, and other well-meaning Nigerians, ranging from legal matters to his future plans for Nigeria. In its recent report, Knobspace said Obi's media chat with Nigerians in May is the 8th largest Twitter space globally. So I just pause for a moment and digest that. They're already mocking him. I see you're calling him Twitter president. Don't worry about that. So pause for a moment and digest that, because there are two things already said in this 2-3 paragraphs that we've just read. So that online interaction May the 28th, Peter Obi on Twitter Spaces, it was the biggest Twitter space ever in Africa. But then that is impressive. But really, if you look at the size of Nigeria and the advancement of its economy, that's not necessarily a big thing. It is a big thing, but it's easily explained by the size and wealth and strength of Nigeria. So the biggest anything that will ever happen on the internet likely to happen in Nigeria. So that's not necessarily the biggest news. But the big news is that it is the 8th largest Twitter Space event globally. So that tells you then the reach and strength of both the Nigerian social media space and the Nigerian youth, and then them being able to gravitate around one subject matter. There was a voiceover clip that I did about a couple of years ago, where then I came across the information that there are about 100. It will be around about 150 million now. It was 113 million then, and Nigerians that buy data. So they buy internet data, not phone data, but internet data. But that's to tell you then that you have a rich harvesting space within that Nigerian internet space, 113 to 150 million that buy data, not internet data, not phone data. But let's go back to the storyline. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the last election, has made history after his live session with Nigerians on May the 28th, has now been ranked biggest Twitter space in Africa, according to reputable tech website Knob Space. Recall Parallel Facts, a new online media outlet, last month had invited Obi to take part in the interactive session on Twitter Spaces in a bid to directly address questions raised by the audience, his supporters, and other well-meaning Nigerians, ranging from legal matters to his future plans for Nigeria. In its recent report, Knob Space said Obi's media chat with Nigerians in May is the 8th largest Twitter space globally. And by the way, the person that will be paying the most attention to that is Elon Musk, because he will now expand still within the Nigerian space. The website in its ranking noted that Twitter, I hadn't even read it though. The website in its ranking noted that Twitter owner Elon Musk held the most significant space with Roddy's Antics on the 25th of May 2023, having 41 million live listeners, followed by Robin Weller's Elon Musk question and answer on the 21st of November 2022 with 2.7 million listeners. Third on the log is a BBC interview with Elon Musk that attracted 2.6 million active listeners on April the 21st, 2023. Pardon me. Whilst the fourth is Reclaiming Democracy with Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy Jr. on June the 5th, which attracted 2.2 million people. Elon Musk Twitter Spaces Elon Musk Twitter Space on Twitter Files, which was held XYZ, is the 5th, and former Prime Minister of Pakistan Imran Khan's live May the 21st, 2023, with 713,000 listeners. In the 6th position, while the same spaces was held on the 20th of May, generating XYZ. So what are these figures? On May the 29th, Bola. Where's that? They didn't give us obese figures though. What did he generate? They didn't land on a figure, but really, essentially, the only person that trended on Twitter, the only people that trended on Twitter in history higher than Peter Obi's interaction with Nigerians are Elon Musk and Imran Khan. So that just, forget Obi, but just look at the strength and potency of the Nigerian space is really what that highlights to me. The strength and potency of the Nigerian space. The strength and potency of the Nigerian space, but that doesn't reflect on the currency that you probably say on the first glance of this headline. Naira breaks record, falls to lowest in both official and parallel markets amidst CBN devaluation denials. So there it is. So what does this mean? Right. So this in itself a real news. So listen very carefully to this piece, because it is not all it will seem to be. Listen very carefully to this bit. The Nigerian Naira has hit a 9-month record low across all the major markets, extending its losses since President Bola Tinubu mulled a unified exchange rate. Bloomberg reports that the Naira fell by 1% to 471.9 to the dollar on Thursday, June the 8th, its biggest fall since December last year. But you will land on a paragraph that would explain everything. Investors and economists expect the multiple exchange rate of the Naira to merge over time at around 650 Naira to the dollar. But it remains to be seen if the merger has begun. The Naira has fallen since Tinubu said during his inauguration speech in May that the CBN should work to bridge the gap in the official and black market rates. On Friday, June the 9th, 2023, the Naira traded at 773 per dollar on the black market, confusing traders. Our findings by correspondence show that the scarcity of Forex squeezes the Naira as CBN auction Forex at 667 this week. So let me pause you there for a moment so that we get some understanding. You see, there's usually a quarter chasm, if not higher, even as high as 30 to 40% chasm between the central bank rate and the official rate and the black market rate. I think we all know that. So this for ease of explanation, I'm not saying this is the case, but for ease of explanation, the central bank could be auctioning the Naira to the dollar at 200 Naira to a dollar. But then in the black market, it's 350 Naira to the dollar. So the people who have access to the auctioning, they simply buy at the CBN rate and double your money just as they stroll out of CBN office to their bookie down the road. So that space, that's what they call arbitrage. So what Tinubu has now said in his inauguration speech is that he doesn't want that anymore. He wants a consistency between the black market rate and the official rate. So that is what he said. And off the back of that, now we are seeing a realignment in those rates. So the Naira at the official rate will spike up. It will, but then the unofficial rate, it will spike temporarily, but then plateau. It will plateau. It will spike and then come back a little bit and then plateau to some parallel understanding. So the chasm then between the official rate and the black market rate will be so marginal that it will only be a sliver of profit for the bureau de changes. So that's where he's going. He wants a convergence between the two markets, and this is what we see playing out. The Naira has fallen since Tinubu said during his inauguration speech in May that the CBN should work to bridge the gap in the official and black market rates. On Friday, June the 9th, 2023, and I want you to pay attention to this figure so you can see how that convergence is already coming together. On Friday, June the 9th, 2023, the Naira traded at 773 Naira per dollar on the black market, confusing traders. Findings by correspondence show that the scarcity of Forex squeezes the Naira as the CBN auction Forex at 667 Naira to the dollar. So you can see already, so there's a margin then of 100 Naira between the official and the black market rate, even though there's still a squeeze on Forex at the CBN. So you can see that convergence already coming together. Ishaya Abdul, a currency trader along Allen Avenue axis in Lagos, told correspondents that the scarcity of the dollar is to blame for the fall in the Naira. We cannot get the dollar to buy from the bank at lower than 600. All the banks sell above 600 to the dollar. and some even sell as high as $670 to the dollar, Abdul said. Umar, a tech enthusiast, told correspondents that he has been looking for where to buy the dollar for at least 770. As I am talking to you, all the currency traders are called 773 to the dollar. I quoted lower than the amount to most of my clients. Now I might have to return their money. The development follows the CBN's rebuttal that it has not devalued the Nigerian currency. There's no need to devalue the Nigerian currency. That's more pardon me, there's no need to devalue the Nigerian currency or at the central bank. That's more the thing. Let the free market find the value of the Naira. I think that's what Tinubu is calling for. Let the free market, let the open market find the value of the Naira. So the Naira should no longer be subsidy. And by the way, that's a subsidy removal as well. But I hope you do know that. For him to say he was removing arbitrage in the exchange rates, that's a subsidy removal. I'm sure. Hopefully, anybody that follows this platform is at that level to understand that. So that's a subsidy removal. So there is no reason for CBN to devalue the Naira. The Naira will play it out in the open market and it will find its natural value. And that is the purest economics that there can be. Let it play out. Let demand and supply determine the value of the Naira, not influenced by the regulators. The development follows the CBN's rebuttal that it has not devalued the Nigerian currency. However, business report that they have been accessing Forex above 600 Naira from banks, negating the Apex Bank's denial. So what this is suggesting is that they were previously trading it for around about 300 and something, and now they're selling it for about 600. This is at the banks, which is to tell you then that they've rebalanced it. But I'm not quite sure if that is I'm not quite sure if that is devaluation or rebalancing. Correspondents reported earlier that the Central Bank of Nigeria has permitted a 2% depreciation of the Naira against the dollar as President Tinubu moves to unify the country's exchange rate. According to Reuters, the Apex banks permitted traders to exchange the Naira on Wednesday, June the 7th, at a weaker rate of 476 Naira per dollar, marking a new all-time low at the official market. So there it is. Let the Naira find its value is essentially what they are saying. So still within that financial prism. So Tinubu's magic tricks of financial wonderment does not especially impress Kpmg. Tinubu's magic tricks of financial wonderment. Those words just came into my head, by the way. Tinubu's magic tricks of financial wonderment does not especially impress Kpmg. And let's go to this. Kpmg Nigeria, Tinubu's target of 6% annual GDP growth not feasible. Kpmg says Nigeria may not be able to achieve 6% average gross domestic product GDP growth rate in 4 years. In his inaugural speech on May the 29th, President Bola Tinubu set a target to increase the GDP growth rate of the country by 6% on average in the next 4 years through budgetary reforms aimed at stimulating the real sector of the economy. So I'm not quite sure. The real sector is the real estate sector. So I'm not, anyway, let's continue to read on because I'm not quite sure if that's enough of a stimulation for that much of a growth. Kpmg in a flash note titled Prospects of Attaining 6% Average Growth Rate in 4 Years and released on Friday, said the target might be difficult to attain within the time frame set by the president. For example, the consensus analyst is GDP growth in 2023 of between 2.7% to 3.2%. Thus, if we assume a GDP growth of 3% in the first year, the economy will then have to grow by an average of 7% for the subsequent 3 years, and moving growth from a forecast of 3% in 2023 to at least 7% in 2024 and afterwards. Seems overly ambitious, the firm said. Kpmg said attaining a 6% real GDP growth on average from 2023 to 2026 means growing the value of real GDP from 74.6 trillion in 2022. So that is the baseline of the Nigerian economy as at 2022. So the Nigerian economy as at 2022 74.6 trillion to 92.5 trillion by 2026, representing an increase of 17 trillion in 4 years. The professional services firm explained that within 12 years, 2010 to 2022, real GDP grew by about 17 trillion, which will have to be replicated in just 4 years, and within a much more challenging macro environment that cuts across the fiscal, monetary, external, and real sector. Kpmg, however, said that whilst the 6% target is unlikely to be achieved, the best possible GDP growth to be achieved within the next 4 years will be between 4 to 4.5%. In conclusion, while we expect stronger year-on-year growth over the next few years, we are of the opinion that there is very limited space to attain a 6% average real growth rate in 4 years. Or an increase in real GDP by 17 trillion, Kpmg Nigeria. We are of the opinion that an average GDP growth rate of between 4 to 4.5% at the best is more feasible in the next 4 years. Even this will require the country to get its policies right and keep consistent faith with macroeconomic reforms. So that's Kpmg then pointing and laughing at the Jagaban of we can't call him the Jagaban of GPT anymore now because he's now your president, but there it is. So I'm hopeful that somebody has actually sent me the clip to this. So I'll see if I can get the clip to this, and then we'll play that instead. So hopefully somebody has sent that clip in. But let me give you just let me give you 2 more readouts, and then we'll come into the room, see if there's anybody there. Hopefully there are people there. It'd be a shame to just bail on this session, but there it is. If there's nobody there, then there's nobody there. Tinubu Kwakwanso meet in presidential villa. President Bola Tinubu is in a meeting with one of his co-contenders in the February 25th poll, Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, at the presidential villa Abuja. Kwakwanso, who was the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party in the election, came fourth in the election. He is the first presidential candidate in the keenly contested election to visit Tinubu at the Aso Rock Villa. It says details shortly. So that tells you it's breaking news. But it's breaking news, but very swiftly Ganduje responds. So let's go to Ganduje's response, and then we come into the room. I could have slapped Kwakwanso if I met him in the villa. Gandola. Former Governor Abdullahi Ganduje has said he would not hesitate to slap his predecessor, Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, if given the opportunity at the presidential villa in Abuja. Correspondents report that Kwakwanso also met with President Bola Tinubu at the Aso Rock Villa on Friday. when questioned by State House reporters about the security situation in Kano State following the demolition carried out by Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's administration, Kwakwanso expressed his displeasure. Although he acknowledged that Ganduje rather expressed his displeasure. Although he acknowledged that Kwakwanso was present in the building, he said that they had not crossed paths. Ganduje brazenly declared, probably if we met, maybe I would have slapped him. Ganduje vehemently criticized the demolition exercise, citing the lack of proper investigation or prior notice as required by law. So I think the reasons why he wanted to slap Kwakwanso is more nested and vested within their domestic back and forth. Just give me one moment. Let's see if somebody has sent me that clip of just bear with me one moment. But no, apologies for my excitement for that what's it called, for that Emefiele arrest. But if there was one person that I did not want to escape the clutches of the authorities, it's certainly that guy. So it's certainly that guy. Okay, I don't think anyone has sent it in yet. Let's say, but whoever sent it in. All right, so let's just come into the room and then kick off the session. Let's come into the room. Let me put this back on screen so that we can kick it off with this. So Emefiele, do you know Emefiele Machemon Lenyi Joba? I know. So Kulata joins us. Thomas in the house. Bishop is here. D Prime Dot. You are there. So mute yourself for a moment, D Prime, and Darati joins us as well. So let's kick it off immediately. And let's kick it off with you, actually, Kulata, because I think this is more your space. I got carried away by the news, Kulata, the arrest of this guy, the one person that I did not want to escape in Nigeria, Emefiele, in the room next to Nnamdi Kanu, prisoner cell blockage.
It's a good day. It's a very, very good day. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I won't lie. That he suspended him is not shocking. That they now went ahead to arrest him, that is the part that shocked me. Though Emefiele deserves the arrest, but it still shocked me. And the reason it shocked me is Tinubu means business. Because when you think about Emefiele has been an untouchable. He was inherited from Jonathan government, and for Buhari to keep Emefiele, you need to know the kind of shady deals he's been doing on behalf of Buhari's cabal and co. So it's been kind of untouchable. And Emefiele even had guts to continue staying after Tinubu entered the government. I went to watch the video when Tinubu called him Mankiari. You could see the guy was fidgeting a bit in the video. He looked uncomfortable. So now I think everybody can see why he looked uncomfortable, because he knew, maybe he suspected, like he knew he had done bad. Now, what are the bad stuff Emefiele has done? Apart from, let's just even start with, apart from the normal corruption of giving preferential cabals dollar at the official rate, to take it to Bureau de change, they make 200, 300 naira spread on each dollar. Those are standard. This was the guy, a CBN president, that had the guts to want to run for presidency. Who told him that he should go and get what's it called, to go and buy form to run? So, he's also the same guy that had the guts to push this very unpopular, what do you call that thing again? Naira swap. Is it Naira swap that he pushed? It's the same guy. And according to Tinubu during the campaigns, that was done against him. So Emefiele sings. Then long before that time, they've been trying to arrest him or been trying to hold him in the House of Assembly. And some of the allegations, I will read them against him, are number one, they said he's been funding ESN and IPOB with money that was raised from his failed presidential bid. Number two, they said he's been mismanaging Nigeria Social Investment Program. That's the anchor borrower scheme, which we know is full of corruption. Number three, he is committed illegal economic crimes of national security dimension. Number four, money laundering. Of course, those are standard. Round tripping, those are standard. Conspiracy to divert government resources. And then I did read something about one of these payments. You know, all these default payments when governments will they will have a judgment against the government is involved in one of those rackets. You know, that's a racket in Abuja when you set up.
He ran that racket with Abubakar Malami, but carry on, yeah.
Yeah, he ran that racket. So his scenes are so long, but here's where it's impressive. You know, normally you will expect Tinubu to play politics because you know Emefiele was all those Buhari's toy and his cabal's toy. So you will want to like say, okay, maybe Tinubu is not going to rock the boat. They're just going to bury it on the ground. They'll let it slide. They'll let bygones be bygones. Like, okay, eventually Emefiele will go out and Tinubu will bring his own CBN governor in. But looks like Tinubu no send all those ones though. He went in for the kill. And when you think about it, doing all these things at this time is projection of power at its best. Because if you start compromising too early, then they will take you as a mogul. You'll keep compromising because people at this point in time, they're kind of like trying to know Tinubu's limits. Like all these scavengers, they're looking at the president's action to see, okay, what kind of president will he be? Is it decisive? Is he going to like use the full might of the federal government to do whatever it wants to do? You know, when Buhari entered, everybody was saying body language. They chilled a little bit. And then once they saw that body language was just total nonsense, then corruption galore, like of the magnitude we've not seen in this country's timeline, happened under Buhari. So I think with these bold moves, bold actions that Tinubu is doing, people will know not to mess with this guy. He does mean business. This guy wants to be a legacy president. He wants to make a mark. He wants to make a name because he's touching all our third rails. All of them. He's touching them one by one. From the biggest one, subsidy, now he's going for the Forex. That's the next biggest source of arbitrage. And I think you mentioned arbitrage. I think we mentioned arbitrage on this platform that anybody listening to us by now should know what we mean when we're talking about arbitrage. So is the areas of corruption, massive corruption in Nigeria, Tinubu is touching them in less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. That's a record.
Still staying with the Emefiele space, it's almost certain that he's going to be charged. But can you see any charge less than treason that can be applied? I don't think I don't think there's treason. A charge outside of treason that can be levied against this guy.
No, treason cannot be proved based on what is done. I mean, if you want to charge him, you don't want to make a sensational charge. You want to charge him with something tangible, with something that is beyond reasonable doubt. If you charge him for treason, then you know you're going to waste your time, and then he's going to escape from court. If I'm going to charge him, there are many economic crimes that they can charge him with. There are many economic crimes. Now, here's the thing is, it may get very dangerous. Because, of course, this guy was not working alone. This guy has like 4 deputies. Their hands will not be clean. These guys have a lot of directors. Their hands are not clean. This guy also did stuff for all those cabals. What will be the reaction of all these cabals? Like, are they going to now unleash insecurity across the country to try and fight the government?
Do you think they will yamuto him in custody?
Emefiele, they'll put him in special. They'll put him in a special holding cell now. He's gonna be a VIP. They won't yam through him. I mean, they've not yam through other prisoners. No, they will. They'll take care of him. They'll take care of him. But the only thing is, they he will be. I mean, he should be able to get bail. So they need to find a way to. I mean, how will they? Because all his offenses are bailable, right? So if this guy gets a bail, is a flight risk. So will they give him bail? I mean, they have to look for a way because it's a flight risk. They have to, and he has a lot of resources. They have to look for a way not to allow him bail. So the charges, they have to put some grievous ones in there, some charges, though they may lose those grievous ones, just to make sure they hold him. They hold him back and not give him bail. But
are you surprised by the swiftness of it? Just how quickly they moved to
I'm surprised. I'm surprised. That's why I'm like, this guy Tinubu means business. I'm very, very, very surprised that they moved this fast. Like, I mean, suspension, yeah, I get it. But arrest immediately. That's a ballsy move. That's a ballsy move. I'm impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed with Tinubu's action so far. I mean, this has been the best one. How many weeks now? Is it not 1 week?
It went to my secondary school, by the way, which is Alexander.
He went
to Maryland.
How are you? Is
Thomas.
Is Emefiele from the east?
No, it's from the south.
No, it's from Delta State. It's from Delta State.
Oh, yeah. That's what. Go on. Yeah.
It's from Delta State.
Hello, Kulata. Can I quickly say something before I jump out?
Okay.
Yeah, everybody. Good morning from my side. I saw this. I woke up and I saw this Emefiele suspension. Was he arrested?
He's been arrested.
Yeah, he has been arrested. Yes.
Okay, it's a good move in the right direction, but slow down the praises first. You know, time will tell. If they take any action that is meaningful, with time we will know. We've seen all this sort of. Hold on, let me just quickly land.
Hold on. Is this not a meaningful action already?
Yeah, I said it's the right move in the right direction. I didn't say it's not the right move, but will he hear the better fruit? That's what we will say, because we see all these cases when they will invite themselves to it. EFCC will go invite them or go pick them up, and then today they will clear them. It means to an end to just clear their issue, to bury the case. If all you are saying now, time will prove it. If this big man can make a lot from him, Emefiele is tied to a lot of people, like you said. If they go after him, go after the head of the snake, cut off the head of the snake, and let the body die, then it will affect Nigeria a lot. But again, the president should just calm down a little bit. And to me, it's a bit too late for him to be picked up, because Haruna Momo was picked up on the day of inauguration when Buhari was coming in. A lot of people, Dasuki was picked up in the morning of inauguration. A lot of people was arrested during Buhari regime the day of swearing in. Daisy, I they call him, was in London before swearing in. A lot of people was out of the country, but it's a little bit slow. Sarah, that guy, the airline guy, is still working around. So many of these people are still working.
Is the other one that I was going to mention that he needs to be picked up as well. Sariki.
Sariki is not around.
He will be in Saudi now, I suspect.
That's Sariki one piece. That's Sariki Natasha right now. Like, on the grand scale of things.
Wait. Now, what about this guy, Sajjad Farouk, that said he said $600 million to one side of the country? So many people are working freely in so many sections.
Let me tell you one thing now, World Peace. You see this arrest of Emefiele is the most important one. Let me say why. You see this arrest of Emefiele is not crime and punishment arrest. Is money retrieval arrest. So what they are going to do is they will hold on to Emefiele and then through him get as much of the monies that they can get back from the people that looted, including what he looted. So that's essentially what he's there for. So they picked him up to try and recover as much of the looted money as possible, because he will name names, tell them where the money is, and then through negotiation, they will never get all of it back, of course, because they never do. Article told us that. But they will try and negotiate through him back just the endless trillions of dollars that the Buhari regime stole.
Yeah, Mama, let me quickly say this before I jump out. Yeah, it's true that well, that's the way it's supposed to be like, but the delay is dangerous. With all this delay before picking Emefiele up, just this 2 weeks window, I've given this cabal a lot of time to rearrange themselves and to stash their money and to prepare for the worst. You know, what I'm saying, these pickups that happen a day or the next day of the swearing in, so that we know this man means business. Though he means business anyway, he has to navigate carefully with caution, but the arrest is a bit slow because a lot of people hand in the cookie jar supposed to be clamped.
I'm sorry, I have to interject. I don't even know what you mean by the arrest is a bit slow. What do you mean? We're talking about Monday
it's 2 weeks.
This is less than 2 weeks. You are telling me arrest is a bit slow.
Yeah,
or this is super fast.
I just make example of Haruna.
Is it because you were supporting him? We are supporting him. We are.
Who is talking?
I don't know.
Anyway, you see, like Dasuki, Haruna Momo. I'm just making some names from Buhari regime, past regime. You know, there are people you need to pick up immediately. The way Nigeria was.
This is immediately now. How more immediate?
No, I'm not saying they did not pick him up, but the problem is that you are giving these people windows to arrange yourself. Some have escaped, some have planned what to do, some have negotiated. You wouldn't give them that time to think or to make all those plans. You know, these people are powerful. They have money. They can cause chaos in the country. You know. Anyways, okay. Let other people speak.
Okay,
I don't know what that was.
I don't know what Opis is saying though. I've never seen action as fast as this since I was born in Nigeria. I've never ever seen anything as quick as this. This is decisive.
How long it took for them to pick up Dasuki during Buhari regime?
It was more than 1 week.
It was weeks, if not months.
It's not weeks. How long did it take to pick up Haruna Momo, the Ismail to the Ziani? Morning of inauguration. In the morning of inauguration, Dasuki was already detained. The morning of inauguration, an announcement took place after a week time. So which are the things we're supposed to be doing?
Hold on. That's not true. Look at your screen. Dasuki was arrested in December 2015 over an allegation of and they swear people in May.
Listen, I said that Dasuki was already detained. Before the announcement came up. We're already detained.
Oh, all right. Now that's not even where I don't know what you're talking about.
But anyway,
yeah. Where is this going?
Please, woman, can I interject, please?
Yeah, carry on.
Hello?
Carry on.
To me, I think Lata started by saying this is a boss move. In the context of politics, I'm going to come at it from the point of politics. From this point, the arrest of Emefiele is just to have a dossier on everybody. So, from your bookkeeper, for example, from your accountant, this is what we've done.
No, we can barely hear you. You are breaking up. Sorry. Sorry, the prime. You are breaking off.
Is it better now?
A little bit. Carry on.
Okay. I said, from the point of politics, when you really want to govern a complex country like Nigeria, you need to have a dossier on everybody. And the most reliable form of dossier is from that CBN, from Emefiele. So, if you want to start agitation, the government has a legitimate case against you. Like, Mr. Dasuki from Castina, Mr. Okonje from Sokoto. This is what you've done. You've broken the law. So, can you call your boys to order and let's govern this country properly, or you go and face jail time and you cannot bring up the issue of victimization because you've committed a crime. So I think politically, this move will help him stabilize and get a hold of the country properly. That is just what I think.
All right, but try and find a better location because we could barely make out what you were saying. But no, I don't want the I don't want the enthusiasm of this dampened Kulata, because I think I think this is the wish and will of Nigerians, especially in the all throughout the tenure of this guy as CBN governor. Nigerians have always been of the view that rather than being in CBN, he should be arrested. But the stunts that they pulled, I think this arrest is the wish and will of Nigerians.
I don't think people get it. They're looking at it like just ordinary crime. You know, like, oh, this one embezzled this money, so we arrest him. No. Emefiele is the Idon of corruption. When you say the Idon, is corruption, is an institution of corruption in Nigeria, is of that magnitude. We're not talking about the Dasuki $1 billion or all those. I mean, no, we're talking about the destruction of our monetary policy. This guy oversaw inflation ravage the country. This guy oversaw the bastardizing of our money, of our forex regimes that was super close under Jonathan. The guy before him, his predecessor, what's his name? That Fulani guy managed to slim the difference between the parallel. Sanusi. He managed to slim the difference between the parallel and the official rates to just, I don't know, something less than 5 naira. I can't even remember the details. This Emefiele got in there, widened the thing, and use the advantage to maybe say we'll give, I mean, no matter who you give the lower dollar, they're going to always go round trip. They didn't see it through. He encouraged it. They didn't see it through to use the lower rate, to use it to import equipment, to import stuff, to turn Nigeria into something which would have been an advantage if they were disciplined about it. They didn't use that. They only used it to make money. So before he even did this new Naira exchange rate, he had overseen the destruction of Nigerian economy. Terrible monetary policy moves. Zero care, zero fucks given about what happened to ordinary people. All he did was making money, buying banks. That wasn't really enough. He's also participating in all these contracts that are designed to be defaulted on. So the little money the federal government has will pay useless people like him in dollars. This guy was corruption personified. And it's not even just that. He now also used his office to do economic sabotage in the last minute to prevent Tinubu from ascending the office. Emefiele is a walking crime.
It's an enemy of the state. It's an
enemy of the state. It's a crime scene all by itself. So all these, you should have arrested first. I mean, that is total irrelevant, not relevant stuff. It's non-sequitur. It doesn't follow at all. So this, I mean, people do not realize the magnitude of what Tinubu has done in less than 2 weeks. Well, I mean, the two biggest area is already touched one, is starting to touch the second one, which is Forex. And he's also removed the boogeyman that will have stifled it. But what I need to do, or what everybody needs to do, is it does appear by the early moves from Tinubu's administration that he is sincere in setting the country in the right path. What do we mean by setting the country in the right path? Making the country to be able to self-sustain financially in as much as possible. So that means we will not use our money to subsidize crime and criminals and foreign countries. That's a subsidy. We will not use our money.
Hold on. You saying that we will not use our money to subsidize foreign countries. Tinubu came out just earlier today telling us that the era of Nigeria being Father Christmas to the rest of Africa is over, and Africa responds. What to this?
Des places 150 $100 plus 100 francs au bord de 200 on malino 230 230 la para mina na mona kalido ye pombe bitota kasor fama yo
Father riders in Cameroon telling you then their views on you don't need to know the language to know what they are saying.
That's probably Fulfulde that they're speaking.
Yes.
And also I heard that a liter of petrol now in Benin Republic is now 800 CFA per liter, and CFA has a higher value than Naira for those that don't know. It's not like back in the 90s or the 80s where we used to laugh at CFA. CFA is valued higher than the Naira. So if they're selling petrol 800 CFA, imagine the pain that they will feel in Benin Republic too. So the era of all this nonsense. I mean, another ballsy move Tinubu did. When we called me to come and talk about subsidy, the first thing I was talking about is crude swap. I think I spent about 5 to 10 minutes talking about crude swap. So crude swap is essentially trade by barter kind of arrangement. That's a layman's view. There's some guys. That's been cancelled. There's some guys, including foreign companies, all these Swiss trading companies and some Nigerian companies that take Nigerian. Some of them they give them 20,000 barrels per day or per day. Some get as high, 20,000 barrels or higher, and then they go and swap it with refined petrol. But the corruption in that crude swap, the corruption is insane. So when you talk about an anti-corruption crusader, if Tinubu's administration ends next week, I can confidently tell you he has demonstrated the biggest fight against corruption in Nigeria. Nobody will understand what I'm saying except you know what is going on. Because it killed subsidy, it killed crude swap. Those two is one of the reasons why we're poor. Those two areas. And then if it unifies Forex, please, if it doesn't do any other thing, you have to give these guys kudos for the biggest fight against corruption. Fight against corruption doesn't mean you're taking police to be chasing people and doing all that, all the projection, like projecting stuff.
All right, Kulata, you were talking about unifying. I was going to actually take you to another headline before I took you to this, but let me take you to that other headline. So now, remember Buhari was saying that as soon as he leaves office, he will head straight to Daura, and if you disturb him, he will cross the border to Niger Republic. But now, off the back of the moves that Tinubu has been making, look at this headline. Photos emerge as Buhari orders meet Tinubu behind closed doors in Abuja. So barely a week out of office, is already there to issuing warnings that kilo close now. You know.
But he's probably going to tell them, say, no be so we talk down, no be so we talk about Achuaju. No be so we talk about this fight against corruption, you have to spare Tunde Sabiu. You have to spare what's the name of the other goons that were there.
Tunde Sabiu is in China already, or is run to China. Tunde Sabiu.
Odisa, that they should arrest that guy. He's gone. He's left the country.
Yes.
Wow. No, they didn't let.
Continue his education.
I'm not a big fan with investigation, chasing police to do this, to do that, because a lot of it doesn't go anywhere and it's a waste of time. But I'm a fan of stopping the action that perpetuates this thing. If something is market driven or if it's technology driven, if it's transparent, that means the corruption will go. So if for example, Naira falls to the hands of market forces, then it's market forces. I'm not going to take money in CBN and go and sell it in some Bureau de change and make 300 Naira spread or 400 Naira spread. I'm not going to take petrol and...
Kulata, can I interject you?
Sorry. I think...
Who's that?
This Ola, can I interject you?
Oh, Ola, your voice is a bit low. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, like what you've been saying, it's like people don't really understand the magnitude of what Tinubu has just done. And how do I mean? You want the country to move forward fast. You want to send the right signal to foreign investors and those people that would like to invest in the country to move the economy forward. But you have two major corruption powerhouses in Nigeria, subsidy and your CBN. If your CBN is the major stronghold of corruption, then the economy is not ready to move anywhere. That is why you see a lot of infrastructure that you cannot connect any job with. You understand? It was under this guy that you started asking the foreign people with the foreign direct investment to be looking for their source of forex to repatriate their money. You know, when people are coming to Nigeria, you give them guarantees that don't worry, come to our country, but you'll be able to move your money. All of a sudden, they started telling them, "Oh, go and solve for your forex somewhere." At the end of the day, you created some kind of regime that okay, you allow some crooks to be benefiting from the forex, and you're saying the economy is not moving forward. So people may not really understand that because this is a very right signal, and for you to know the impact of this, it's even going to be in short time. You will see how the market will respond, and that's the kudos we have to give to this guy. Even if Emefiele eventually will not go to jail, I think this signal is the right one, and I just want people to just watch out for how the market will respond in the next 2 weeks. I will be surprised that people will really take this action that this guy has taken seriously. You know, that's what I just want to add for now. Thank you.
Yeah. So I mean, what was I saying? So I mean, what the actions that is going on right now, they are pretty big rocks. When we say big rocks, these are massive big rocks that Tinubu is taking on. And the only issue now is the unification of the Forex. Yeah, is not going to be that fast. It's going to happen, but there's some structural problems we have. Because of this idiot Emefiele too, was one of the reasons, as Ola mentioned. There's a lot of dollars that we owe that we owe investors that is stuck in Nigeria that we need to pay. So we need to earn some dollars and use it to pay, and then maybe they can now float and they can unify. Because here's the thing, you know, all these airlines and co, we have like $800 million. I'm sure there are other obligations that are out there. So if you float the currency immediately, the demand for dollars is going to be way too high. You see, it's going to be way too high. So that will drive up that price quickly because those obligations. But if they can find a way to settle those obligations, and now that the additional demand for dollars to buy petrol outside of the crude swap arrangement to import petrol, because that has gone, I mean, that will die down. Then maybe at that time, floating will be a good idea. But I'm not close to all the information. This is just based on what I understand.
I
Better knowledge.
I think it can float immediately, Kolata, because
yeah, but what about all those dollars that we stock in Nigeria right now that we need to pay? If we float immediately, those obligations are still there. So that will increase the demand for the dollars. Like if they could settle all those stuff and float, then it will be more of a natural demand, because all these are Emefiele backlogs. Like all those airlines that we can't give them their dollars. Who else have we not been able to give dollars? Who knows? And then if subsidy is gone, perhaps, I don't know. I don't know the timing. Perhaps we may get more dollars remitted from NNPC. I mean, because what will be NNPC's excuse? Except NNPC says
The next person to go and be arrested is Emefiele.
Emefiele may not get arrested because I don't think he's done of that peaceful of a job like Emefiele. He may not be arrested. Yeah.
So, I mean, the price of the dollar to the naira, okay, the price of commodities generally is high. So, what is the likelihood of the dollar price to naira falling to like 300 or 400 when a bag of rice is like what 50,000 naira? I mean, don't we have to adjust the price of commodities first in order to get the dollar down?
You can't. I mean, first thing is why do we want to get the dollar down? It's not like why do we want to get the dollar down? We don't. The goal is not the goal is not to get the dollar down like that. Except we want to be perpetually dependent on importation. Like, let the dollar just be the dollar and the naira be the naira. Like South Korea, the currency of South Korea to the dollar. I mean, South Korea is low compared to the dollar, but the economy is super strong. But we've been inbred with this thought process that naira has to be strong against the dollar because then we can import more stuff. What about us producing stuff with a cheap naira and selling it out?
See, okay, Nigeria is not a manufacturing economy, not at all.
Yet.
See, if the naira was weak, super weak, well, that's to a great advantage as a country. That means we can sell more to the rest of the world. But we are not China, we're not South Korea, we are terrible when it comes to
we're starting from somewhere. We can start with the petrochemical industry that we've already set up where Dangote. We can start from somewhere. Like, I don't get this. I get where, I mean, I used to think like that. Nah, naira has to be cheap, and naira has to be strong and all that stuff. Naira has to be strong. But what are we using to defend a strong naira? Like, there's cheap Russian oil. There's cheap nothing. There's cheap Russian crude out there that is competing against Nigerian crude that India and the likes are buying. So why do we want to, like, artificially bump up the naira and then it will fall again? Let it be where it's supposed to be and let the price adjust itself. And let's use that as incentive.
Can I add to that?
Collector, we import a lot. We import almost everything.
Yeah, but we will stop importing petrol.
Prince Daddy, look at it this way. See, if you want to adjust naira, you want to regulate naira again, it's like in form of giving subsidy. You say you want to eliminate subsidy, and subsidy simply means that you want to eliminate corruption. You want to create fair ground, right? See, what will happen if you float this dollar is this. There will be a lot of loss for foreign goods. Even some people that before you know they want to go and do one trading they can do online, they want to escape to London because we have free money, they want to see, they will stay back. And those people that really need money for business, they have better access to that money. And that is what we need for now. Not for you just to want to feel to want to do some kind of patch party in your house. The next thing you do is to bring someone from South Africa, to bring someone from London. All those rubbish we have to stop. Okay, some people will just simple headache. The next thing they run to Ghana, they run to everywhere. We just have to stop all those rubbish. Because if some people are getting the dollar for cheap, then we are still not doing this country favor. We are still not doing Nigeria favor. But if dollar is become so expensive for them now, they will find a substitute. All of a sudden, the local services that were not okay before we suddenly begin so okay. It happened before. It's not going. It happened under OBJ. So this one will not be the first time it's going to happen. So the thing is, don't just that parity. Let the parity between the black market and the official rate, let it be perfect. Don't subsidize for anybody. Don't subsidize. That is exactly what we need. So to me, to think Nigerians we are not productive, it depends on the definition of productivity. There are still some things that we can produce locally in Nigeria today that out of competition, out of show off, out of taste for foreign group, we just ignore. And mind you, once the this suffering will just be perhaps in the short term. In the medium term to long term, you start seeing the impact. I can give an example now. You that okay, someone that will go and import tomato paste. See, some people suddenly realize that okay, this tomato paste they no longer come from overseas. They will find a solution. They will find a solution. I was in that country far ago when we used to have Canada best. You know, when our local meat
you're breaking up.
Yeah, maybe because I'm outside. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better
Yeah,
now?
we can hear the wind. We can hear the wind in the background. Yeah, but carry on.
Yeah, because I'm not at home. So the thing is, see, the best way to discourage foreign goods is not to give anybody advantage. Just that.
Right.
Let it be like that, and within the short period of time, people will start looking at how they can make money from all those services that are no longer coming from overseas. By the time you start spending your money on importation of goods, you will look at someone that can do it better. You look for substitute within. So to me, I don't think I know that Tinubu is a very smart person. So I've always known that guy is a smart guy. So whatever decision that the guy is going to take around that time, I can trust him that he exactly know what to say. So to me, I don't support substituting subsidizing the dollar for anybody. Thank you.
All right,
one man.
Hold on, Warpace. What this article is actually saying, this is to you, Warpace and Kulata and everybody else. What this article is actually saying is that one, they have somewhat, because they were selling the Naira to the dollar at the Forex desk, CBN, at 400 and something. And then very quickly after Tinubu's speech, it went on to 600 plus. And they're selling it in the black market for 700 and something plus. But what the market is actually saying is that when that convergence comes into play, when there's that margin then of the parallel market, the CBN market and the black market, that convergence will land the Naira at a truer value of about 650 to the dollar. So that is where people are. That's the mark that people are looking for the true value of the Naira. What piece you wanted to come in?
Yeah, quickly, this one you just read. People thinking maybe Naira would drop to 300 or 400. To me, I don't think so. What I think that CBN will raise their exchange rate to mark the black market so that you have a competition with the black market to discourage people from the black market. Naira will not come down. I mean, Naira will not come down. Rather, the exchange rate will go to like 600 or 680, almost, or 700, so that we balance the exchange rate. Anyway, what I want to say is this. I was reading about our local remittance, and imagine our local remittance is bringing a lot of huge dollars, but it's not even going to our CBN, and that would have helped us a lot to cushion our dollar problem. I was reading about Western Union, so they were giving their annual report. I think quarter. I don't know how many quarter. In Edo State, we remitted $12 billion in one quarter. So imagine our statutory brother that have
hold on. You did not. Who has? What do you mean Edo State remitted $12 billion?
No, I just put it for. Wait, hold on now. I just put it. Listen now.
Over what period of time?
I said quarterly. I don't know when. I just say 1 month. Just hold on. Let me land. Hold on. Then imagine our statutory brother that do business.
Hold on. But I'm quoting that statistics that I don't.
Hold on. Let me finish. Wait, hold on. Let me finish the query.
Now imagine hold on. Hold on now. No, hold on. You can't build on a false premise now. You can't.
I'm not building any false premise. I'll get back to you. Hold on.
No. Don't go to your brothers in the southeast. Where you getting
that? Let me land now.
No.
Hold on.
You are building on a fake foundation now.
Wow. Hold on.
Well, allow him land now.
Let me land. I got it.
All right, carry on.
Then imagine our statutory brother that do more volume than Edo State. Let's say put it like 24 billion. Now imagine Lagos, that is capital of industry.
Guy, you are just plucking
hold on now. Let me land now. One man. Just hold on. You even know my point. Hold on. Then imagine Lagos as an industrial area. Let's put at 34 billion. Put all this together. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me finish now. Now imagine all this dollar comes in through Western Union, and it goes straight to the black market. From the black market, it goes back again for where it's coming from. Imagine this money is going to central bank, that is sending money in central bank with same exchange rate, we have like 60 billion in central bank from local remittance, which will help our economy first, not only crude oil. Then one man, if you want to query my
Can you hold on?
analysis,
Can you hold on 1 second? I was trying to stop you only because I'm of the suspicion that you are building on a false foundation that Edo State is remitting $12 billion per quarter.
Listen,
where is that coming from?
Well, can I suggest a number?
From Alero walking the streets in Milan.
In 2021 or 2022, the Nigerian economy, they had about $20 billion remittance total.
Hold on,
hold on, Wapis. Give me those figures again.
If I'm not, I think 2020, 2021, Nigerian economy remittances were about $20 billion for that year.
For the whole country.
Yes.
So where's the $12 billion per quarter?
Hold on, one man. Listen to my English when I started. I said, who Edo State, they are doing this thing at Western Union. I said, Western Union precisely. I said, quarterly. We could put quarterly 3 months, we could put it 1 year, we could put it 12 years. They said, Edo State have remitted 12 billion. I didn't say 1 month, I didn't say 3 months. I just said put quarterly. And I was driving to a point. I was mentioning, hold on. Hold on, one man.
What are you doing?
Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, move 3 months. But let's say annually, or the remittance, they're giving their budget. This area, as much as I brought in 12 billion, let's say in 4 years or 3 years. Imagine Southeast that is bigger. Imagine Lagos that is bigger. I just feel like 60 billion is coming.
You cannot imagine anything if your figures are already wrong from the start.
One man, is not the figure of my point. My point is our foreign dollar that is coming from locally is not even going to the central bank. That's my point I'm trying to drive at. It's not here I'm trying to make here this money make. My bigger point, one must try and relax and understand. I'm not stupid what you think. Well, our money we're making locally that will help our economy, help the banks, the foreign bank, the local bank. If this money was staying in the central bank, that will help our local central bank, not waiting, relying on oil sales, crude oil. You know, if you imagine we have 20 billion, 30 billion in the central bank, that can offset this problem of flights. These are our airline people we are owing. But this money comes in from Western Union, it goes straight to the black market. It's leaving Nigeria again. That was my point I was making. I'm not trying to throw a figure there to make exaggeration. Please try and relax sometimes and listen to somebody trying to make a point. Thank you.
You said Edo State is remitting $12 billion.
I said imagine. You listening? I said imagine. I'm making reference. It was a rough estimation. I didn't base it. I didn't cap it.
Hold on. That's not even an estimation. The Edo State cannot even be remitting $50 million. All right. Okay. Let's move on. But you know we're a stickler for facts here. But let's move on.
All right.
Go on.
Can I continue, or someone else?
Before you continue, Kolata, we can add this. My question is, what do you think? What percentage of the central bank dollar business is like for real business, if it's not arbitrage? Because it looks like in the central bank, the demand for dollar is a high percentage of it probably has to do with arbitrage. If I'm right or wrong, what do you think?
You're right. You're right. We may never know, because everybody that goes to apply for CBN has some form of what's it called? What's that thing called again? Is it is it way bill or CFO? I can't remember whatever the issue. God, my brain is dead. They issued this form M. Yeah, thank you. Everybody has their own form M or something, but who knows if anybody inspects what they import or not. But I don't have any percentage, but if I'm to estimate, I'll say it's a very, very high number that goes towards arbitrage, a high number. And for those people,
Kolata, let me give you this. Sorry, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Depending on the amount of oil sales, most of our crude, we are doing swap. So even the dollar is not coming directly. So the few dollars that are coming, So the few dollars that are coming, it ranges between, in Naira, if you convert it to Naira, it ranges between 300 to 350 billion Naira that Nigeria is losing every month, because these people will collect this money and they will go and sell it in the black market. So Nigeria is losing, depending on the amount of dollars that the central bank gives out to these people, that they are subsidizing this dollar because of the double exchange rate that we have. So it's really, we are losing like 300 to 350 billion Naira every month to this double exchange rate that we have. So that is the problem.
Yeah, so
and they are not even using it to. They are not using it to import. They will just collect this money from central bank, and they will go and exchange it, sell it in the black market. That is the problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tinubu, God protect him, because he's touching. You guys understand what Tinubu is touching. All the rich people.
He has to do it now, though, because this is his window of safety to do it. Yeah.
This is window of opportunity, because if he waits longer, those people will put in the screws. But for those people saying,
Kulata, you know, the two of them has to go hand in hand. You cannot say
go hand in hand, of course.
You cannot say you are removing oil subsidy and you allow double exchange rate. It will not work.
So one thing, some analysts,
the two of them has to go together. And if you look at it, even let me even give you this. Now, our crude oil exports now has improved tremendously. By the end of June, because presently we're exporting 1.6 million barrels per day. By end of June, they said it's increased to 1.8 to 1.9. By end of this June that we have now. So now, the Tinubu has already.
I'm not sure we've reached 1.8.
I'm telling you, authoritative.
Last I saw was like 1.5 or something like that.
Just check.
Last I saw was like 1.5. I've not seen any number.
1.59. 1.59. That is what we're exporting now.
But I don't think we've reached that 1.8.
Roughly, it's about 1.6. You know what they said by end of June. I said by end of June. We're in June.
Projection.
By end of June, they said it will reach 1.8.
Okay.
So what now? The other thing now is that Tinubu has already asked NNPCL not to swap again. They have to be buying with cash. So that means the dollar that will be earning will improve. And you know, with this subsidy now, the amount of fuel that we are going to be importing will reduce drastically.
Simba, you said buy with cash. Buy what with cash?
Anybody that's going to import petrol, you have to buy.
Yes,
you have to use your money.
Kulata, you said they should buy what in cash?
You buy your oil, your import the fuel you want to import with cash, not with oil swap.
So
before we give them crude to exchange for refined crude.
For refined petrol.
I don't understand that logic. I mean, like the NNPC will give the oil marketers crude oil.
Yes.
Dollar. They are giving them crude oil before to exchange for refined crude. Okay. So the dollar is not coming to Nigeria. So now they will now give them. What is going to happen now is that everybody will source for their dollar to go and buy the refined crude on their own. So there is no swap. There is no crude oil swap again.
That's a very great. I mean, that's a very unclear part. I don't know, maybe the way you explain it, because if CBN is
rational mind, let me explain it in very simple terms.
Okay.
Nigeria selected maybe 16 companies or something. That what they do is they do trade by barter. They take Nigerian crude and exchange it for refined petrol, refined products, whether petrol, AGO, whatever. It used to be called crude swaps, but it's called something else now. But it's basically trade by barter. So what that means is the crude NNPC could have been selling and making dollars on it. They're giving a few guys to go and swap it for petrol. And that means the opportunity, I mean, we've lost on that. I mean, rather than people that are marketers to use their own cash and go and import petrol, they just get an NPC. They get a lot of them get like 20,000 barrels a day. Take it and go do petrol. So there's a lot of shenanigans that happens with those crude swap deals. It's very murky, very, very murky. It's only the
Kulata. So if that is the way they've been doing, if that has been the practice, so where does the subsidy comes in there?
That's the question.
No, that's just one of the ways. It's not the only way. Some NNPC still brings in brings in petrol that they subsidize. So there's crude swap.
No.
Crude swap is not the only way that we bring
Kulata,
petrol.
let me explain.
One voice, yeah.
Let me explain to them. What happened is they still give them Baba Ajale Koko.
Okay.
They will still give them, because whatever you are giving them, they still have an estimate, and they still give them in dollars in a normal international price. And if you give them, let's say you give them $20 million worth of crude oil, you are expecting to get $20 million worth of refined petrol in return. That's what they are saying. But in Nigeria case, it will even be more, because those people have put values on it, they are refining it. So you are not even getting at that $20 million. You are getting it higher, because they've already refined it, and you cannot put the same price on crude and refined petrol. It cannot come at the same price. So Nigeria is even at a disadvantage. So it's not as if we are giving them free.
Well, let me
Do you understand?
Hold on. Let me explain. I kind of understand what you're saying, but let me explain what I heard from the NNPC source.
You know why the NNPC is doing that? Before you ask your question, rational mind, because Nigeria doesn't have cash. They don't have cash to pay. That was why they said, okay, we'll give you.
Another false thing you're saying, let me say false. Another thing you are saying that seems to be false from what I've heard is that, okay, let me just address something. Hold on, you continue. What I heard was this, that NNPC has they are responsible for oil within Nigeria. So now what they did is that, because whatever shenanigans they want to do there, they have to give licenses to some people to go and bring this refined crude oil back to Nigeria. They get the oil from Nigeria, however they get it, I don't know. They now take it outside. That's one of the shenanigans. They can like tell them, oh, we took maybe they gave them 100 barrels of oil to carry out. At the end of the day, they only declare 60. The remaining 40 goes into some other people's pocket. And now when they even bring it back again, they sell it to NNPC. Now when they sell it to the NNPC will give them the money, will remit more money back to them. That's how I understand they do it.
Which money are they remitting?
All right, guys, you guys have made me lose my series of thoughts.
When they sell it,
all right, make that point, rational mind, and then take it back, Kulata. So we're back on straight.
When they sell it, they give the money to them, and that is why they also inflate the money again. The subsidy issue comes in there too. They'll tell the CBN, okay, this is how much we paid from the various filling station and people who bought the oil, and then they will inflate the figure from there. That's what I heard. And they do. So a lot of shenanigans there. From when they take the oil outside Nigeria, they might take more than, and they will say they will declare lesser than what they took out. At the end of the day, they'll tell that they fled someone got was bad or whatever. Just say all kinds of things.
Okay, rational mind. Let me just say this.
Okay. Let Kulata address it. It's just that sometimes we deviate so heavily, we lose track sometimes. Let Kulata address that.
Look, the crude swap deal is very complex. There's a lot of corruption in it. The guys that I know that are in it, they fly in private jets, and it's not good for the country. Let's just keep it that simple. That has been eliminated. For those that want Nigerian, what's it called, exchange rate to come down, it means we have to subsidize it. We need reserves to back up whatever value you want. What do we have in our reserves? We don't have anything in our reserves. We need to build our reserves. At a point in time, if we build up our reserves, can we use the reserves to back up the exchange rate so there are no wild fluctuations? Yes, but not when our reserves is empty. We need to build it back up. So when we build it back up, you float the Naira. Sometimes CBN may step in here and there to prevent wild fluctuations, just to prevent it. But we will have some reserve to back it up, and that will be good. So, I mean, the interjection has gone so long, but I want to keep us back in focus. What Tinubu has done in the first week and a half has been humongous. This has been the biggest transformation Nigerian economy has seen in years. And it has also been the biggest fight against corruption that I've seen in Nigeria. That is, I mean, I do hope they don't go after this man. Because
yes, I was going to ask that. Do you fear for his life?
I fear for Tinubu's life.
Yes,
I fear for his life.
And I also fear for his life because it's not just the Nigerian cabals, it's the international cabals, it's all of the cabals that have been feeding fat. We even saw the rascals on the streets in Cameroon making threats. But do you think he should be doing this pre the tribunal, or do you think it should be? Do you think they will use the tribunal to try and get him with this?
The tribunal to get Tinubu.
Yes.
They will use anything. I mean, they will use anything to try and get him. Like, but he's a smart guy. He's a strategist, so he's smarter than all of us here. So I mean, he's also it looks like a good chess player. So I believe he should have. I mean, being at the very, very top as president, he should have protected everywhere because the battles is getting to one man. These are dangerous stuff. I mean, I don't think you can imagine the number of rich people in Nigeria that are touched by all this. What I want to use it to console myself is, you know, we met with some marketers, oil marketers, not that long ago. I want to believe, I don't know anything about that conversation. This is just Kulata speculating. I want to believe he's managed to convince them that they will be making money, but I think the way they'll be making money will not be parasitic. Will not be, no, let me correct myself. It will not be as parasitic as it used to be, meaning there will be cheap subsidy, there won't be all this nonsense where people just steal. Maybe they will have access to sell petrol, to do this, to profiteer, to do things, but it will be under normal market conditions, meaning he has eliminated rent-seeking, money-making by rent-seeking. Rent-seeking is just people that milk off the government by access. He has eliminated that. And maybe, I mean, this is all being speculated, maybe he's managed to convince them that, hey, you guys can make money, perhaps make more money by trading, by importing, by selling, by doing this. Maybe that's what he did, and that's why those oil marketers supported him. But I don't want to believe everybody is happy. I believe nobody is happy. I believe they are. I believe maybe they even fear. That's why they can't go after him, or they're still destabilized. Because what has happened in the last 1.5 weeks, a lot of people will stop making money in that country. A lot of private jets will be sold, except they found a way to continue making money in a way that is not so detrimental to the country. But this is 100% speculation by me. 100% my own speculation.
You know, Kulata, what Tinubu is going after is not even the corruption in the Buhari administration. It's the embedded corruption in the system that has been decades deep. These are decade deep corruption spaces that he is going after. People that have just been so used to just reaching into the Nigerian coffers and just helping themselves. This is the window that is closing. It's a big move.
It's a big move. It's a big move. It's akin to what he did in Lagos State by bringing Oracle ERP and installing it, implementing HCM. So that eliminated ghost workers. So payroll was accurate. You had headcounts, you had proper headcounts. They were paying the people accurately. So you just used a system to eliminate corruption. Many states, including Peter Obi's Anambra, is still dealing with ghost workers as of today because the whole thing is still manual. So the best way to fight corruption is not all this grab, taking soldier, we must do this, we must arrest you. It's not all this stuff. Just reform whatever area that people are rent seeking, people are stealing. Just reform it, make it open, make it market driven. Yeah, there are going to be casualties. Poor people will suffer, blah blah blah. But is this poor people will suffer?
You know that's why people go after you. When you say poor people will suffer, blah blah blah. That's what will get people coming after you.
No, be today now. Yeah, it's not today. Like, I mean, if Jesus can say the poor will always be amongst us, who is Kulata to say poor people will suffer, blah blah blah. So Jesus acknowledges the poor will always be amongst us.
Can I interject you? Come on. Can I just want to add some? Yeah.
Sorry, I want Kulata to wrap up that space. I think we've been. No, I think we've been too long on that space. I want Kulata to wrap it up.
It's not like interjection. Actually, it's just like to just buttress what you were saying. Yesterday,
all right, make it brief. Make it brief, though. Yeah.
Okay, I watched the meeting he had with the marketers yesterday. You could see the marketers, the major oil marketers in Nigeria, they were cornered somehow. They even made mention of it that it's not as if people believe that we are the one fighting subsidy. I said before, Unko, who is fighting it? Who is eating out of it? And they were cornered to the extent that they had to make pledges to spend about 10 billion. 10 billion is just chicken change in the hand of those guys. So Tinubu is treading on some dangerous ground there. But I like his style because he's able to call them, come. We are not saying you are not going to be making money. Okay, but this one, let's close these windows. Let other windows open and let's come to the table and negotiate instead of just like Oman said, the Peperempi style of carrying gun all around, shooting everybody. Let's come and talk. You bring what is in your hand to the table so that we will know how to rearrange it, but in a better way, not in a parasitic way. So I was so sorry for them yesterday. So these guys were cornered, seriously cornered. So that was just my observation yesterday. And I see him going into the different sectors. He is moving to the arbitrage issue. So I want to believe one way or the other as he's moving, and he begins to invite them. It's not about fighting them now. You fight them, but still invite them, put them close to himself. So don't run away. So that don't go and plan some nonsense things. Let's come to the table and talk about it. So there's no need to run away. So I think it's a good direction, good move in a good direction.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Darati. So thank you, Darati. So Kulata, let me move you from that space to a different space. Although I want a more in-depth conversation with you on this space, open it up because I want to take that Emefiele topic round because I think people are quite keen to speak on it. But open up this space and then I'll have a more in-depth conversation with you on it after I've taken Emefiele round. But KPMG Nigeria, Tinubu's target of 6% annual GDP growth not feasible. So do you think they have to reassess after some of these moves that we're seeing? What are you then making of KPMG's response to Tinubu's ambitious promise?
Yeah, but when we talked about this, was it last week? What KPMG said and what I said were similar. I said it's going to be tough to get to that 6% GDP growth, given where we're coming from, and also given the initial inflation and initial adjustment that needs to happen. I said, this kind of number is probably going to happen maybe towards the end of his term, and if he wins second term, yes. And I said, if you recall last time, that ultimately we have to get to double digits for it to be very, very impactful. So it's not far from what I predicted last week or 2 weeks ago when I was talking about the GDP growth. But if anybody can beat expectation, it better be Tinubu because we'll be better off for it. But as I see things, based on where we are and some of the challenges that will still be faced, because here's the thing: insecurity is still stifling food inflation, right? So inflation is also going to be driven up in two ways, from the fuel subsidy and from the unified exchange rate. Those are going to push numbers up. We have to outgrow the inflation. Once Nigeria gets devalued, the Naira gets devalued. Technically, Nigeria may not. I don't know if that leaves us at number 2 or number 3 biggest economy in Africa by dollar, but all that stuff doesn't matter. It's just BS.
But one man, what did Kpmg specifically say that make them to say what Tinubu intend doing is laughable?
They said it's overly ambitious, but let me give you a speed through of it. It says KPMG says Nigeria may not be able to, and Tinubu's promise at his inauguration was to grow the economy by 6%. It says KPMG says Nigeria may not be able to achieve 6% average gross domestic product GDP growth in 4 years. In his inaugural speech on May the 29th, President Bola Tinubu set a target to increase the GDP growth rate of the country by 6% on average in the next 4 years through budgetary reforms aimed at stimulating the real sector of the economy. KPMG, in a flash note titled Prospects of Attaining 6% Average Growth in 4 Years, and released on Friday, said the target might be difficult to attain within the time frame set by the president. So it gets very technical from here on in. For example, the consensus analyst is a GDP growth in 2023 of between 2.7 to 3.2%. So the expectations for this year from the number crunchers are those figures. First, if we assume a GDP growth of 3% in the first year, the economy will then have to grow by an average of 7% for the subsequent 3 years, and moving growth from a forecast of 3% in 2023 to at least 7% in 2024 and afterwards seems overly ambitious. KPMG said attaining a 6% real GDP growth on average from 2023 to 26 means growing the value of real GDP. So this is where it starts to make sense because they add figures to it. So it means growing the value of real GDP from 74.7 trillion, which is where the economy is at the moment, these are 2022 figures, to 92.5 trillion by 2026, representing an increase of 17 trillion in 4 years. The professional service firm explained that within 12 years, that's 2010 to 2022, real GDP grew by about 17 trillion, which will have to be replicated in just 4 years and within a much more challenging macro environment that cuts across the fiscal, monetary, external, and real sector. KPMG, however, said that whilst the 6% target is unlikely to be achieved, the best possible GDP growth rate to be achieved within the next 4 years will be between 4 to 4.5%. In conclusion, whilst we expect a stronger year-on-year growth over the next few years, we are of the opinion that there is very limited space to attain a 6% average real growth in 4 years, or an increase in real growth by 17 trillion, KPMG Nigeria said. We are of the opinion that an average GDP growth of 4 to 4.5% at the best is more feasible in the next 4 years. Even this will require the country to get its policies right and keep consistent faith with macro environment reforms. So what they're saying essentially is Tinubu is hoping to achieve in 4 years what took Nigeria 20 years to achieve, to essentially grow the economy by an additional 17 trillion. But then, of course, they are looking at those figures against the back.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was going to interject real quick. Say these consulting firms, they're overrated. They're only good at historical data. They can't really forecast the future very well.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. Historical data.
Don't yab consulting firms, please. Don't yab. I'll get sensitive.
Maybe not all of them, but I guess
that is where Kulata gets the
I'm just trying to state facts. They're the one that cannot see a lot of the problem in the American economy.
KPMG is the worst. KPMG sucks. But what KPMG is saying is not.
Kulata, they can be wrong.
No, hold on. Let Kulata go on.
What KPMG is saying, there are some areas that I disagree with them, but KPMG is the worst of the big four. So here's the thing. Inflationary measures may make that 19 million naira nothing. If they said they're going to measure it with dollars, I would have said, yeah. But if it's based on naira, because if it's going to be based on naira, I will say it's achievable, because you can 19 million naira now. It's not 19 million naira of the past because of inflation. Prices are going to drive up. The naira will be devalued. KPMG is pegging their growth based on naira. If it's based on naira, I think it's achievable. But they're saying,
percentage growth is what they're
it's percentage growth, but they're calculating it in naira. That's what I'm saying. They're pegging their same growth in naira, and naira is going to get devalued. So you can easily achieve 19 trillion naira in the space of those 4 years or so that they're using to measure. But Tinubu is inheriting the legacy 3% growth from Buhari, because World Bank and some other agencies have predicted that Nigeria will grow by 3%. So that's what economists are baking for this year coming in. So if Tinubu is going to expand to get to the average of that 6%, he has to grow over that. Of course, that 6% to average out. I mean, he has to be over that 6% to average out to something that's 6%. So is it 3 plus 7 plus 7 plus 7 divided by 4? Where does that land you? I think that's what they're trying to say. But if it's just based on naira, because of inflation, the pressure of inflation, the naira will be more worthless, and you'll be able to get more trillions of naira as opposed to what it will take you to get those naira in the past. That's where I disagree with the analysis, because the analysis is a bit static as it comes to the value of the naira and how much naira you'll be able to earn to gain in the future, because the naira, in my opinion, will be devalued way more because of inflationary pressures and other pressure. But if they're measuring against, if they're using dollar as what they're using to base it, I'm also of the opinion that growth will be harder, because, like I said, naira will get devalued, and that will be harder. But I pray he achieves it. I hope he achieves it.
Can you look at it this way? With this removal of subsidy, the unification of our currency, it will bring more portfolio investments. More we'll maintain stability of our naira, and this will encourage. This unification is also discouraging foreign investors, because if you bring money at the rate of 460, and then you want to repatriate your money and you are repatriating it at 750, is a loss. So with this unification, yes, then with the oil theft that they've already also reduced drastically now, don't you think what is forecasting can be achieved?
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm anticipating all that. But when we want broad-based growth across Nigeria, I get all that. That's why I've been happy with all this move we've been doing, because we'll get, of course, more foreign direct investment, even portfolio investors. investments will come into the country. But the broad-based growth, like where's the biggest sector of our GDP, is agriculture. What is stifling agriculture the most right now is insecurity. Will we be able to make a dent in insecurity enough that will, because that's the biggest chunk of our GDP is agriculture. If all those foreign investment are no, there's some particular sectors. Let me just finish this thought process. And get in land. All those portfolio and all that stuff, it will grow banking, it will grow telecommunications, it will grow technology, it will grow all this, it will grow that. But insecurity, I don't know how big of a dent it will make on insecurity, which impacts our agricultural production massively. So it's insecurity challenges, especially with also these moves that Tinubu is making, also create additional incentives for all these corrupt men to keep fostering insecurity to destabilize this guy's government. So that's kind of like a big X factor in our GDP growth, because agriculture, except someone corrects me if I'm wrong, agriculture is still the biggest chunk of our GDP, and that is heavily stifled by insecurity. I don't know how much in foreign investment and coal that will quickly make a dent. It may make a dent on the long run, but maybe not in the short 1, 2, 3, 4 years, where we can get all the security situation under control and all that stuff to make a massive dent. Because if security is under control, we get to normal in agriculture. Then we get investors investing in agriculture. We mechanize it more. He puts all this stuff that's in his portfolio to have more predictive pricing and all that stuff. Then we will have a broader growth of GDP rather than GDP growth concentrated in a few industries that is more influenced by foreign investment and the market. That is the point I'm trying to make.
All right, hold on, Ola. I want to take this Emefiele topic round because I'm always conscious that people spend too long hanging around. You push Kulata in a moment, but let me take that topic round. Kulata, I want to sound you on Tinubu signing this electricity bill as well. But before I do that, let me take this topic round a little bit. Let me kick it. Yeah, let me kick it off with Bishop to see if he's still there. Bishop.
Hello, gentlemen.
All right, Bishop. Good to have you. So Bishop, the big story of the day, of course, is Emefiele's suspension and then subsequent arrest. So people are now adding details to it. It says details of 10 allegations against suspended CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. These were allegations before his suspension. So, number one, funding unknown gunmen, ESN IPOB, with money he raised for his failed presidential bid last year. So that's one. Number two, mismanagement of Nigeria's social investment program and the anchor borrower scheme. Number three, illegal economic crimes of national security dimension. So there's a bit of ambiguity in that. Money laundering, I think that's easily proven. Unwholesome activities through proxies. So that of ambiguity as well. Round tripping, we all know what that means. Number seven, conferment of financial benefits to self and others. We all know when he bought a bank, he is a salary earner. Number eight, threats to national security. So there's ambiguity there as well. Criminal conspiracy to divert government resources. So that, of course, they must have reasons. And then terrorism financing. So those are some of the allegations levied against Emefiele, even under the Buhari administration. But now the arrest of Emefiele, some people suggesting that he should actually be charged for treason. Bishop.
Okay, thank you. That's quite a bit, a chunk to bite. Good evening, gentlemen and compatriots, wherever you may be from. It's been a while. Please do the usual. Click the like button, subscribe, and share. Thank you, Woman. I think it's commendable that Tinubu is taking this step. I know there's going to be paid media outfits or outlets tomorrow from tomorrow that we shout the shout of witch hunting, blah 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 blah. But all I wish and I pray is that Tinubu is able to pull this through. Obviously, it's beginning to step on toes, and we cannot get the desired result if you are not willing to tread. You know, even when where angels tread, that is to you know, whosoever ox is God. You are not willing to, you will not be able to make progress. So if there is nothing to blackmail with him with to backtrack, and they have enough points. It's not because I don't like Emefiele or for anything, but we should begin to have the mindset that there are consequences for whatever of our actions. So if he's able to pull through, there are enough evidence. I don't want them to subject him to unnecessary harassment and detain and the rest and media trial and all noise. And at the end of the day, there will be nothing. I don't want that. If they have a watertight case against him, all these too many grammar that you listed, I don't think we need all those. If he has compromised, I know for a certainty that Tinubu, the last president, Buhari, tried to do something like this because of the record of oil lifting from Nigeria, because we were practically getting half of the value of the actual things that were going out. And Buhari got a report of this. And I say, the only person, I've said it here before, the only person that can tell me that Buhari's sickness was just mere sickness is him himself. Otherwise, I would believe that there was an attempt on his life. So, like you said, God will help us to protect Tinubu. But there is an adage, I'm sure a lot of people say it, but they used to say it in the Igbo land too, that the money tells the day. If from the few things we have seen in this past like 10 or 11 days of Tinubu presidency is the trajectory that is likely to go, then I think there is hope for the future. So for Emefiele, good. If he is found one thing and there is enough evidence to nail him, absolutely. We don't need to start taking it one after the other. We all know very well that there is an adage in Yoruba. Sorry, I don't know how. Adalego will help me to translate it. That that was precisely what Buhari did by retaining Emefiele. Emefiele did everything from within to sabotage the government. We said it, we know it. We don't know why Buhari did that. Buhari retained more than 50% of PDP's appointees in very critical areas. Nobody does that. No sane politician will do that. So if they have if they don't have anything against it, let's just look for how to move forward and cover for the lost ground. But if there is something to serve as a deterrent to other would-be sabotage of the effort of the government, I think it's a step in the right direction. So good thing. I know that he was suspended, but I've not confirmed from any. I've been on the road all day. I've not been able to confirm from any official handle that he's been arrested, but I confirmed from a very official source that yes, he has been suspended.
It's been widely reported, so I don't think there will be. I think almost every platform is reporting.
So I've not looked at any. I've not looked at any since I heard about his something. I've not been able to look at any other news. I've been battling to stay on this level, because of the movement. I would drop off. I would try and come back again. Sometimes the network will cut me off. I would try and come back again. I'm sure you would have been noticing that from the background. So I've not been able to. I'm not disputing it. I'm saying I have not. I'm believing what you are reporting 100%, but I have not. Because sometimes when I hear some news, I'll quickly try scan through the other news outlets. I believe I'll send some messages to some people I believe will verify. I mean, some few people within the circle, and they'll say, "Oh yes." So, but I've not done that. So if it is, it's a good thing. At least let's see something that will serve as deterrent, so that all of us will not be regarded and treated as criminals anywhere we go. And because of the place he is, it's caused a lot of people pain and agony. Even his audacity to want to throw his hat in the wind to contest as a sitting vice president, which I saw as a weakness of the President Buhari, one of his lowest. And I documented it. I scored him low. He dropped the ball massively. If the CBN governor is contesting for the presidency, he should resign. you allow him. The man was using resources. I mean, that was an anomaly. And so for me, it's a good step in the right direction.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant, well put. So Dorothy, you're up next. So Emefiele's arrest, suspension, then subsequent arrest. How do you react to that?
Well, it's normal thing for the new government to do. Of course, they are going to. I want to believe they will do some book checking. So when they do some book checking, of course, they will definitely must have gotten some informations according to the handover notes and some of the issues on political grounds that he had with Emefiele. So it's not coming as we have already discussed it on this platform several times that there is need for him to at least to tell the court what he had in Torilobet to Figaro. That is what he thought, why he started that dubious policy. That policy has killed a lot of Nigerians. I'm telling you. I speak with people and people have not recovered. Coupled with this subsidy that is coming up again, many people's businesses have gone down the drain. And don't forget that Hassan was here, from Adiguri, and he spoke about how they used money. Money did not really flow into this past government. I mean, in terms of getting revenue, right, our revenue base, right? But most of the money that came in form of loan, in form of grants, in dollars, were domiciled within the CBN, and many of them went under, a whole lot of sleeves, different pockets, putting money into people's pockets without any recourse and making big money. And we also saw how it widened the poverty gap, the gap between the rich and the poor. So many of the things that happened under Buhari, that some people are reporting Buhari to the come, this is happening. It was actually based on the actions and the inactions of Emefiele, and he needs to be brought to book. I mean, one way or the at least to make a statement and probably extract some few money. Just like you said, extract some few money from him. This guy cost Nigerians. Look at what happened. You don't think a policy halfway. You started something, you didn't even get to, if you were to put it on percentage, the amount of money that is needed to
You're breaking up, Dorothy. Do we still have you?
To push that, it was a disaster from the beginning, to the end, and it was also targeted at somebody. So when I saw some people coming back to try to defend him, that it's one of those charades, also is the initial grad that we see from the new government when they come on board. But the fact is that some people were ailing him that time. But they also know what happened that time. A lot of businesses full. And you can see what you will begin by the next quarter. By the time next quarter result will come out, I mean, statistics will come out from the MBS. We are going to see. But in the long term, we will begin to see the deliverables according to the policies that have been churned by the administration. If you can continue in this trajectory. So it's a good thing. It will show that nobody can just do things.
You're breaking heavily, Dorothy. Have we lost you? Hello, can anyone still hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think we've lost Dorothy. So Dorothy, you dropped out. All right. Thank you, Dorothy. So thank you, Dorothy. Let's come from you, Simba. It's because I was struggling to hear you. Maybe move to a better position, and then I'll come back to you. Let's go on to Simba, who I'm sure has a better connection.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, round off your thoughts, and then we go on to Simba. Dorothy. All right, let's go on to Simba. So Simba, are you there? Hello, Simba. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, woman.
Oh, yeah, Simba, I came to you. So Simba, let me bring you in from this angle. How Nigerians reacted to Emefiele's suspension. So now, you remember when it wasn't Goodluck Jonathan suspended Lamido Sanusi, then there was a lot of legal wranglings on his ability to do that. It says mixed reactions have trailed the suspension of the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Emefiele by President Bola Tinubu on Friday. Correspondents report that the Director of Information, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassey, disclosed in a statement Friday night that the suspension of the CBN governor was based on an ongoing investigation as well as planned reforms in the financial sector. Fola Shodun Adebisi Shonibi, Deputy Governor Operations, was look at that move. They moved because I think they inserted some Fulani woman just late in, but they've given it to a Yoruba woman. Fola Shodun Adebisi Shonubi, Deputy Governor, Operations Directorate, will serve as acting governor in the meantime. Net correspondents on Twitter had different views on the suspension. While some applauded the development, others called for caution. A tweet by Effiong said, since the president does not have the constitutional backing to remove the CBN governor, and the CBN Act does not also envisage a situation like this one, then Emefiele should not have been suspended. Godwin Emefiele corrupted the CBN and made nonsense of our exchange rates and forex markets. The fiscal and monetary policy of CBN under him did not help the country. However, Mr. Tinubu cannot remove him by virtue of Section 11 of the CBN Act without recourse to the Senate. I am aware of subsisting judgment of the Federal High Court in Sanusi's case, where it was held that while the president cannot remove the CBN governor unilaterally, he can exercise disciplinary control over him, which includes suspension. That judgment is the law on this issue. My view is that since the CBN Act does not envisage the suspension of the governor by the president, and given the need for institutional independence of the CBN, which cannot be guaranteed without security of tenure of the governor, the president should not be able to suspend. So that was an argument that subsisted under the Sanusi space. Effiong's view was also re-echoed by another tweet. This is Chidi Okereke, who said the president should have followed the constitution in suspending Emefiele. I detest Emefiele, but if he has to be removed, it should be done constitutionally. 2/3 Senate ratifying the decision, and this shouldn't even be hard to get because everybody hates the guy. So why suspend? Unconstitutionally too. Anyway, lessons. So this is what Okereke has to say. In a different view, Tochukwu praised Emefiele's suspension, saying his sins are too many. He says, no stories, Emefiele is gone for good. Also, his sins are too many. One, under his watch, his primary KPI, price stability, crumbled. Inflation went from 9% to 22%. 2, Naira went from 190 to 750 to the dollar. Number 3, he broke the law by printing 22 trillion illegally. Recall that before his suspension, a federal high court in Abuja on Tuesday summoned Emefiele over a $53 million judgment debt arising from the Paris Club refund. The presiding judge, Ayangekwo, mandated that the court will not hear Emefiele's motion for stay until he appears before it. Emefiele was initially invited to appear before it in January to explain his refusal to obey a valid order to pay for the payment of a 17 million debt. The CBN governor allegedly only released $17 million leaving 53 million unpaid. So a lot of back and forth. But where are you stood then, Emefiele versus the Nigerian people?
Yeah, good morning, woman. Good morning, everybody. Good morning,
Good
our
morning.
viewers all over the world. Let me start by this one, man. You know, I want to start by saying, because this is the repercussion of Tinubu's decision in sacking Emefiele. We all know that this is coming. Even before Tinubu swearing in, we have been even clamoring for his suspension. But I don't know why Buhari still retained this guy. I don't, you know, what is going to happen in Nigerian space now that people will be viewing it from ethnic mirror, or you say it's been chanting him, whatever. But if you look at the totality of this decision, I still believe that it's the best decision that Tinubu has to take for his administration to move forward. But to me, I don't blame Emefiele. I blame Buhari redundancy, his docility, and his lack of economic knowledge for all the atrocity that this guy has committed. This guy has caused us a lot in that country. The guy has wrecked our economy, and he has cost us billions of dollars. And this guy has to go. He has to go. I don't mind even all these things that they are saying is not constitutional, whatever. If the decision has been taken, then the government will face the consequence. We have the Tinubu is in power now, but the only fear I have is all this critical decision that Tinubu is taking now. There is stepping on the so-called cabals that are eating up that country, and the repercussion, the backlash is my fear. Each time we have a president that seems to be working for our country, then we used to get a backlash. Look at what happened to Yar'Adua during his own tenure. He came in like this, and he was churning out policies that were helping our economy, and we know the end of the story. So my fear for Tinubu is his life, because I think this guy is ready to take a lot of bold steps. He is ready to step on toes. But I just pray that God will make him to survive this situation. You know, in Buhari's administration, Buhari does not understand anything. And most of the decision taken by that, even the people that surrounded Buhari, that are supposed to be.
Buhari just wanted to be called Mr. President. That was all. That
Exactly.
was all of it for Buhari. He just wanted to be called Mr. President.
So the guys that surrounded Buhari also, they are not interested in his administration, performance. So what they are doing is that they will all of them, they will go to Emefiele. They will just ask him, "Oga, where's our own share?" So they are just, all of them, they are just taking money from him. In fact, he's the de facto president of Nigeria, and we're just sharing the money, just churning out policies that are not helping the masses, and we can all see the consequence. This guy has to go, woman. He has to go, and for Tinubu to move forward, for him to be able to implement most of the policy that he has already started, Emefiele cannot be in charge. He cannot be in charge. So I think is the best decision. Whatever anybody want to say, whether it follows constitutional or no, who is talking about constitution when you have this guy is more than a war. The guy has waged war against the country, and you have a war. You are talking about constitution. He has to go. Whatever they want to take it, he has to go, and he has to face the music. He has to face. If they have a serious case against him, he must be charged and possibly jailed. But the only thing is that our political space, some people might want to be using it and be using campaign against the president. Looking at the way we put everything in ethnic mirror, and so but there's no.
How can you put this in an ethnic mirror? Because Emefiele is from Delta, so it's from the south. So there's no ethnic chasm there. He's just an average Nigerian.
I think it's from the so-called the Delta side.
Yes, Delta
So that Delta Igbo. So that is why I'm saying this. But if you look at the totality, any sinner person will know that this guy has committed a crime against a country called Nigeria, and he has to be arrested and prosecuted. I think that's what I want to say.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Always excellently put by Simba. So Simba, stay there because I want you to push back against Kulata, that Kpmg space. But before you push back against him, let me take this topic round so that every voice is documented. Let's hear from Ola, who I think has interesting thoughts on this. So the suspension and then subsequent arrest of Emefiele, Ola, I think the whole of Nigeria will cheer at this news. And that guy suffered us a lot, but he left the biggest suffering to the last minute. The Naira swap. We don't even know where that narrative is now. We don't even know what currency we're spending in the country. I'm even saying as high as treason what that guy committed against the country. But the arrest of Emefiele, suspension and subsequent arrest. What's your take on that, Ola?
Yeah, I think Tinubu has done the right thing, in my opinion. And for people exercising fear, maybe they are afraid of Tinubu's life. I think they don't have anything to be afraid of, because if you know a typical auditor in any big firm, their life is always at risk. And some of them over time they've managed how to play the game. So, except if Tinubu is now weak to the point that maybe he's not as intelligent as we think, that is when I can start be getting afraid. But to me, there's nothing to fear about. Sometimes too, some people are there that they don't even care. That all they want to do is that they want to make name. They want to put their footprint. So it's not about being afraid for someone's life. So on Emefiele, from day one, we've always known his activities. This is the person that single-handedly, without by violating the Public Procurement Act, started asking for the influential people in Nigeria so that he started employing the children. So in order for him to enthrone himself in power. So that guy has rubbished that institution. So and not only that, the guy has rubbished this institution, what he did to Nigerians on the average, just because of politics, he was very uncalled for. I've seen people compare what he did to what they did in India, and if people have actually gone through the economic history, they will know that it was not good for India at the when you look at the overall of that event that happened in India. So to me, I see this guy as someone that has committed treason against the country, economic sabotage, and without any recourse to what is going to happen to average Nigerians. Now, on the suspension, as I heard those legal jargons and all those things that people, it is good if anybody thinks, or if Emefiele thinks, or if some people in the CBN think that Tinubu has acted wrongly, let them approach the court. Because
hold on, Ola. Because when Goodluck Jonathan then suspended Lamido Sanusi as the CBN governor, Lamido Sanusi said he wasn't going to leave because the constitution does not allow it. And when they took it to court, it was established that the president cannot unilaterally suspend or remove. It was really remove the CBN governor. But he has to have a 2/3 agreement with the parliament before he's able to do that. So as popular as the decision to suspend Emefiele is it consistent with the constitution? Because if he's acting outside of the constitution and we allow it because it's a popular decision, does that not then open the window for him to act unconstitutionally?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The court will have to decide that, because I've not really, there's something that may be missing in that in that CBN Act, because I don't know if the board can just take a decision to recommend the CBN governor for suspension. But as of now, the type of confidence I have in Tinubu, I don't think he's so stupid that he will not know how to go by it. So there's tendency that he might have secretly secured the cooperation of the National Assembly, or maybe he has his own loopholes to do that. But I just want to say something. Yeah, suspension may look like removal, but to me, in the actual sense of my understanding, suspension is not the same thing as removal. So just suspension from duty, I don't know how he managed it, but I know it's not a removal. So that's one of those things that we have to test in the court if it is. But nevertheless, at least the immunity of that guy, the immunity Tinubu has that is placed now, he allows for him to get away with some things, at least temporarily, even though it may not lose good at the end of the day if he has actually violated the constitution, which personally I don't want him to. But if they can find some kind of political solution that will not be totally against the constitution, then I'm fine, because I think this guy, I really need to be disciplined, because he can't continue that. Because if we say we just allow this guy to continue, just because some people are afraid to take decision, I think that guy can crash that country suddenly. So because how those people around Buhari did see the danger to me is beyond me. So to me, until someone will be able to establish it that Tinubu has acted illegally, I think I support the suspension totally and absolutely. So that's my position on that.
All right, thank you, Ola. It was a struggle to hear you. There was a lot of we know you're outside, so we could hear that. But hopefully he's indoors and ready. Thomas, you're up next. So Thomas, the suspension of what has been popularly termed within the Nigerian space, Emefiele. Thomas, are you there?
I'm here. Good evening, man. Good evening, everyone. I think Tinubu is ready to work. That is what I think. For him to sweep into action, I've heard so many people saying, "Why not the second day, the third day?" Come on now. What he has done? He has shown all that he has the testicular fortitude to raise eyebrow on the cabals. So I can say Emefiele is one of the cabals, if I'm not mistaken. So for him to do that, he has sent some signal to some people's camp to know that this guy is not here to play. He is here to work. The bold step he has made in the past is the subsidy, which he has to go. If it's not going, we are prolonging the evil days. Then this news that broke this evening about Emefiele suspension and arrest too. So it's a good direction, one man. I don't think we can say more than that. Even though I would not like to praise Tinubu at any time, because I don't want him as the president, but it is what it is. That's what we have now. You just have to, yeah. You want to say something?
I was going to say, are you off the back of this expecting as early as next week a series of suspensions and or resignations? Because there's a tripartite around that corruption loop within the Nigerian space. So Emefiele, he handles the money, Mele Kyari, he handles the product, and Abubakar Malami, he covers the legal angle. So are you expecting then a series of suspensions, even over the course of this weekend, but certainly by early next week? Mele Kyari, the next to go, would you say?
Woman, it's not even suspension. people will be compelled even to resign from their post. Hey, Wama, do you know what takes for Tinubu to to suspend this guy? It's not it's a big move. And for him to do that, I can say Emefiele is among the APC, isn't it? We can say that, even though it's not a political appointment, but we can say he's among the APC cabals. So for him to do that, he has shown us the testicular, he has the balls. He has the balls. Woman, I was so surprised. I don't expect that. I've been thinking you always say, oh, Emefiele. I think Emefiele is untouchable. Even when Buhari leave office, he's still going to be untouchable. Ajali Koko always say that nothing will happen to Emefiele. This is a big move. But I don't. Woman, what's still going to be the charges? Because to me, I don't see what they are going to charge him for. He can say he's working for the good of the country, even though we know he's working against Tinubu. What do you think, woman? What can be the charges?
You know, that's where the difficulty is, and it's really to some of the things that Kolata has been saying over the course of our Emefiele conversations over several sessions, that you cannot arrest him for bad decisions, because as he can get things right, he can also get things wrong. So they have to be able to establish that he acted criminally in order for them to be able to arrest him. So if you say the Naira swap, he will give you a series of data that justifies that. And then if he ends up as the wrong decision, he ends up at the wrong decisions. So all of this anchor borrower, whatever, all of this just ruinacious things that he has done, is still able to justify them somewhat in the figures. But if they are able to establish, which I am hopeful that they are able to do, that he acted criminally to sabotage the currency and the economy, then they can nail him on that. But certainly, I hope they have sufficient enough, because he just did too much, the guy.
One man, for me, there's nothing he has done as criminal that cannot be bailable. It's only if Tinubu wants to use the veto power, which I wouldn't like that. For me, there's nothing to hold this guy unless they have some things he has acted in a criminal way. Maybe he has embezzled some money. Maybe he has collided with the cabals in the previous administration of Buhari. They should have something tangible to hold in. But making decision, one man, we know we need to change the money, isn't it? The money is ripe for changing, one man. So he can add under that. Why not? But it doesn't go well. We know that they are targeting Tinubu. Everybody knew that. But he can still hide under that. We have to do what we want to do. It doesn't matter because of election.
Do you think this is revenge? Do you think this is revenge on the Tinubu's part? Is this a revenge move?
Yeah, it's a revenge move to me. Yeah, which I love it. Mama, do you know what Emefiele cost Nigeria? With this stupid swiping of money, it's wherever. Do you know how many people died? Do you know how many people suffer? My parents suffer the consequence. My parents begging for money, taking food in credit. When the money is wallowing in the bank, they can't get the money. Can you imagine that? So Emefiele has done. He has. I don't know what else I can quantify. Is the crime of this bald-headed man like me. It's uncalled for, one man. Is uncalled for. What is the emergency of changing the money? What is it? 3 months to the election. Do you know what cost Nigeria? Do you know how many billions of naira that cost Nigeria? So now Even the new notes is not in circulation anymore, one man. I'm telling you, if you don't know that.
Is it not? Oh, God. That guy,
It is
man.
not, no. One man, if you don't know this, call your people in Nigeria. The new note is not in circulation anymore. Ask people. So what is the, I'm just mad, one man. I'm mad against this man, man. The new note is not in circulation anymore. So what is the changing of money for? We spend money, we waste money to print the new notes. These guys I think these guys should be locked forever. But I'm saying I don't think there's nothing they can hold it from. He can say he made the decision, it's a good decision, but it may go in the wrong direction because of don't want Tinubu to become president. And what finally went on? I think God has ordained the man to be president because what the guy passed through, I don't think anybody can pass through that and still become victorious at the end of the day. Even though, yeah, I'm still reporting the T1 man. Tinubu is not my person, but the guy, he went through hell for him to come out beautiful. But Emefiele has cost Nigeria a big mess, man. Many people die because they can't get the money from the bank to take care of their family. Mama, I said to you, my mommy taking for 3 months, 2 months, taking food in credit. When I send money to them, the money is there. I'm not proud. The kids can still take care of the mother. Woman, Emefiele is unfortunate, woman. He's unfortunate man, woman. I'm happy they should hold him. They can even commemorate anything they can put in his bosom, not to let him go. He has to pay for this, woman. He has to pay for this.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko, who I suspect may be driving. So we see if the connection is good enough for us to get his thoughts. So, Ajanle Koko, you're up next. The Emefiele space, your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Bishop is still here.
Bishop is here.
Okay. Bishop, you are welcome. We miss you for some few days. I was gonna call one man to call you to know what is going on. Why we couldn't see you for the past 3 days. So, but welcome back. That's good. One man, you see, what really happened? So he's stepping down, and I heard you guys talking about his detention, or did he order for his detention, or I don't, you know.
What they are telling us is that it's on the screen. It says DSS arrest Godwin Emefiele. It says the battle for freedom has begun for the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. He was arrested by DSS on Friday. The arrest was reported shortly after President Bola Tinubu suspended Emefiele. According to the president, Emefiele was suspended due to the ongoing investigation of his office and the planned reforms in the financial sector of the economy. Prior to Emefiele's suspension, the DSS on December the 7th, 2022, in an ex parte application with reference number XYZ, sought an order to arrest the CBN governor. The security agency accused Emefiele of financial terrorism, fraudulent activities, and economic crimes of national security dimension. The judge of the Federal High Court, Justice Atoso, however, refused to grant the application to the DSS. The court said such an application should have been accompanied with the presidential approval because of the grave implications for the Nigerian economy if the CBN governor is arrested and detained. So they've been after him for a while. So as soon as Tinubu as soon as Tinubu suspended him, they threw Mamu Gari on his hands, handcuffs.
Well, they said they have ongoing investigation on him. The investigation is yet to be concluded. On what basis are they arresting him?
Is a suspect. So they arrest suspects, don't they?
I think what is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
And it's a flight risk as well.
Well, I think if they are carrying out investigation on him that has to do with maybe terrorism as they claim or whatever charges or whatever they accuse him of, I think the best thing to do is to invite him to their office, let them know that there's investigation that is going on him, and they should seize his passport. They don't have to detain him. Under democracy, people should be taken through trial on any matter that has to do with
Baba Ajale Koko, he was arrested for questioning.
I think that is wrong. They should arrest him. They should invite him. I mean, what is this sensational nonsense it's all about?
Can I come in?
He should be invited.
There is nobody that cannot be arrested. Don't let us go that way. There is absolutely nobody except the president that has immunity. If there is enough reason and suspicion for anybody to be arrested, don't let us go that route. Anybody can be arrested.
Well, I'm glad that the report stated clearly that they went to court. The court denied their request, and that's to tell you that the move of DSS is illegal. It's illegal. Look, in democracy, we have the right as citizens to be treated as citizens with due respect to the law. When you have agency of government that disrespect the law, that is where illegality sets in. I am not for Emefiele, but the due process of the law must be taken on him on whatsoever investigation that is being carried out on him. You see, the fact that he occupied the office, while he occupied the office of the central bank, it doesn't mean he doesn't have immunity. It doesn't mean that if he has done anything wrong, they cannot take him to court. If he doesn't have immunity, why immediately after the president took him out, then they went after him and arrested him and doing this, carrying out illegality against him? It's against the law.
Why did you say it's illegality? What's illegal about his arrest?
It is illegal to arrest him.
What is illegal about it?
It is illegal. What has he done?
They have charges. If they have charges, no, wait. You don't even know
Have they taken as the court? Have they taken order from the court or from the presidency?
But you don't know. You are assuming they've not.
I even don't understand. Do they need to take order from the presidency to arrest any individual that has or that's deemed to have flouted the law? Do they need to take order from presidency?
wait.
Talking about.
Ajale Koko, do you know for a fact that the court has not granted his arrest? Do you know for a fact?
That's even a
or you're
part.
just
That's even a
assuming?
part. That's even a part. So if they want to arrest me now for flouting me, they will need to go and take permission from the president.
They said it's under investigation.
Yeah, to aid them in their investigation.
So maybe they didn't arrest him. Maybe they invited him for questioning.
Okay, what the article did not say he was invited for questioning. It said he was arrested.
Ajale Koko, are you saying the authorities cannot arrest a suspect without a court order?
DSS, if they are carrying out investigation on anybody, they should be able to take order from the court before
that is not true. That is not correct. No. That is not.
Wait,
If they have enough reason,
there must be warrant of
listen.
There
It's
must
not
be
in all
warrant of
cases.
arrest.
No.
Like to
It's not in. Wait, Ajale Koko, don't turn the law on its head. If the arresting officer has enough reason, it is at his discretion. It's like you are entering into a country, you have a valid visa from Nigeria. If the immigration officer at the border has enough reason to know he has the right, the power of the state to deny you entry into the United States of America, he does not need to go and make the consular or the Secretary of State or the Department of Homeland that this person. At that same point, he has the power. So if an arresting officer is convinced that you are breaking the law or you are about to break the law, he has the vested power of the state. Don't let's go this route. It's just going to be a messy argument. I mean,
a quick interjection. I would say, listen, see, because we have what we call a common law in Nigeria, also just like they do in England and America. Say the court use its discretion, okay, to get approval from the president because the CBN governor is an important position in the country. Okay, so they use that discretion, and that's why they didn't grant the DSS their ex parte requirement to arrest him right there. Not because they couldn't arrest him. Emefiele is not above the law. They could have arrested him, but it was at the discretion of the courts. That's why they didn't do that right away.
Well, before somebody could be arrested, there must be warrant of arrest.
No, I don't agree.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Which warrant will a cop give you if they arrest you for drunk driving? What warrant do you get?
No.
That's not true.
You guys are flip-flopping here. You are talking.
What flip-flopping? You said there must be warrant of arrest, and I said that's not true.
Bishop was talking of immigration issue. What are you guys talking about? We are talking.
No. Let me. I gotta go.
If you are suspected of a crime, they can arrest you.
Look, when you see an agency of government acting in an illegal manner, you
can't say that. Can you put that? You have no basis. You have zero basis for saying what you're saying, and you are now trying to propagate it like it's the truth. You have no basis to say that at all.
Moreover, Ajale Koko, this is a matter of national security. You should know. I take national security this time around.
That is why,
especially when it involves DSS.
Bishop,
Ajale Koko, do you know DSS only?
That is the reason why the court must come in. That is the reason why, there must be approval for his arrest. The DSS cannot just go after anybody in that
yes.
On the basis of what? So,
let me tell you what DSS. You know what DSS stands for?
The
Department of State
DSS cannot
Security.
arrest anybody just anyhow without taking authority from the court.
Ajale Koko,
They can't take authority from the court. And that is what the court said them, that you don't get authority from the president. What is it? They rejected it.
But who told you that DSS got authority from the president? What are you talking about, Ajale Koko? You are just making assumptions.
What is the article saying? What did the article say? I mean, what am I
Which article? Did the article say Tinubu said go and arrest him?
Ajale Koko, that was under Buhari. What of it? Tinubu said, okay, I approve of it. Please
Oh,
go ahead. What about that?
It just happened today. What are you guys telling me? This article is
So Ajani
from
Gogo, you
what
don't think
happened
what this
today.
guy did, what this guy did, doesn't warrant? Is I mean,
I mean,
this
one
guy,
man is here. One man just
people
read
are
this article.
celebrating. People in Nigeria
What are
right
you
now are
guys talking
celebrating his
about?
arrest, and I have people telling me what this guy make them go through. Like this lady I was just talking to on the phone was telling me that she literally cried during that period. Like he won't thought about suicide. Like what this guy put people through, man. People are celebrating right now that they had arrested him. Like.
No, all right.
Sorry, I had a phone call. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Carry on. I think Ajan Lekoko may be stuck in something. Are you back, Ajan Lekoko? Yeah.
One man. Maybe I wasn't hearing you well when you are reading that article. You said they went to court to get approval for his arrest.
No, that was sorry, Ajan Lekoko. That was it still applies, but that was under a different space. That was when they were trying to effect their yeah, you are right actually. Yes. When the DSS originally wanted to arrest him for the for under the Buhari administration, yes, they actually, let me just read it again. It's a quick read, so let me speed through it. It says, the battle for freedom has begun for the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele. He was arrested by DSS on Friday. The arrest was reported shortly after President Tinubu suspended Emefiele. According to the president, Emefiele was suspended due to the ongoing investigation of his office and the planned reforms in the financial sector. Prior to Emefiele's suspension, the DSS on December the 7th, 2022, in an ex parte application with reference number XYZ, sought an order to arrest the CBN governor. The secret agency accused Emefiele of financial terrorism, fraudulent activities, and economic crimes of national security dimension. The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice J.T. Soho, however, refused to grant the application of the DSS. The court said such an application should have been accompanied with the presidential approval because of the grave implications for the Nigerian economy if the CBN governor is arrested and detained. So yes, that was when they wanted to arrest him last year. So that was what the court said.
All right. So they wanted to arrest him last year, December. They couldn't get that consent of the court because the president did not approve that. So what happened now? As the president approved his arrest, we want to know.
We want
to know the fact that the president stepped him down. We don't know whether he approved his arrest.
Adan Lekoko, hold on. Let me say this. The reasons why they are saying that he could not have been arrested is because his position was of grave. The arrest is of grave implication to the economy if he was arrested, because he was the CBN governor. But the moment he's suspended, he ceases then to occupy that space, and somebody has been put in place to substitute for him. So, to all intents and purposes, he's now a private citizen.
Pretty much,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that he's a private citizen, so that is the reason why that justifies his arrest. Okay, I think that is fine. But how we like an investigation, I would like forensic audit to be carried out on central bank. DSS cannot do it. DSS cannot do that. The president to constitute a forensic audit team forensic audit, rather, it should approve a forensic audit of central bank so that we can know what has transpired in that office for the past 8 years or even more than 8 years. How long it's spent here. So it should be audited so that we can know how much damages that this guy has done on that country, financial well-being, how he mismanaged our what do you call our monetary how he mismanaged the monetary management of our economy. So all this, we want to see it. So I expected Tinubu, as the order for his removal, to launch immediately a forensic team to audit this guy. So,
Ajani Koko, can we say Tinubu call for his arrest, or DSS cannot arrest him without Tinubu consent? What do you think? Thank you.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what actually happened. But DSS, just like one man I've just explained now, that when he was there at the central bank, where because of the implication of his arrest on the economy, the court did not give approval then, for the reason that the president did not approve it. But now, as a private citizen, maybe that is why the DSS, swung into action and arrested him immediately. So, but I think he's a man that is well known. He's a man that can stand as a surety for himself. I don't think that he should be detained at the moment. I think all his travel documents should be taken from him while the investigation is going on. And
But Ajani Koko, why do you assume the reason they are arresting him? You don't know that there's linked to him to IPOB. That's a security issue. So you're just assuming.
I don't want to believe,
you don't know why.
I don't want to believe that nonsense that he engaged in terrorism. That is absolute nonsense.
Why would you say that? How do you qualify that? You don't know.
Not true.
Ajani Koko, what that man did was financial terrorism.
That
was terrorism.
And you guys gonna see this guy.
Just because you didn't experience it, that's why you're talking like this. If you were there during the suffering, you won't be talking like this. I know for a fact.
Hold on now. Hold on. They said for reason of his involvement in terrorist activity or terrorist act or something like that. I don't want to believe that. So financial misappropriation or anything like that, yeah, we can have. But when they are attaching terrorism, that is the way your security services, anytime anybody that they want to take down or rubbish or anybody that is not in their good book anymore, they will crook up anything against that person. In order, they did that against Yowore too. That Yowore was involved.
I knew that was where you were going. Ajani Koko, all along. I knew that was the underpinning of your thoughts. Yeah.
They did it against in financing terrorists and all the rest. So these people have no credibility in the first place. So and one man, citizens deserve to be treated right under the law, no matter what. Whether they violated the law, they should take them through the due process. That is how we can have a country that respect the law, that supremacy of the law is in place. So I'm not against the taking out of Emefiele, but I don't want him to be maltreated. I would like him to be taken through the due process of the law, and
he maltreated Nigerians. Did he not maltreat Nigerians?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that yes, such treatment should be visited on him. We have law. We have law. A country of law must operate by law. So they have to investigate him. They have to establish all their facts against him, how he mismanaged the monetary policy, how he violated the Central Bank Act, how he violated that Ways and Means, how do you call it? How he mismanaged the Ways and Means with the federal government. So all these things have to be investigated. And doing that, they'll be able to establish all their facts as to how he mismanaged his office, how he corrupted.
I don't know. I would like to defend big man in Nigeria. If there was one ordinary Nigerian that does something crazy now, no one will say they have to do this, they have to go through this and that and that. They will say, hey, pick him up, grant. But when it comes to big man, we Nigerian ourselves will be the first to start defending, saying, what that man did is very obvious. It's so obvious. There's no need. The first thing you should do is arrest him before, or even put him in jail before anything else. Because what he did is obvious. He created complete financial disaster for millions of people. Like people burn down places, they burn down banks, they burn down buildings. A lot of destructions happen because of his action. And you're telling us we have to go and treat him like some kind of king. We have to go all these things. No, he should be arrested first. Who's going to pay for all the destruction he created? What was justifiable reason for what he did? I mean, it's obvious. If it was one poor Nigerian man, ordinary Nigerian man that created disaster, nobody will be saying, let's go and do this. They will say, arrest him first. I don't know why we like to defend big man in Nigeria. I don't know why.
I'm not defending him. All I'm just saying is that every action that will be visited on him should be within the ambit of the law. That's what I'm saying. We are in a democracy. We have to operate and run the country, by the rule of law. That is what I'm saying. Because if Emefiele is treated today, or people in power, Tinubu and co, if they carry out winch hunt against him today, somebody will do that against Tinubu tomorrow when he leaves office. We can't run
that's
a
fine.
country like
Tinubu does something crazy like that.
Ajale Koko, are you aware that they've been investigating Emefiele for over a year? And there's been many times that the House of Rep have called him to even try and arrest him in the chambers, that he doesn't show up when Buhari was there, was protected. You're acting like all this rule of law stuff that you like to talk about has not been done. They've been done. So you need to acknowledge what's been done. You are acting on the premise that it was the banana republic. Tinubu said, "Oh, I suspend you," then they go and arrest you. Are you not aware of what's been going on? That it was out of the country, dodging. They've been doing investigation all this while, so you don't even have complete information.
Kulata, remember when he went to the United States with the Buhari entourage? And then he wasn't able to come back because the DSS were determined to arrest him as soon as he...
Yes!
And the Buhari had to go and cleanse the path for him to make his way back. So this guy has been on the wanted list for a long time.
Okay, one man, my position is this. I'm not saying that Emefiele cannot be arrested, but every treatment on him should be within the confinement of the law. That is what...
But no one is disagreeing with you on that. I don't know why we're stressing it. We all agree that.
Hold on, man. Witch hunt should not be carried out against him. Because we know what he did against Tinubu. So Tinubu should not visit him with witch hunt. That's what I'm saying. A country cannot be run like that. The due process of the law must be maintained and must be effected. So that is what I'm saying. And his office should be investigated, and all government agencies that are connected with him should be investigated as well. It is not Emefiele alone that is held with role. Other held, plenty. Even President Buhari bankrupted that country. He was the manager. He was the manager of the oil sector. How is that space managed? Look, Emefiele stepped on toes with that policy he carried out, that barbaric policy he carried out. He carried out that policy not alone by himself, but with a collusion with some others, including Buhari himself. So it's not Emefiele alone that must be punished in that country. But that is the reason why I'm saying his office must be investigated. A lot of corruption that he perpetrated while in office should be unraveled, and on the basis of that, this guy.
Ajanle Koko, you see, the key to unraveling the corruption that took place under Buhari administration is Emefiele. So they need to have him. They need to capture him and hold him at their station. Yeah.
You see what Nigerians like to do? Whenever somebody does something and they're trying to go after that person, we begin to do what aboutism. And this person too, that person too, and this one too. Let's focus on that one person. The topic here is about Emefiele being arrested. We know there are millions of Nigerians that are also criminals. But let's focus on the man right here, this one right here. Let's not, because that's how they escape all these things. Because when we begin to do what aboutism, and then we start to focus on other people too that are, doing something wrong. And then next thing you know, the guy will go, he will sneak away, he will sneak out of that situation because that's diversion. Let's focus on Emefiele. This man,
What beats me is Ajanle Koko was talking about Tinubu. When DSS was looking for him last year, was Tinubu the president? Was Tinubu in the government? Isn't this the same case? If DSS is after him, DSS has been after him for like a year. So why are you saying no? This is jungle justice and all? Like, we shouldn't ignore those facts, and we shouldn't just try to. Just because we want to make a point and just start feigning righteousness, fair trial, and all that stuff. When they've been after this man for way before Tinubu got into office, why are we making it like it's a government that's a week old that is trying to witch hunt him?
All right, Ajanle Koko, wrap up that space, and then unless anybody else wants to make commentaries about Emefiele, we go on to another topic. There's this topic on the screen that I'm keen to get into, but back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Okay, so he's been arrested, and he's been taken down from office. I think it's long overdue. It's we have been calling for this. Buhari refused to take him down. Tinubu finally take him down. Forensic audit team should be constituted to audit our central bank. They should investigate central bank thoroughly, and every corruption that he perpetrated while in office should be unraveled, and if he contravened the law, betrayed the trust of office by, corruptly enrich himself while in office, he should be tried openly for Nigeria to see, and every other persons that are connected with him in government should be arrested as well. All of them should be put to trial public trial that Nigeria can see. And from there, we can start to respect the law, because Emefiele violated the Central Bank Act in such a terrible way that we have never seen in the history of that country. It's just in an effort to retain himself in office, to satisfy a corrupt president and his team. He was just giving them these advances, these ways and means, like giving out water. The law clearly states that you can't borrow the federal government more than 5% of the revenue of the preceding year. Emefiele violated that. He borrowed them more than 1,000%. That was against the law. That is mismanagement of the central bank. That's a violation of the Central Bank Act. So when you have leaders in different positions across the country violating the law of the land, then you can't see we can't have a good government, and we can't have an economy run in the interest of the people. Look, the other day, we were talking of the corruption of this goddamn aviation minister here. A lot of people were praising him that, the airline, the Ethiopian airline, they have the best distance in Africa. He has done the right thing. But what happened? A week after they left office, all the corruption that this guy perpetrated came out. The way he borrowed that flight, they paid that thing, and they returned that flight to Ethiopia and recolor it back to Ethiopian Airlines. Not the embezzlement of funds that guy carried out. Look, one man, it is a right step in the right direction to take this guy out, and investigation should be launched on his period of time in office, and maybe we can go from there to start the process of investigating all those corrupt elements that serve in Buhari. If Tinubu failed to carry out investigation on all these people that destroyed that country, people that serve with Buhari, that means that, man, he just come to enjoy himself there and not to serve the people as well, the way Buhari did. Buhari came to enjoy himself. He used our money as much as he could to save his life, and just to sit down on his chair and be addressed as president and commander-in-chief of armed forces. It was not effective. He was clueless, and he was incompetent. Could you imagine? Fashola said that for once, this guy never called him while in office. So that is the way he operated.
You know, part of the criticisms of Buhari is that it did not administer supervisory oversight of the government in any way. Fashola said they didn't call him, so and that's to say he didn't call any of them. So they will just have their FEC meeting. They will tell him XYZ, and then you say chicken na, and that's it. You know, we had it for 8 years. By the way, God knows the damage. They just shake everything every week. Chicken na, and that's it.
And that's it. Everybody were just looting spree everywhere.
Maybe that should be the title of Buhari's administration, the chicken years of Malam Buhari. Chicken every chicken chicken everything chicken
Yawa. It just a Yawa.
yawa chicken
Just a Yawa. And that's it. Well, oh, that's good. That's good. So, well, Tinubu have done a good thing for taking him out immediately. There are others that he should take down as well. You know, I've been saying this, that all those people that failed, including the service ship, all of them should be taken out. They failed our country. They should not occupy their space anymore. They should be taken. It should bring a new team, new faces, people that are ready to serve that country, and it can take that country on a new direction. That's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So that's the excellent words of Ajanle Koko. So the excellent words of Ajanle Koko. So if everybody is satiated with the Emefiele flogging, I want to go to this space now. That's really one of the reasons I held Kulata in situation. But to this space, President Tinubu signed, they say there is something rotten in the state of Denmark. That is to describe a negative space. But what is the converse thing for something rotten in the state of Denmark? President Tinubu signs Electricity Act 2023, empowers state-private companies to generate power. So, Kulata, there is something taking place in Nigeria, and not to break through that pessimism that is baked into our psyche as Nigerians, but there is something taking place in Nigeria that is showing signs of a sharp pivoting in the right direction and a very quick propulsion towards the space that we always imagine that we occupy in this world that we live in. So a lot of things happening. This Dangote refinery, a real seismic move. And then all of these satellite changes, this rebalancing by Tinubu of the economy and the resources, a real seismic move. So this now headline, Tinubu signs Electricity Act 2023, empower state, private companies to generate power. I think Nigeria may be unrecognizable in as little as 10 years. Kulata, what are you making of this headline then? And how quickly are you expecting someone to move?
I mean, a simple way to put it, as rotten and disgusting as Buhari's administration was, it was a reset for the country. When I mean a reset, there was an amateurish attempt to put Nigeria in the right footing, meaning it's not going to be the Nigeria going forward where, we sell crude oil, we pump 2 million barrels a day, and oil prices is high, and everybody starts balling like there's no tomorrow. They start spending money like there's no tomorrow. So that Nigeria, nobody cared about electricity power generation. Nobody cared about anything. You have your money, you buy your generator, you buy your cheap petrol, you buy your Range Rover, you drive it over the poor, you drive it on bad roads. Who cares? If the roads are too bad, you buy your private jet or your helicopter. So that fake economy in Nigeria is fast slipping because of the reality of a global world transitioning away from fossil fuel, and Nigeria forced to take some concrete, painful, hard decisions. And within that space comes the fact that we've had democracy now ingrained in our DNA since 1999. So naturally, the country is pivoting since PDP ended, has been pivoting into a real economy, number one. And then in Nigeria, that will be able to sustain itself because that feeding bottle is going to end and end pretty soon. So with that comes the deregulation where we're seeing, even though everybody has promised it, it is now happening. And the good news about it is you will know the states that are serious and are capable from the one that are going to be essentially feeding bottle states. So with this taste of deregulation that we're having by moving all this, moving some items from exclusive list to concurrent list, chief amongst them is electricity and rail and prisons. The likes of Lagos, and I read the bill, I think the bill has been finally gazetted and Tinubu signed it. So it does appear there's going to be difficulty in doing it from one state to the other. I think he has to stay within a state. So Lagos will be able to move fast. And I think it's in Lagos' best interest to set up their own grid, get it up and running as fast as possible. And what I'm saying is maybe when I say as fast as possible, we're looking at 2-3 years to start a grid and get the grid functioning 5 to 10 years. So I'm seeing the likes of Lagos having steady electricity in a decade. I see them having reliable electricity, I mean, to the extent that they can. Maybe you start to see some movement, maybe in 5 years, but expect them to be fully stable in a decade. So if Lagos can have that up and running, realistically, other states that may follow to have it up and running, it's going to take years. It's going to take a long, long time. So while this is good, major moves may not happen in 2 decades, but Lagos will be the first to go. They will start.
Kolata, do you see this policy transmuting Sanwo-Olu's second term into a single project at time? Because with this policy now, it has no business doing anything other than electrifying Lagos. And if it's able to do that, which it should be able to do within 4 years, that will be an eternal legacy attached to its name. If I was someone, that's all I would do now. The only thing that I will now be doing is lighting up Lagos.
Well, that is tempting. No, you cannot afford to do that. We still need the fourth mainland bridge. We still need healthcare. We still need reliable healthcare. We still need, there still needs to be, it still needs to do basic stuff that impacts human development and human capacity. So what does UNICEF measure again? The likes of the healthcare, availability to shelter, no, it still needs to do all those things. It still needs to do roads. It still needs to do the mundane stuff. But it's an opportunity to, yeah.
I was going to say, but with steady electricity, wouldn't that drive the private sector and investors to do most of those things? I mean, invest in most of this healthcare facilities.
Not necessarily. Investors may not make a lot of money from primary healthcare. So why would they want to invest in primary healthcare? They're not going to make a ton of money from primary healthcare. It's not, government has a role in some of this stuff. We just can't say investors is not going to do everything. There are some things that are not that attractive to investors that governments will have to step in to do. Education and primary healthcare are chief amongst them.
The thing is, the electricity should not stop him from doing other things.
He still has to do other things. He has to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. So he can't drop everything he's doing. But he sure can have his name written in gold if he starts it up. And if this is deputy becomes the next governor, then you can see that immediate continuity that it's going to be a Sanwo-Olu Hamzat legacy. That's a possibility if Tinubu allows Hamzat to be governor of Lagos State after Sanwo-Olu. That will be the legacy. Because under Hamzat, if Hamzat does 2 terms, yes, it will. They will have built up enough stuff that I think by then Lagos will be feeling it. When I say a decade,
Kolata.
Sir.
Okay, let's see it this way. From my own view, with this electricity bill act that Tinubu passed now, I don't expect any government, whether federal government or state government, to invest in electricity again. I think it should be driven by private sector. And let's look at it this way. Everything that Tinubu is like, this guy has a plan, and everything has been working from day one that he entered this space. Every policy that has turned out, you can see that there is a relationship between everything. With this with the unification of our exchange rates, with the removal of subsidy and all those things, this will encourage. Let me tell you, I think we are undermining. Exactly, we are undermining the capacity.
That's what I came here
Yes, we are also undermining the capacity of some other states. We only focus on Lagos as if only Lagos states can do this thing. Let me tell you, Kulata, there are so many other states. You can talk of Kano states. I'm not from Kwara, but I still in Kwara. Kwara state can also, people can invest, people have money. We will go and look at the internally generated revenue from Kwara state. You see, you will be amazed how much Kwara state is generating even for the federation. So there are so many other states that can key into this. People are ready to pay for electricity. Private investor, Sanwo-Olu does not need to spend any state money to go and invest in electricity. Leave electricity. It can face FPI, it can face all these things.
But wait. While you want investors and all, at the same time, you don't want investors to kill your citizens, your state citizens, with draconian prices. So you still want to regulate to an extent. You still want to have a say. You don't want to run away prices. And
if you look at most of the projects being undertaken by Lagos State, they are PPP projects. Even this 4 million bill that you are talking about,
outside of Lagos, how many states? So I don't mean with the intervention of the federal government. How many states do you know that has been able to attract PPP projects? I know of Kaduna. I know of Kaduna, but which other state?
Kano.
What project in Kano? Just mention one. Project in Kano that's PPP significant.
I might not have the facts now, but I'm very sure of that.
It's probably slim pickings. It's only Kaduna that I know, which is the steel plant that they're building, the $600 million.
But you know, when you talk about electricity, it's just like what is happening in the petroleum sector. When you have modular refinery, it doesn't mean that it should be a gigantic project.
Yeah, but modular refinery is more now. What is it going to do?
You know what I'm saying now? With this liberalization, with this deregulation of electricity sector, you can also have, even within a town, you can have like 1 or 2 companies that we just say, okay, this is where we are taking, and this is where we are. In fact, you can go to maybe any state and say, okay, I want to face the GRA, only GRA of this place. This is where I want to put. These are my target population. You start that like that, and some other people will kill him. So we should not look at it as if.
Simba, see, this way we are looking at it. All states don't need to generate electricity. What you need to do is once investors are there, they will look at the area of coverage. No investor cannot just go to a particular state that is not profitable, knowing that the cost of buying a loan, we are talking of millions of dollars, not thousands of dollars. And there will still be a lot of construction. So the thing is this, a state like Lagos, Ogun, or your state, they may have a basis. And from there, there's nothing that says you cannot extend your products beyond your state. So there will be some kind of strategic.
The law doesn't allow that.
I don't think any law is restricting movement across the state. I don't think so.
No, hold on. Let me bring you it. It says that the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has signed the 2023 Electricity Act, which is a replacement for the Electricity and Power Sector Reform Act of 2005 into law. The newly enacted law will demonopolize Nigerian electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. This new law will empower states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in the country. Recall that the Electricity Act 2023 was initially passed by lawmakers in July 2022 to allow states to issue licenses to private sectors who can operate mini grids and power plants within the state. But the act precludes, so this is where it comes in. The act precludes interstate and intranational electricity distribution. The Nigerian Energy Regulatory Commission would be able to govern the energy industry within Nigeria under the Electricity Act 2023 without prejudice to the state's authority to pass laws, create electricity market, and regulate those markets. The Act specifies, anyway, it goes on and on, but that's really the paragraph I was wanting to land on. The Act precludes interstate and transnational electricity distribution.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. That Southwest plan, that Southwest plan may not pan out with this.
Unless they get a special fiat, you know.
Colata, it doesn't make sense, and I will tell you why it doesn't make sense. You say you are going to issue license for me to generate and distribute electricity within your state. Okay, and another state give me the same license. And I'm tell you that, okay, I'm not going to have backward integration in your state because I have a plan somewhere before. Because you are giving me license to do it within your state now. Now, I want to extend my capacity somewhere to your state. I'm still the same person licensed by the state. This law is just a matter of time. It's going to be amended. If it's causing obstacle, it doesn't make sense. Because I'm Hola.
But as it stands, the law precludes it. As it stands.
I'm just giving you the loopholes. I'm Hola in Lagos, and you are giving Hola the same license in Ogun State. Now, Ogun State government has legislated, and they've given me the license. And okay, I have excess capacity in Lagos. I'm going to extend it to Ogun State. I don't see how this one is going to stop them.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense to you, but the law precludes it. So like you said,
one man. I think I agree with Ola. If you have license in two states that are close to each other, I think it's the license that you need. You can bring your electricity from anywhere and just
what one man read in that law, which I was shocked when I saw it, was you can't do interstate. I mean, sorry, it's interstate. You can't do interstate. So whether you have license or not.
No, I think the way I look at it is that means before you can do that, you must have license in other states. You cannot encroach. The way I look at the law, maybe that means you cannot encroach into another state. If you have license in Lagos, you cannot encroach to Ogun State until when we have license in Ogun State. That's the way I look at
it. Let me give an example. There's a company we call there's a company that generates electricity, Emefiele now. If I send from my province to another province, they have regulation of how they want to distribute, how they want to sell their product there. But meanwhile, I'm sending from my city to them. But they have their own law how to sell the income to generate. So if I'm charging, let's say, 50 cents per kilowatt hour here, they may decide to be charging $1 per kilowatt there. So that's their own license. But when you say distribution, this thing is just, to me, it's just a legal term. Where you are buying supply in bulk from somewhere and you are distributing within your locality. It doesn't mean that you cannot. I don't think they are talking of the physical cable or whatever you are going to lay. It's that product itself they are thinking about. And because if it's all by infrastructure, then whosoever come up with this law, I think the person needs to be flogged because they are not thinking properly. It's like you are importing a product. So if you import a product from Lagos State to Ogun State, you are buying from them in bulk.
No, we understand we understand the fault line, Ola, but the law doesn't allow it. It's just I've highlighted it even, yeah.
I believe you are misrepresenting the law too. That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't make sense.
One man, can you read that paragraph again?
Oh no, I'm going to read the entirety of it so that we get it's not a long read. So I'll speak through it. The Nigerian President Bola Tinubu has signed the 2023 Electricity Act, which is a replacement for the Electricity and Power Sector Reform Act of 2005 into law. The newly enacted law will demonopolize Nigerian electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. This new law will empower states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity in the country. Recall that the Electricity Act 2023 was initially passed by lawmakers in July 2022 to allow states to issue licenses to private investors who can operate mini grids and power plants within the state. So this is now the contentious one, but the act precludes interstate and transnational electricity distribution. The Nigerian Energy Regulatory Commission, NERC, would be able to govern the energy industry within Nigeria under the Electricity Act 2023 without prejudice to the state's authority to pass laws, create electricity markets, and regulate those markets. The act specifies how NERC can delegate regulatory authorities to state regulators once they are constituted. NERC will continue to regulate energy business conducted solely on those states until those states' electricity market regulations are passed. For the time being, Lagos, Edo, and Kaduna states already have power market regulations in place and may begin regulating their markets. However, NERC will regulate in states where such regulations do not exist. NERC will continue to carry out cross-border NERC, so this applies again to that space. NERC will continue to carry out cross-border rules regulating generation and distribution across states. The Act also empowers parliamentarians to carry out oversight tasks and exercise control over the NESC through the Senate and House Committees on Power. This should be done regardless of any government ministry's supervisory authority over government-owned firms or other entities engaged in the Nigerian energy supply industry. So I think they oversight them over the electricity ministry. Electricity generation licenses are required by NERC to meet renewable generation obligations. The Act requires electricity generating firms to either create power from renewable energy sources, purchase power generated from renewable energy, or purchase any instrument representing renewable energy generation. The Electricity Act also mandates the imposition of renewable purchase obligations on distribution and supply licenses. So technicalities, all of that, but the landing point is that the Act precludes interstate and transnational electricity distribution. So you cannot send it to Ghana or even Oyo State.
You see one man, I will say insist on what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay, what is great? You can put your transmission facility, in Ogun State and latch upon the transmission from Lagos State. Then the power you receive through via the transmission line, you distribute to your people at your own discretion. So because this thing is like you are sourcing for your raw materials. Look at the energy coming from
No. Sorry. What your argument is that the law is an ours, but the law is still the law, even if the law is an ours. It's not equivocable. The Act precludes, so it doesn't allow for interstate. So interstate, as you well know, is from one state to another. So if you have licensing in Lagos and then licensing in Oyo State, and you have an overspill in your generation in Lagos State, you cannot then extend that to Oyo State because you have matching licenses from the same space. Because it says the Act precludes interstate and transnational electricity distribution.
There is a Nigeria Energy Regulatory Commission that is to regulate inter-border, right? I think there will be a rule to that. That's exactly what I'm saying. Because see, to me, if that is where they do the law, and if it is exactly what you are saying, then it's just a matter of time they are going to amend the law.
Yes,
Not every state. It's not every state that will be viable.
Ola, can we look at it this way? Yeah, he's talking about distribution. Distribution is different from transmission.
That's what I'm trying to explain to one man, but it's like maybe I'm speaking electrical term because we have generation, transmission, and distribution.
Did it say distribution or did he just say interstate? It did not.
Said distribution. He said distribution, interstate distribution.
It said distribution. So what distinction are we distinguishing?
See, one man.
Okay, that means you can build interstate transmission lines. That's what it means.
Exactly. One man.
Yeah, but you cannot then funnel the electricity through, which makes it redundant.
No,
you can. You can. It's the sales. It's the distribution. The way you're going to distribute it. That means I can't have maybe Kulata and Sons selling Ogun and Lagos State. I have to sell Lagos State market separate from Ogun State market. If the only distribution, I mean, am I making any sense?
No, that's it, Kulata.
Yes, you are right. You are right, Kulata.
Yeah.
That is what they are doing.
That's the distribution. But transmission and generation can be interstate. If that paragraph only says distribution.
It specifically mentions it.
Kulata.
One man, let's
then you can do regionally. Then you can do regional power then.
No, Kulata. Look at it this way. Kulata. I can buy land in Lagos State as they are buying agricultural land for farming somewhere. I can buy land in Ogun State or in Osun State or your state to build my generation for the purpose of transmitting it to Lagos to distribute, because that's where I have facility. I don't think anything is going to stop me from having partnership to generate my electricity somewhere and then transmit to my state. That's exactly the way I see that distribution act of making money. That distribution, the word distribution, when it goes to that, is actually the money making, the marketing side of it, the revenue side of it. Those have always been the problem since the time Tinubu brought that.
Ola, can we look at the present structure and use it as an example? We have generation in Lagos in Negri, and we have a Ikeja distribution company. We have Ibadan electricity distribution company. We have Benin electricity, and all of them, they are getting their power from Egbe in Lagos. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Yeah,
so is they not transmit to Ibadan? They transmit to Ikeja from the same Egbe. They transmit to Ibadan, but the distribution is owned by different company. So if you look at it that way, so is the distribution transmission is even from distribution. Distribution is within the states. The price structure might be different from state to state. I think that's what they mean here. So even with the present structure, they still generate. You can generate in one state and transmit to another state for distribution. And that is what is happening presently.
No, that's the way, because they specifically mean distribution is what they specifically mean. And distribution is totally a different thing in power generation, because there are 3 segments. Even some can even go as far as even putting in up to 4 segments. So, but 3 major segments. So, to me, you can generate your electricity somewhere and distribute somewhere. That marketing aspect, distribution aspect of it, is the one they are talking about. You don't stay in Lagos and send the electricity to factory in Ogun State and start making money for Lagos State. No, it is Ogun State, that depending on Ogun State license, that we buy your electricity in bulk. That's what they do. They buy energy in bulk and they distribute. So maybe someone can sell energy to you for 1,000 and distribute for 5,000. They don't care. So you can't go to that place and give them and sell for 5,000 yourself. No, you have to give it to the person licensed within the local, the locality, and do so. That's the
Ola, can't you maybe what they are trying to also is this tax. They might be using this one also to solve this tax problem that might come. Because
like
if you are being across this, exactly. So you base it based on each state.
All right, thank you. So bring it home, Kulata, and then next I want to hear from Prince Daddy, who has been unusually quiet all the way through. Then we will hear from Mike as well, and then Fatai came in specifically for that Emefiele. how do you pronounce Emefiele, by the way? Because people are mocking me in the comment section. Emefiele is Emefiele, isn't it? I don't know quite what's going on there. Emefiele. So why didn't you correct me all the way when I was saying Emefiele?
All right. So let me round it up. Like, if that paragraph specifically says distribution, then the regional power thing is achievable. It's very, very achievable. I did not notice that it said distribution. So that means, like Ola said, you can have power infrastructure from one state, build transmission lines statewide, but the marketing and the distribution is just going to be specific to each state. So all in all, it's not as bad as I thought because I did not know it was just distribution. So this is Buhari's work. Tinubu is just putting his signature on it because it wasn't gazetted before Buhari left. But I'm glad it happened. So all states should go
But
and
we
speak up.
thought that Buhari signed it later. Because we all jubilating
Yeah, but it wasn't
before now. We thought he signed before he left.
Yeah, but it wasn't gazetted. Like they not kind of like drafted it out. Like I mean, what's the
That
legal
guy
time?
just left a lot of things. He just left them and ran away. They don't mind that
But you have to give him kudos. Give Buhari kudos for this.
Buhari gets the credit for that. Yes,
He gets the credit. Yeah.
You know, the only two spaces now, we are talking about restructuring Kolata, but the only two spaces left now is resource control and state policing, and then we have our restructuring.
Those are the most difficult ones.
Yes.
Many states will go bankrupt if you do resource control, but we'll get there eventually. Let's see how we deal with these small ones that they're giving us, because all these people clamoring, we want restructuring. I want restructuring too, but many states are not there yet. So let's see what we do with the prison, the railway, with the electricity that they've given each state. Let's see if it's only Lagos and Port Harcourt, I mean River State, that will make headway. If other states don't make headway, then do you think they're ready for restructuring? Well, we'll see, Sha. We'll get there.
Hold on, Ola. You know all these big projects that have been taken off the exclusive list to the concurrent list, the rail services, as you said, this electricity now. So this is sufficient enough grounds for the constituting states to ask that the sharing formula be reviewed. So if they are going to carry the burden of this heavy lift, then they have to get more resources from the central space.
Hey, but what will you say? Like, okay, every state is allowed to do railway, host their own prison, do this. So what will be the new formula to say, okay, well, me, I have more prisons than you, so I should get more money than you, or what? I think how are
no, the existing formula will still maintain, but I think it's about, is it 60-40 to the federal space and then the states or something?
Oh, I can't remember that number, and I read it last year. I can't remember it.
Yeah, I think it's actually as high as 70-30, so that has to change.
Oh yeah. Even Tinubu's manifesto alludes to the fact that he wants to give more to the state, meaning shortchange the federal.
No, it's 52.
And give
52 for federal, 48 for states and local government.
But he wants to revise the federal down from his
52 to
manifesto.
federal government and 48 to states and local government.
He wants to give more money to the subnationals based on his manifesto. So I don't know what the new formula will be. Let's just hope all these are bold moves that he's doing. Let's pray it pans out, and let's pray that nobody goes after this man's life. He's doing the Lord's work. So we should thank him for it, and we should pray that he's successful. All right, let me use it to round it up so others can talk.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Kolata. So, of a man of equal brilliance, to boot Prince. So, Prince Daddy joins us. So, Prince, are we getting carried away with all of this?
Woman, I'm sorry. I just got to a graduation and I can't really talk right now, but I've been listening to the background. So,
all right. Before I let you go, is it your graduation or a loved one?
A loved one's graduation.
Okay, send our regards to the person and tell them well done from us.
Okay, thanks, Mom. I appreciate it.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Mike then. So Mike, hopefully you are not in the fridge. We know how much you love your chicken wings and whatnot. Mike.
Yeah.
So yes, I was just saying to Prince that day that are we getting carried away somewhat with all of these excited talks that are this guy barely 2 weeks in and he's making so much seismic moves within the Nigerian space, almost already dwarfing whatever it is that Buhari claims that he has done. So we've landed on this electricity bill that he has assented to now, and we're saying that this is possibly, almost certainly, a game changer, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite impressive that the guy is, I mean, within the few days that he's been in office, I mean, we're seeing moves being made so quick, you know. So, I mean, it's a good sign that, I mean, performance, we'll see performance, we'll see things, actions, I mean, moves. And luckily for him, Sha, I mean, he was part of, I mean, it's the exceeding parties, exceeding administration is happened to be the same party. So, I mean, he should have been doing his homework, prepare. I mean, he had time to prepare. So there's no excuse. He has 8 years to prepare. He has people like, you know, to know what's going on, so to prepare. So, I mean, there's no excuse why Tinubu should not perform. And I mean, as far as the electricity bill, I mean, to me, that's probably one of the greatest, you know, move in since I would say 1999, or even I would say, I mean, it's a great move, man. The more you, I mean, just I mean, give everything to the state. Let the state handle things, man. All these development infrastructure, give it to the state, man. Electricity, let the state handle it. At least if, when you give something like that to the state, it's easier for someone like, let's say, a Nigerian abroad that's working, maybe a power company that has that experience. It's easier if you know, if you go away where you can, you know how to design a power plant or some kind of idea of electricity. You can easily just go to your own state and engage your state government and bring your idea from America or wherever you're from, you know. Then when you have something that's just national, it's so difficult now. Let's say I for example, work for one energy company in America. I figure things out. I know how, I have an idea how to improve the situation in Nigeria. How can I go and say I want to easily go and engage the federal government? Like, hey, the federal government are not accessible like that, you know. But if I'm from a state, particularly if I'm one small state like that, I mean, it's easy to engage your state government, you know, to contribute. And that's why I think if they give more autonomy to the states, many Nigerians abroad, they can easily go back to their own state and start to participate and contribute and develop, you know. So it's a good sign that they are giving more all these things, you know, giving it to the state to handle it. You know?
The one thing that I'm seeing with that Tinubu, Mike, is that he said he was going to hit the ground running, and I don't think any fair-minded person can accuse him of not doing exactly that. So the first subsidy, he's removed that, which immediately reverses about $40 billion for him to play with per annum. And then, so a lot of the changes, by the way, not just the removal of the subsidy, the oil swap thing that it cancelled, where you are trading by barter, you gift these people oil, they milk it for everything. You give them crude. Anyway, is all of that. He's saying they now have. So he's managed through policy positioning in the oil sector to reverse back about $30 to $40 billion for him to play with. Removing the arbitrage in the financial market, that gives him another 20-30 billion to play with. So just within the space of barely under 2 weeks, this guy has been able, through just the act of policy repositioning, facilitated a near $50 billion for him to play with, just within 2 weeks. And the ascension of this bill now, which he doesn't get the credit for because this is Buhari's heavy lifting, he just signed in. So it's created the space for him to achieve. So with this now, there is no reason for him not to achieve.
Let's not forget Tinubu is an accountant. And people that know him, they will tell you that the guy is a very good accountant. So everyone that know, you know, that's one thing they always say about him. They say the guy's a very good accountant. So I mean, you yourself see the moves. He's already see the way he's already, you know, making moves where I know as soon as he came, he already figured a way to bring billions on his hands, to play with. So, I mean, with that money, as you described, I mean, he has no reason not to perform. I mean, I just think the guy will perform, man. Unless the only thing I will block his way is if he happens to start having a lot of saboteurs, a lot of people like if he makes the stupid mistake to keep someone like Emefiele and those kind of saboteurs, those terrorists, in his cabinet.
Emefiele is gone.
I hope they don't, and they shouldn't be listening to people that we're saying, you have to appoint people from certain places. So can they come? You don't do that. Stick to your principle. Appoint who's competent. Pick competent people to rule. Bring people that are competent. If they're all from the southwest, make so be it. It doesn't matter. Put competent people there, let them perform. He has the money to play with now. I'm glad that subsidy is out of the way. So now he has that money to play with. There's so much he can do, man. There's so much. I mean, to be honest, Buhari has done a lot in terms of infrastructure. Maybe I don't see a whole. He can maybe in terms of roads, some other kind of structure. Brian has done a lot of work on that, so he can focus on electricity and other things. Maybe healthcare, maybe some. But I think the guy will do something, man. Especially with money being available, in his disposal. So I mean, he's going to perform. He has to perform. If he doesn't, then 4 years from now, we got to vote him out, man. He had 8 years to get ready because he's kind of actually part of this government. Buhari's government. He saw everything, the inside, everything was going on. So he had 8 years to prepare for this. So he has no. I mean, by next year, I want to be saying something, though.
Yes, I too, I'm not even sure I'm waiting till next year. I want to be saying something before this year runs out about certainly great expectations for
But someone, can I come in?
Yeah, come in, Patrick.
He has done nothing so far now.
Oh God.
That's just the truth.
Okay.
No, sincerely, I'll be very objective. He says he's an accountant. His father is an accountant, does not necessarily make him a good president. There's nothing they teach in accounting that makes you a good president. Nothing.
No, it means you understand money.
I'm an accountant too. So I'm just telling you, I'm a chartered accountant. Just
but I didn't say being accountant is not making a good president.
He's an accountant does not make him a good president or something.
But that's not what I said.
What he has done now, everything he has done now is built on what Buhari has done. Buhari has set the foundation for removal of subsidy. Sure, Buhari did not provide for subsidy. Now this bill now, Buhari have signed it. It's almost done. He just signed it. So many things. He has not done anything of his own now in the last few days, other than this suspension of Emefiele. He has not done anything of his own. And I want to see him work because that's why I spend my time campaigning for him, speaking for him, taking bad name and everything. People call me all kind of thing. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. I've not seen that. I'm still seeing Buhari now. That's just the truth. So let him go and
Patrick,
think.
let me second Patrick right there. Patrick is now acting in such a way that the citizen must act.
No, we
have voted him now.
Patrick. Is unifying exchange rate regime, is that Buhari?
They are working towards that already.
No, but is it Buhari?
They already. He's already.
It's a yes or no question. No, story. Is it a Buhari thing?
All of these.
You see, let me tell you another thing.
Is a yes or no thing? Buhari or no Buhari?
Let me tell you some things. There are, even if there are situations that constrains you, such that even if you don't want it, you are just forced to do it.
Okay, so if Buhari was still in power now, will he be attempting to unify the exchange rate?
He would have been forced to do it.
It was there for 8 years. It was there for 8
There's no
years.
money. There's no money. If he doesn't want to do it, it's like this subsidy. If Tinubu say, I'm a nice guy, I don't want to remove it, the country will burn down. He has no choice. The situation compels him to do it. I've not seen him do anything of his
He
own
could
now.
have also
That's not one
borrowed
of the
money.
things.
He could also kick the can down the road and borrow
We
money.
start
And
getting to the tipping point where nobody wants to lend to you.
No, that's
Nigeria
not true.
is not at that point now.
Nigeria is
not
on
at
that
We are going
borrow.
to get there. We are going to get there. Lenders are also not waiting for you to get there.
No,
Lenders are
Patrick,
looking
you are
for
not being fair. You are not being fair from this your
lenders are
assertion.
looking.
Patrick,
I don't even
Lenders are
know what the
looking
point
at
is trying to make. Then.
no. You see, you are turning against me now. I'm not making point now. I have voted for him. It is time for me to hold him accountable. That's what I'm
but
saying.
if you
Now
want to
you're
hold him
interjecting me now,
accountable,
so I
you
don't
have
even know
to
what
you
you're
have to be
interjecting.
fair.
Some of you
You
did
have,
speak. You did speak for Tinubu as much as some of us did. I know you have
Patrick, it doesn't matter whether you spoke for Tinubu or you did not speak for him. You are
I'm
not being that
holding him.
objective right now because some of the bold moves, the actions he made, a lot of people will have punted.
Very, very objective.
Patrick is wrong. Patrick is wrong, and I will tell you. And I will tell you why.
Patrick is
Where
very,
wrong.
very objective.
No, Ajale Goko is not objective.
He
It's
is
not
very
objective.
objective. We is very
See,
objective.
let me tell you why it's not objective.
You know,
In what
there is
sense?
none of you that is pro Tinubu than Patrick here on this.
No, Ajale Goko.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Now
Patrick is speaking this way that your praises for Tinubu for removing subsidy, that he didn't do it. It was
Patrick.
Well, nobody said he did it now. So what is the? That's a strong man argument
even
there.
Mike, he did it. Mike, he did it. He did
No,
it.
he believed in it. He's part of it, but I mean, the person that officially took it on was Tinubu. I mean, sorry, Buhari.
Patrick is not objective, and I will tell you why. When Buhari got in power, he discarded some of those things that he met with Jonathan. So Tinubu can as well discard what he met on ground. So, so just the way we gave credit of what Jonathan, Buhari took from Jonathan. So the same way, he can decide not to go with.
That's true.
He can decide not to go with all these things. So don't say he didn't. So
that's true. That's true. So technically, we can wait. Tinubu, sorry, Buhari scheduled to be removed in June after Tinubu has been sworn in. So Tinubu could have just say, okay, I have to keep it. So officially, so if he's being removed during
he accelerated it.
No,
every year. That is the way they do it every year. But Buhari will have asked for an appropriation bill again, ask for another budget for it, and continue with it.
And continue exactly. So we have to say technically,
hold on, Mike. Sorry, Frank, can you make sure your mic is switched on because your device is not connecting with the stream? So not necessarily your video, but your mic. So that's Franklin. So carry on.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. Go ahead.
Patoski, my bro, you are now officially banned from the Batifiers. Where is Rational Man?
Rebel leader.
Is community.
He's a rebel leader now. Rebel leader, Patrick.
No, Patoski is not a rebel leader now. Patoski is just been objective.
Sorry, Fatai. Franklin, you have to switch on your mic so that I cannot put you on the screen because your device is not connecting fully, and that's because your mic is not switched on. So maybe go out and come back in or switch on the mic. Sorry, Karen Fatai.
Yeah, so that is why number one, on the inauguration day when he made the announcement, said subsidy is gone. That's why I couldn't understand why everybody was saying we did it. So essentially, the message was to the supplementary budget. Don't bring me any. I would have said, don't even dare to bring me supplementary budget, because supplementary budget was already in the pipeline. So essentially, subsidy is gone. It's like don't blame me having supplementary budget to continue subsidy after June, after the ending of June. So Tinubu's action actually kicks in after June. You could say it kicks in now because They will not dare, because now he has set his direction. So the people who are arranging, who are bringing briefs to him, they know not going to put on his agenda, on his item, supplementary budget. So straight away, he said, don't bring me any supplementary budget. No, doesn't. So that's why I was like, his statement, it has nothing to do with people hoarding petrol or whatever. They wanted to hoard petrol and they hoard it. So anyway, no, I don't know where Patoski wanted to land, but to some way in the direction he's speaking, because even now, he just requested for 20 advisors. His chief of staff is not officially with him, so he still has holdover working around him. So it's not like 100% that it's been working. But what Tinubu has been doing and has done, and what has been great, is that he has set strong architecture. This is the everybody is understanding where he's going. His architecture is set. It's not necessarily that he has done, okay, he signed the judiciary bill or whatever they passed to him. But that also was already in the pipeline and he signed it. But also he said it when he was in the Port Harcourt with Wike. He also said that's the direction of his travel. The better whatever for the judiciary, so that they can be more independent. It can deal with corruption and whatever. So the thing that are coming here now, right? Even they are even being fast tracked because he has set his architecture and they are bringing them. It doesn't have its own. When I say its own, this current administration, National Assembly, is not been instituted yet. So there's a lot of things not instituted yet. So he just plucking low-hanging fruits, because those low-hanging fruits not only help to, they help to solidify his architecture, and that's what Tinubu has been doing now. If you cannot legislate, you cannot decree exchange rates to be one way or the other, right? You need to organize your central bank, right? And the market will deal with all of those things. But that is his direction. People working at CBN, that's the direction they will follow. What else? But essentially, I don't say totally it's not working. I don't say totally it's not working. It is working. But to the extent, the direction of Patoski, right? A lot of things are still like old over stuff that he's doing. But that is his architecture. That's his direction. If he didn't set the direction, many of those things will not be coming in through the pipeline. So that I agree that is working, but I agree with Patoski's direction. I think Patoski was objective.
All right, Fatai. No, I did want to say I want to give you the luxury of the space to have the fullness of your expression on that Emefiele story in particular, because you've always spoken to that space and you've always wanted to hint at a particular goings on, which either the space did not respond to or understand. So it looks as though events have coalesced around behind your narrative now. So I want you to give you the fullness of the expression of that space, and then also you are an unabashedly open fan of Tinubu, and he has now come in just under 2 weeks. A lot of seismic moves by him. So expressions on that as well. But before I take all of those expressions, Fatai, I want to play a clip that I'd like Mike to respond to, and then I'll come to you then to glory in your victory. But before that glorying, Mike, they say winner takes all. That's what they say. Winner takes all. Winner takes everything. Success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. It is very, very odd, human nature, Mike, that as soon as something happens to its crescendo and somebody takes the day, very quickly everybody coalesces behind them. Even people that were fervently against him. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this clip. This is it. Oh, no permanent friends, no permanent foes.
Today is my best day. Today, I'm so happy that I'm an elected member. Seeing my president talking. In fact, I have never knew that this man is so intelligent. I have never knew that this man is so prepared to serve this country. I saw the love, I saw the character, I saw the charisma, the belief that Nigeria can be a better nation. So I am so glad that what meeting we have today is going to take us a little bit to a more stabilized house. And I'm telling you, as at now, even without talking to us again, we have agreed that we are going towards the government decision. Not minding I'm of Labour Party. As at now, the party is not the issue. We are talking about building the nation. We are talking about the unity of Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that is the end of Solomon Grundy. So, if you talk about this, that was a senior functionary of the Labour Party. For a moment, I thought he would launch at Tinubu and give him a French kiss. So much was the love. But there it is, right there, Mike. That's the end of it, isn't it? So we move on into the government. Yes. Look, that's a senior member of Labour Party.
Anywhere
they are all going wild in the obedience space. That guy, the abuse is getting at the moment.
There was never loyalty there now. Right now, anywhere belief is looking at opportunity there now. That's where we're all heading, you know. There was never any kind of loyalty in that label. It was just noise making. Those guys, I know their nature, I know their character. They will sell out. I look at them. They already they're going where power is, where belief is, where they're looking for opportunity. But Tinubu is not dumb enough, so all I want is just talk. Tinubu is not dumb enough to just after thinking and they shake like they shake, you think you're not come here. So you come and kiss his behind him, he will listen to you and start giving you appointment or contract or whatever you want. Tinubu is the Lagosian. Tinubu was, people don't even know. Tinubu grew up in the street of Lagos. He's no one gentle Yoruba man like that.
He's not an Ajebota boy.
He's not a Jebota boy. He's a real street guy. He's a street guy. Streets. He go looking, man, he even lived in Chicago. He said, any Yoruba person now, go to Chicago. They are not soft people. I've never met a Yoruba person based in Chicago that is soft. They are tough. So these guys, Tinubu will deal with them. All those anyone that act like an idiot, he will deal with you straight up. So those Labour guys, we all know they were all non-entities, man. They're just making stupid noise, threatening to burn the country down. Tinubu enter. We this and that, noise making. I knew it was also noise making. Look at them now. Look,
Mike, sorry. On TV, on news, they said they are going to form their parallel government with Peter Obi. I've been looking for that government song. It's just bunch of let me just
you see that guy.
It's just, yeah.
If Tinubu tell that guy to go and slap Obi, you're going to slap Obi. That's how I'm telling you. If Tinubu, those people, there's no loyalty in your space. Trust me.
Michael,
Mike, we're just waiting for Patu Tomi's ministerial position to be announced. When Patu Tomi's ministerial position is announced, then I think everybody will go home.
Michael, my coach, check on the way the program where you talk now.
Hold on. Do you remember that audio and always play when Tinubu is dancing? Is it not Peter? Is it not Patu Tomi at the back of him dancing?
Of course, now Patu Tomi has been Tinubu's boy for 30, 40 years. Just because he went on holiday in France, i.e. Labour Party, it does not mean he's not coming back home. He's just on holiday in France with that.
So it's been Tinubu's person from long time. Wow.
See, every
Because
one
I
of those
saw him
people.
dancing. I said, "Is it this not Papa Tutomi dancing like one Mumu guy at the back of Tinubu?" That video I always play when we finish the session. So the guy is coming back to his home.
You see all those guys, their source of money is tied to Lagos, is connected to Lagos. Now, the man, the Jagaban of Lagos, is now the president of Nigeria. Tinubu, just a snap of a finger, you can cut your you can block your source of your source of revenue in that Lagos. Any of them, all those obedient, all those whether it's part of whether it's even Obi himself. And when they importing, where he's importing his stuff from China, you still go through Lagos. If Tinubu wants to deal with these guys, man, trust me, they are lucky it's not me. Hey, if Tinubu, they should all be shaking. If I'm the Tinubu, they'll be shaking right now, shaking like Papa, please do. They will double mama, double leg on self. You think Tinubu, the Lagos is the most of them, the source of their wealth come from Lagos now. It's Lagos, they are all ties to Lagos. All of them, all those obedient, rich obedient, top obedient, making stupid noise. You know, they are all ties to Lagos. Forget them, man. These guys they are done.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant. Well put. So Fatai, the floor now yours. And I'm sure you came in specifically for this space. The Emefiele space. You've tried to. You've talked endlessly here about this guy that he's no good, and really the best place for him is Kirikiri. It looks as though your wish now granted. Emefiele Olule.
Before I even consider my brother, man, I leave part to Tommy alone now. Man must hustle now. I'm gonna leave him alone now. Man must hustle now. The man they hustle now. They just a joke now. Anyway, so you can't destroy. So you can't destroy. I mean, the only thing I never really understood about Buhari is that what do you have? Okay, even to lose your job, what do you have to do? I mean, you literally destroyed the whole economy, the whole country, just wreck it, right? What do you have to do? Just fire him. So they are doing an investigation now. If he's still on top of the CBN, the investigation will not go away. It will not land anywhere. So if Tinubu says he wants to, whatever he wants to do with he want a currency, he want this investment confidence. If you don't signal that it doesn't make a sense. It just doesn't work, right? So Buhari needed to let him go a long time ago, but only God knows why he didn't let him go. It doesn't matter how many big boys are connected to him, right? He couldn't do what he did without Naira stuff, okay, and you like that. But I'm not really, it's not, I mean, they let him go. It's not really the big thing for me. I mean, these days I don't really care that much about a lot of things. So the constitution wouldn't have allowed him to be for DSS to take him like that when he was still CBN governor, because his power is derived not only from the executive, it also cuts into the legislature, the Senate approval, everything like that. So when DSS was looking for him at that time, so Buhari didn't support them. The head of the DSS did not approve it. I think it was some vice that led the hunt for him. So the only thing they could do is go to court, and the court say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And so, but if he had been, but to suspend him, I think with the Sanusi situation also made it clear he could be suspended, and later on you can go and ratify his removal with the Senate. So maybe when the new Senate sits, they will ratify his removal. But the president cannot remove him because his power is not derived only from the president. It needs to be. This is where the CBN derived its autonomy from. So it's not one arm of the government that can just yank him out. It has to be two arms of government. So what is being done now is just essentially just a bridge until the legislature will come and ratify it, right? probably for what he has done, they probably will ratify. On a normal condition, if the president does stuff like this, the legislature has the independence to say no, you can't do that, and they take him back. So it's essentially between. It's not that it's illegal. There's nothing illegal about his suspension, but the legislature has the authority to say no, we don't agree with it. Reinstate him, and they can reinstate him. But for what he has done, they're not going to reinstate him. I mean, you can't destroy the country that much. But this was always expected. It just why Buhari didn't do it is what was beyond belief. It is Baba Jali Koko that no far come wọlé. Baba Jali Koko yín lẹ fa. Baba mi, mo máa ń gbádùn yín gan baba mi. I didn't know, baba mi, were you around in the time of Benjamin Franklin, right? Because at the conversation was going, like, you know, I even heard like constitution be damned or something like that or whatever it is, right? So I think the missing link is not Babajani Koko was 100% right. If sometimes when I listen to Babajani Koko, I would think that if not that I don't agree 1, 2 things with Showore, you know, I would be on the street with Showore Babami. So it was Benjamin Franklin that said, like, if whoever gives off why did he even put that quote on? So anybody that gives off his security, his freedom, liberty, because of security, deserve neither security nor liberty. So naturally, so there was one time we were talking here about whether Nigeria is practicing democracy, and I was making the point that we are attempting democracy. So on a normal rule of law situation, you can't. But what Babayaliko was saying was right? But the problem is in Nigeria, there is something that I think they call the National Security the DSS is under the purview of this National Security Organization, NSO, right? So the DSS has the authority to arrest, to detain anybody, I think for 62 months or 3 months, which if you were practicing democracy, it cannot be allowed to happen. Because the DSS has the power to disappear anybody. If you are not a famous person, if you are not somebody will ask about, if you are not a shower that somebody knows about, if you are not, they can just disappear you. As long as they carve it under national security threat, you can just be disappeared. They don't need court approval. They don't need nothing. That is why Babajani Koko, his arrest is not like it's illegal. They couldn't do it while he was CBN governor, but his suspension has given them the chance to do it. So immediately suspended, they sweep in to take him out. I wouldn't like to live in a country where some people can disappear you, whether they are DSS or not. They are human beings. You know, all human beings are equal. How can somebody just disappear me? No court, no nothing. America, when I think it existed before 9/11, but it became prominent after 9/11, right? So when they set up some security, whatever, you know, anti-terrorist, whatever, something similar to this, when the intelligence authority can take anybody out, right? Especially, I think in America, any American or whatever it is, they have to enhance what is called the FISA court. So they don't go to regular court; they go to FISA court. So, and also it's also what is behind Guantanamo Bay, right? They wouldn't be able to do whatever it is. Might be the biggest terrorist in the world. They wouldn't be able to do that on American territory. So they had to put the terrorists in Guantanamo Bay. That is where all of those controversies about Guantanamo Bay happened. So we are not yet, and this NSO came down from the military regime. I mean, if I remember, they used to say some things, decree number 2, decree number 4, whatever they were passing at those times. You know, one of those decrees is what they used to. They were using to arrest Fela anyhow. Now they could take away any journalist if they think what they are printing is against the country, whatever it is. So they know if Nigeria's democracy continues to advance, that will not be allowed. But at this time where we are now, Babami, they are allowed to do it, but it's not democracy. there should be a court that is set up for DSS, not separate from the normal court, where the DSS is a underground court, because that is what America, and that's what I was making, the likes of the America, they are the one practice democracy. The Western country, they are the one practice democracy. That's why you can say, so we are not really essentially practicing democracy, we are attempting to practice it, right? So that is a fundamental ingredient of democracy, that you can't just come and disappear me because you say you are a uniform person. You can't just disappear me. You can't just take Emefiele now, no matter how, even if we think he is a devil, right? Without going through court situation. But on the other hand, a country needs to secure itself. National security has a place in the argument. So people who understand democracy, they set up a secret court where you can go. It's classified court, classified information, where it doesn't really need to go to the regular court that has all these constitutional whatever attached to them, that you have to have opposing party, you have to have this, you have to have that. The secret court is essentially an ex parte court where the National Security Agency, they go there and they make the case that this person needs to be taken out. The person doesn't get representation. It's not totally, but at least it's a bridge. It's somewhere, at least there must be some sort of adjudication on any human being. So that is what I was so impressed with Balako's point, and I wanted to come in, right? Like, I totally understand where Balako is coming from. Balako is not saying that Emefiele should not be arrested. Almost everybody agrees he should be arrested. You can't damage a country to that level. He's going to be arrested. He has so many, those charges that you were reading before, those are not really the charges. He's going to go to jail. You're not going to destroy the whole country to that level. And even it was invited with Tinubu and everything like that. I'm sure it must be in the meeting that Tinubu got fed up with him, that he's not even sounding intelligent. The man that go make Buhari to disobey the Supreme Court using velocity of money. Okay, give them only 200 naira, because of velocity of money. And Buhari, that one didn't know. He went to say, okay, I approve only 200 naira. Every other note should be banned. Only 200. Hey, the Supreme Court said, let both of them run alongside each other. There's no qualification there. So, but he went to convince him, calculation, or because velocity of money has some calculations there that is, so you think you are calculating a rocket going to the ship, but essentially it doesn't really mean anything, right? It doesn't really contribute that much to circulation of money, right? It just tell you which note you should send it to which note is used mostly in the market. So you prioritize which note, which denomination you should pump into the market more, in what order, in what hierarchy, and that's all. So he has, they go to tell Buhari, velocity of money, okay, 200 naira, okay, thank you, okay, I approve. So I didn't really have the flesh to really speak about whatever is going on, but I just wanted to say, Babajani Kukumongba doing gone. But the National Security NSO, I don't remember the full whatever, is the authority under which Emefiele is arrested. So it's not illegal, but you are 100% right about me. I don't want to live in a country where you can just be taken without any court, anything, right? I would prefer not to live in that country.
I think you're right on point right there. That is exactly my point. That yes, people should not just say, because they are security and as such they can rope people up with anything concerning a threat to national security, and then that person will disappear. No, they should follow the law. There must be a process through which they have to go through to effect an arrest at all, so that we can have it on record at any time that yes, so person that they are arrested went through a particular process and not just solely by their own discretion alone. No.
Yeah, a process, Baba, I mean, just to a process separate from the executive arm, either the legislature or the judiciary. If they can make it secret, it's all, you know, this is a very complicated area. Must go through preferably judiciary, right? Yeah. It can be secret, or I don't say it should be exactly like the civil and criminal court.
They must be able to obtain a warrant of arrest. I mean, warrant of arrest through the judiciary to effect any arrest of any citizen, and not just by their own discretionary measure or
Can I quickly come in? It's your opinion, and that's very fine. It is your opinion, and you have expressed it, but that does not make it the law.
That is the military mentality in us.
Let me finish now.
The law is very clear.
No, let me finish.
They cannot do it by their own discretionary measure. They have to go through.
That is why they are law enforcement. They can.
No, Baba.
That is why. Let me finish. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
We have separation of power and we have check and balances.
Separation of power, how? By saying a policeman cannot arrest you when he suspects that you are about to commit a crime, or you have just committed a crime, that you are committing a crime, or you have committed a crime, and you will now first go to court. This person has committed a crime. I want to go and arrest him. Is that what you are saying? The law only provides. Listen, the law only provides that you cannot hold such a person longer than so length or amount of time before you charge that individual to court without a valid court something. So we are making it super now because it is Emefiele. It could have been anybody. It could have been a criminal that is about to commit. Say that again.
It's not about Emefiele. The police, just so you know, the police cannot go and just arrest Emefiele. It had to be DSS, because police does not fall under the NSO authority. It's only the DSS. That is why they are so powerful. They have the authority to detain you for, I think it's 2 months or 3 months. But it is a rule that came down from the military. So up to now, it's not that it's illegal. It's on paper. They can do it right now. But I don't want to live in such a country.
It is even a draconian law.
Yeah.
It is a draconian law.
What we're having at hand. You are saying it's
anti
until
human rights.
Hold on now. Forget this human rights something. You are saying it is a draconian law. The question is it a law? Hold on, please.
It is a law.
Hold on. Let's talk one after the other. Let's talk one after the other, please.
Yes. One
there
voice.
must be no room for such law in a democratic society, democratically governed society.
I don't even understand what you mean by democratic. The same America where you are, they are the one that will go and kidnap somebody and lock in Guatemala Bay. So what are we talking about now?
It's a special creation.
Hold on. Let Bishop come in. I think he wants to insert something. So sorry, Bishop.
What I'm saying is this: you are saying that is what it should be, but we have a law now that guides and permits. What do you call them now? DSS to do what they have done. And now remember, we are just speculating here. We don't know if maybe they were able to get that court order. They knew that he was going to be suspended, and they were waiting for the suspension to be pronounced before they jump in. So we don't know. We are just talking in abstract, because your condemnation was that how do you know that they did not even get a court order that they were not able to get in December last year?
Brother, I don't disagree with you. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not on the book right now. I'm not saying it's not on the book right now. And DSS has the authority. There's no even need to expand to speculation. There's no court order. That's really the reality. But the DSS, as of right now, has the authority to do what they did, because the DSS has authority to take you over and take you in for 2 months, 3 months. I have to even look it up. 2 months or 3 months under the NSO, whatever. But it's a rule that came down from the military.
Okay.
It's a rule that
so
came from the military. So they have the authority. They have the authority until it is.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't want to live inside the country. I don't desire to live inside the country.
Fatai.
America, Guantanamo Bay is a separate creation that they cannot do what they do in Guantanamo Bay on the soil of America. America cannot do it on the soil of America. That's why they take them to Guantanamo Bay, right? So they are special creation. Our country also should make effort to be doing, not to at least hope towards democracy, right? So right now they can do it. It's not in the it's on the book they can do it, but the security rules, the security laws, because if you are a nobody, nobody will ever hear about you. They can disappear you and nobody will ever hear about you. If you are a nobody, if nobody knows about you.
Fatal, the law, the constitutional right of every citizen in that country is that nobody should be detained more than 24 hours. If it has to be for security reason, there must be justification for it.
Yeah.
And
that is what police follow. That is the one the police follow. The police could not go and detain Emefiele right now, but the DSS could. DSS does not follow that. DSS has this special carve out that they can do that for 2 months or 3 months. I have to look it up. Yes, but may continue.
Even as he's been detained, he can file for his release and the law court. And if the court rule that he should be released, they have to release him.
When have they ever done that before? Did the court rule that Nnamdi Kanu should be released?
Yes. What I'm saying, they are violating the law. They don't have the right to detain him more than, the law.
No, but Fatai just explained that there's a special dispensation for DSS to hold you for a few months.
No.
But one man, even the Nnamdi Kanu case that you made mention of, one man, they got another court injunction to still maintain him in custody. There was another court injunction that said they should still retain him in custody. So,
okay, that's to tell you that law is at play there. So they don't have the right under the law to detain him more than 24 hours.
Ajanle Koko, are you this DSS now, or Fatai just explained that the Constitution facilitates?
No, Babame.
That's what I'm telling you. Even Nnamdi Kanu case, as worse as it is, his lawyer was able to obtain his release through the court, through the law court, but the DSS violated it for not releasing him. But
hold on. Did you hear what Simba said? Simba said the DSS got an injunction that legalized the continuing detention of Nnamdi Kanu.
No, they didn't get anything to legalize it. That's not true.
No, I think they appealed. They are on appeal, so they are holding on to the appeal.
Do you know one man? I mean, we treated this.
They even filed fresh charges against him, apart from the initial one. The Attorney General of Federation filed another fresh charges against him to detain him more.
Hold on, one man. We treated all this thing here. You remember when the court asked for him to be brought to the court about 3 times? DSF refused to present him at the court. You forgot? You forgot when the court...
Even judge said he will walk away if they don't bring him to the court next time. Yes, I remember. Yeah.
You remember
but that was
when
he was missing now.
The court ordered the DSS to allow his lawyer to have access to him, to have his family to have access to him. They denied them several occasions. You see, when you see government agency violating the court rule, violating the court order, it is abnormal. In democracy, it should not be democracy.
You can't trust in Ambikano lawyer too. They have propaganda too.
No. Don't let us
They
be
too
talking.
work with propaganda.
Don't let us be talking.
The law only has jurisdiction over the police.
When you don't
custody.
respect the institution,
The DSS
that run
custody
the
is not the police custody. It's a different custody.
when you don't respect the institution that run the state, then you are a lawless country. It's a lawless country then.
It's
So,
not.
what I'm saying
it's a separate. Okay.
What I'm saying in this case, Fatai, is that even though the DSS have the right to arrest somebody, they cannot detain that person more than 24 hours. If they
Yes, they can. Yes,
hold on. Hold on.
That is the police.
Cannot. The police cannot. The
it's
DSS
only
can.
exactly the police cannot, but the DSS can.
But beyond that 2 months window, after that 2 months, it becomes illegal. They cannot do it beyond 2 months. I think it's 60 days. I think it's 2 months.
Well, if they get if they got a court a court permit to extend that that detention.
I mean, without court, the DSS can detain for 2 months without court. After that, they must take you to court. The police without court, 1 day.
Court order. Okay.
Yeah, without court. But the point you are making that if Emefiele goes to court or his people goes to court on his behalf and court gives an order to release him, I don't see what if they don't release him, then that will be against the law.
That is it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that will be against the law. If a court is a court, if a court asks him to be released, right? The rule that permits the DSS to detain for 2 months does not say court cannot order your release.
That is what I'm saying.
It just means that
you are not making my point.
It just means that they can do it without going to court within that space of 60 days. That's 2 months. After that, they must, by law, to take to court. But that doesn't mean even after two minutes, the court cannot give contrary order.
That is what I'm saying. That is my point, Fatai. That is my point. When court rules or make
I don't know too much about the Nnamdi Kanu space, so I think it's very tricky. I don't really know, but I don't, I continue, Baba. Continue.
You see, what you guys don't understand is the DSS deal with the issue of national security. No, the issue of
whether national security.
You have to understand. You have to understand in the law, the national security issue supersedes rule of law. Don't understand that national security supersedes the rule of law.
The national security,
whether national security,
anywhere in the world.
The national
security. Citizens have the right to sue state institution, and when court give order against that state institution, the order must be respected.
Babami, the national security is what gives DSS that 2 month window to detain you for threat to national security. That is why they get that special privilege. It's not because they are different human beings, but because they have intelligence that some of them cannot even be said in the open. So they get that dispensation for 2 months to detain without taking to court.
Fatai, let's be fair to Nnamdi Kanu. Why can't they put him in prison? Why DSS custody?
Because it's a high value prisoner. Now.
You have to understand the national security intelligence that they have. Maybe is true or not true. I don't know. I don't know if I can't say they are doing everything totally by the book or they are not. It's not. I don't have an insight into that. The point that I am making is that because of national security threat, the DSS has 2 months window. They can arrest anybody on that, and that power, when it gets in the hands of wrong people, they can disappear even anybody, and they will call it national security. And nobody will ever hear about you if you are not somebody, totally company phone. And if you are a Fatai, totally company phone. Somebody could disappear me because of waiting. But that's what the point I'm making. Like they have up to now on the book for national security coming down under this national security umbrella, 2 months, they can detain you without even taking you to court. After that, they must take you to court. But that doesn't then mean that if you get a court injunction to say it's, they should release you, that the law does not give them the right to violate court order. Right. So, but Baraniko's point, I think Baraniko's point, the point Baraniko is making is that Nnamdi Kanu got a court order for him to be released and they didn't follow it. I don't know too much about the specifics in that area, but there is no law in the world that would say you should disobey court order, and that is the law of the land. The court gives an order, you have to release it. But you can do what you can do without even resorting to court for 2 months. That's the point that I just want to make. That I thought Babajani Koko, you were born in the era of Benjamin Franklin. Whoever gives you his liberty because of security, national state, he's not going to get security and he's not going to get freedom.
All right, Fatai, I want your commentaries on this headline as well. KPMG Nigeria, Tinubu's target of 6% annual GDP growth not feasible. So I want your commentaries on that as well. But before I take your commentaries, let me do a bit of administrative stuff. The super chats that have been coming in. So Prince Daddy, who does that with some regularity, does that with frequency today as well. So he comes in with a super sticker and he backs it up with another one. Hakim, who does that increasingly so now, comes in as well. So thank you, Prince Daddy and Hakim. Kulata, who communicates via super chat oftentimes, did that in this instance as well. And you all know the name coming up next. Holding a machine gun to the super sticker, Ayo fires off around with this, and then with this, and then with this, and then with that, and then with this, and then with that, and as ever, always opening up the space, Alexander Gomez. So thank you for the super chatters. Keep them coming. So thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the conversation. Let me hand over to the military administration of Thomas, if he's there. Major General Sani Thomas. All right. Over to you, Thomas. So thank everyone.
Thank you. See you at the other side. Thank you so much. I think we should check the topic, isn't it? Yes. There's a news. Yeah. You want to say something?
No, I just say this and I go about this KPMG, right? So the only thing I will say about the KPMG, I think even the day of I think after the inauguration already. So the only news coming from the KPMG is really they are saying like, okay, so 6% GDP rate, growth rate is like the difference between when during the pandemic, the economy was shut down, and then after the pandemic, everything was reopened. So it's like the GDP you get in 2020, and what you get in 2021. So like when I was speaking to you, I pull up a page about China, right? So in China, they got a decline of was minus something, whatever it is. And in 2021, they got 5 point something. And the reason it got up to near 6 is because the economy just was shut down and then it was open. So so it's like a different direction. It's like opposite direction, right? So that's why they got. So it's not something you can just achieve 6% GDP. So that's why I couldn't even understand why people were saying double digit did it. Oh, okay, it should have a double digit GDP. Is that a joke? Even 6% GDP is so incredible. I don't even think Tinubu will be able to achieve it. No, they are not saying except something seismic happens. 6% GDP is not something a developing economy you just pull up like that, right? It's not pull up like that. That's what they are saying. They are saying if you look at the natural trajectory of the economy, right? How is Tinubu going to achieve 6%? They're not criticizing him. They're just saying, look at the actuality of the economy. It's like you are dreaming. It's like Tinubu arrogant. Tinubu is very say, I am Bola Ahmed.
I am Bola Ahmed.
I am Bola Ahmed. I'm going to get things 6% GDP because they say why? Because I am Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, let's see his arrogance. Maybe it's going to propel it. I mean, it's going to be like a day and night. The difference is going to be like day and night. So if you can achieve it, it's a target, it's a goal. The serious academic things like, okay, you will just probably wobble around. If you did a good job, probably just wobble around 4%. Even if it gets up to 4% growth rate, that is fantastic, right? So, but you always have to set the sky as your target if you're a serious person. So 6%, fantastic target. There's nothing wrong to set a 6% target, right? It's not impossible to achieve. It's just that it's a high dream. And serious people, academics, they look at how things work in real life. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, wake up, wake up. So that's my point. Like, if you're saying it should go double-digit GDP, that essentially that makes my point. Like, the people saying double-digit GDP don't know what they are talking about. My brother, thank you very much. Babami, Moki, Sile, Babami.
Yeah. That's fine. So there's a story here. Simba. Everybody is going back to their vomit. I can't say really vomit, but they say Kakwaso met with Tinubu. So what do you think is going on there? Do we have Simba?
Is that a new news or what?
Yes, the breaking news just today.
It's not breaking. But we had met him before in France.
But that was not really ascertained. But this one they met in the soil of Nigeria.
Yeah, it's expected. This National Assembly leadership tussle that is going on. That is probably why Tinubu is meeting Kwankwaso, because they want to amass as many members as possible to support their own candidates. You recall when this media chat that Wiki also had, he made mention that their own rep and the Senate in Rivers State, that definitely they are going for Akpabio, and also made mention of the one from Oyo State that what's the name of the governor of Oyo State? Seyi Makinde, that all their own rep member and the Senate member will also go in favor of Akpabio. So I think that is what is actually going on presently. And so they want to make it across all parties and not only facing their
APC.
own members alone.
Only APC. Yeah. This Tinubu, this guy, I don't understand this guy. For me now, every opposition
you
party
can see
now.
the clip. You can see the clip that one man showed to us. I think I saw the clip yesterday and I sent it to him. You can see a Labour Party man talking about, because he called all of them, he addressed them, and the majority of them were impressed by the kind of thing that they are saying.
He's even calling my president.
Yes. When last do we see a president communicating, talking? Did you ever see Buhari for 8 years talking like that? The only thing that maybe he might be reading in an address, but this is somebody that will call you and engage in an intellectual discussion with people, and they were impressed with him. And they said, all of them said, okay, they are going to follow whatever I want to follow to move the Nigerian this thing forward. So I think it can be probably it will be one of the major things that we discuss with Kwankwaso, because at least he has about 18 or 19 House of Rep member, and then another 3. So they want to because when they got from news I'm hearing now, they said even in Abuja now, you see billboard as if we are in the electionary season. Billboard about this House of Assembly leadership touch. In fact, I don't know what is actually happening. Campaigning vigorously as if they are just campaigning to get elected to the House.
Wow. Wow. People are not playing at all. They are not playing at all. Wow. So it baffles me when at least we can still say APC have the majority. I can call it majority. Some people say it's not majority, but I can still say the APC still have a little bit number more than the
And
rest of
the number is not significant enough. And because what you need to win is about just 105 members, especially in the Senate. So if you just have some little disgruntled element within your party, and mind you, you don't have a full control over the opposition. So it can easily swing to the other side, and we have the situation that happened during 2015, that this Saraki coup that took place. So that is why they have to extend their search net to the other oppositions, so that they will have the number, so that even if the people that actually pledge their support to them decreases, at least because presently what they are saying now, they have about 75 members supporting Akpabio. Though it might be some among them that might also be supporting the other candidates. But let's say about 10 disgruntled all among them, they will still have the number to win. But if you focus on your member alone, 109, you can't get the vote of the 109 on one side. So, and that is why they have to extend to other opposition for them to be able to
wow.
to have the number.
But I still think Akpabio still have a little bit upper hand to clinch this seat to me. But it could have been better to go to the southeast just to douse the tension of the marginalization. But I don't think the southeast is playing the really politics for them to clinch that seat of the president of the Senate. So
when you are talking about the politics of Southeast, okay, look at Southeast now. You have two ranking senators from APC from that region, and the two of them cannot even form an alliance. Izinaso, or what they call that one, and Kalu, they are contesting differently. So what are you? So why are you? So these are the people that you are also clamoring for, but they are not in unison. You understand what I'm saying? No. So if you don't have two ranking senators in the same region that you are clamoring for, and the two of them are contesting against themselves, so what can you get from that?
Their vote is going to be divided. They are not going anywhere. Yeah, they are not going anywhere.
I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Simba, did you say a while ago that you need 105, or what figure did you say you need to clinch?
I mean 55. 55.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what I wanted to correct. It's 54 plus 150, since they are 58 and 109. So immediately you cross the half mark, then you are. So it's not
55 is just more than half.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you made
the other, it will remain one. It will remain 54.
Yeah.
So just by one.
Yeah.
But I think Akpabio has 70 or 60, as they are claiming.
He's claiming that he has 75 now. He's claiming that he has 75.
Don't rely on that until that day. Don't forget that these people are politicians. They will be telling you even a minute before the vote is cast. A minute before then, you just look at your back, you realize that you have only 2 votes. Meanwhile, 40 people have promised you just 5 minutes ago. When they cast the vote, you just see that only your vote and that of your wife, only 2, and you know you voted for yourself.
Politician,
so that's why it's politics. That's why it's politics.
Oh my God! So till that day, don't be assured of anything.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over.
Is it not the same backing they are giving Yoshiba Joda? Don't worry, Majolo. We are behind you. Don't worry, we will back you.
Well, I don't think it was this. I don't think it was the same. I don't think it's the same thing. I think that the Oshibajo campaign lacked a little bit of tact and what have you. I don't think it's the same thing, but anyhow, it is what it is.
I think the Osibajo, the people that are backing Osibajo, if you have somebody like Buhari backing, you know that you have nobody. Buhari is not a serious fellow that you say is backing you for any position. That somebody that will just go and sleep somewhere and say I'm for everybody. I'm
And
for
for
nobody.
nobody and for somebody. I
So
forgot that.
how can you have a president? You are telling your citizens that they can vote for anybody. They cannot. They should not vote for your party. That they are free to vote for anybody. You can see the unseriousness in that guy.
Very. I don't know. You follow us too much like this. I said, you are a president of Nigeria, but you are APC member. You will never see Buhari say vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's just lately to the election. You see him campaign for him, and it's not even very convincing. You can see it's very scattered campaigning. I've never heard anybody.
Thomas,
Come on now.
May Buhari never happen to Nigeria again. Buhari never happen. See, when we're talking about economy the other time, what I even wanted to say that time is this. It's like truly Kpmg, they are okay, or they have their data. This thing is all about statistics. They must have taken cumulative of what they've done somewhere and the average of how economy go. But one thing that they are underrating is this. They've underrated how Buhari brought us backward. Even recovering that gap alone is significant. You understand? If we calculate that percentage that Buhari brought us, because Buhari, okay, is it not in Nigeria that you will see that you are building infrastructure and there's no correlation between the infrastructure you are building and job creation and growth in GDP.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen such kind of economy before? You are doing projects and you have humongous debt on that project. And yet
A Buhari economy defy logic. It defy logic.
Because it was full of fraud.
But who is Buhari's economic teams? Who are members of the Buhari's economic team?
Oshiba is the leader now, isn't it?
Shima is one of them. Shima is one of them.
They say Shima is among them.
I'm the chairman. You can imagine what you get in an economy when you put a medical doctor as the chairman.
Buhari, as all I read this, Buhari will never happen to Nigeria anymore.
Have you guys seen mansions and mansions and mansions that was built in Niger Republic by Buhari?
Which mansion?
Well, it is on the news. It is on the news.
Don't come on. It's on obedient news.
Well, you see how you're obedient news because I'm saying something. You want me to support Buhari? Since I'm not supporting Buhari, it's obedient news. Come on,
but don't come and start giving us fake news now.
I'm telling you what I saw here in
which
news?
Nigeria
Republic and you saw
is it Radio Biafra or what? Which news?
Well, na Radio Yoruba Nation.
Were the mansions were they built by Buhari or who built them? And they build houses in Niger again? Was it Buhari that built them?
The same way cars were shipped to Niger Republic. They weren't shipped by Buhari. The same way
Sorry, can we know his topic? Is that Zaki Pada?
Can you show us the
No. This is Shima.
What did you say? What did you say, my brother?
A lot of cars are shipped to Niger Republic.
Was that a secret?
Ajani Koko is looking for brother.
Hold on. Simba, hold on, please. Simba, hold on. Ajani Koko, please. Was that a secret? There was a donation by the government of Nigeria to Niger to aid by production of Amoka to support them in the fight against terrorists. So was that a secret? It was a government donation. We do it every time. We've been doing it like forever. So how is that a big deal?
Which other African countries did we donate to? Did we donate to Ghana?
Several. So don't let us go there. We have played big brother to so many African countries. So many.
Chima, what you don't?
Can you give me evidence of when it was donated to Ghana and Cameroon?
I'm not going to go down that way. That's the
Bishop. Let me tell Chima. let me tell Chima something. I think you guys, you are just looking at the surface. You are not looking at the depth. If they control the security problem in Nigerian borders, it's favoring us.
Thomas, Buhari is the most corrupt president I've ever known.
I don't hear you.
So
I don't hear you.
Nigeria should start building
Now,
railway
the thing,
in Niger.
Jeep,
When we don't have railway in
long
Nigeria
push, they
because
go take the security.
we want to
Why they don't
protect
buy
the border. If we
Innocent
send
Motor
military in
or
our border,
Innocent can
if we
give
send
them
our
a
military in
Hey,
our
one
border,
voice, one voice, please. Yeah, Chima, what do you say? We can barely hear you.
you said that
Your system is very yeah.
you
Go
said
on.
that if we're able to protect Niger Republic, the terrorists that are coming there, it is for our own good. And I'm asking that, so building railway from Nigeria to Niger Republic, donating money to Niger Republic, building, sending them cars to Niger Republic, only that country. We have other countries that are bordered Nigeria. We have Cameroon. We have terrorists from Cameroon. I never heard us building railway to Cameroon. I never heard us building railway to Ghana. I never heard us building railway to
That's
Benin Republic.
Thomas.
You know, but it's only
Yeah.
Niger Republic. And
Can you let me address that, please?
Come on now, let's be realistic.
Yes, yeah, Bishop.
Yeah, good. Now, I know where you're coming from, and I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to use any derogatory thing. The construction of that rail is of mutual benefit, and to be very surprised that you guys just latch up on things. It was not even initiated by Buhari. It has been in the pipeline for long. Even Jonathan spent a lot of money on it and even launched it. It was something that was going to be of benefit, a mutual benefit to Nigeria. We are developing a lot of ports that we want these people to come and be patronizing, and they will move those things through rail up north because they are landlocked. But because it is Buhari that built it, it has been, go and check your record. That's number one. Then the distance, what they were attributing to it is not even anything. Now, let me tell you one of the things that we need to do for Niger. Niger might be very weak. In the language I speak, they say the leper might not be able to milk the cow, but it can spill the cow. See, to make us very vulnerable today, there are people that will tell Niger, you know what? Let us dam River Niger for you. They have the money. They will give them money to dam River Niger. If Niger decide to dam River Niger tomorrow, they have put on in a great peril. The reason why we are giving them some electricity, both Niger and some other foreign countries, is not because we need to, but we have too much, but because we need to sustain that mutual relationship. It is not all the time that it benefits us, but if it goes down, we are going to lose more than they will lose. So sometimes there was a time in Nigeria, despite the fact that we were lacking doctors, we were sending doctors, we were sending teachers, they call it technical core aid. I know quite a number of persons that were not really very sufficient when we were doing that, but we needed to send so that to maintain a kind of stability in our sub-region, at least to protect ourselves. So sometimes when you do some of these things, you're not doing it because you are looking at yourself alone. You are doing it considering the fact that if you don't do, what are the things that could go wrong? It's not everything that is colored in politics.
Bordering Nigeria, did we do this? All these benefits and all these helps were not only Niger Republic.
What's the question? What's the question?
Bishop is correct, though. Bishop is
What's the
correct.
question? I did not even hear what you said. What's the question again?
I said, which other
country
country
Niger Republic
that is bordering Nigeria did we send this level of benefits? Build railway.
We just built a magnificent bridge that connects with Cameroon. The West Africa. You don't know the Nigerian-Cameroon bridge that was just built about a year ago?
Where was it built? You said it was built a year ago. Who built it? Where was it built?
Thomas. I said a year ago. You are telling me where it went. What are you talking about?
Why was it not?
No, Shima. To be honest, I think Bishop, strategically, Bishop is very right. The problem with Buhari is perception. Those projects, when you look at those projects, all those vehicle bought ready, they are very strategic. And all those neighboring countries, they are one of the reasons that the Boko Haram incursion has been minimized. But Buhari has a perception problem. That's just the problem. You understand? So no matter whatever Buhari does from now to tomorrow, even for supporting from someone from the Niger Republic as the secretary to the to OAU, then people will never forget about that. And when you see all the kind of project they take to Daura, see, I don't think any state in the entire Nigeria has a level of project in Katsina under Buhari. So when people look at that and its body language, you want to look at that as ethnic bigotry and whatever. But when you look at that in overall, I will agree with Bishop at the end of the day.
I would like to go to Chima. Chima is a new voice, as we always do. We like to document people's voices. Chima, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. How are you, my brother? What do you think about the Emefiele saga going on? His arrest and his suspension.
Well, the truth is that I feel like Emefiele allowed himself to be used by Buhari to fight Tinubu. Emefiele, it was the hand of what the Bible called the hand of Esau and the voice of Jacob.
I like that.
All what Emefiele was doing was Buhari's script. He was foolish. If I were him, I will resign, because Buhari was even Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo's coming out was the hand of Esau, the voice of Jacob. Buhari never supported Tinubu for one bit, but he was not courageous to come out openly and tell him that he wasn't supporting him because of the agreement they had. So he was looking for anybody that will help him and fight Tinubu. Eventually, he dragged Oshibanjo in. Oshibanjo was not fully into it. He was partially going. He dragged Emefiele in. Emefiele was partially into it. So I feel like Emefiele, what he's going through is he should go through it, because he wasn't man enough to either say, no, I'm not going to do this thing that they asked me to do, and resign. And if I were him, immediately Tinubu won the nomination, he would have just straight resigned. You see what I'm saying? Because I can tell you for free, what he's going through now is it is like victimization for what he did.
You call it victimization.
Simba, your network is not good.
I'm listening.
Call it victimization.
I'm listening. My network is very good. My network is good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Simba, what do you say?
I thought he said victimization. That's what I'm asking. That what is happening to Emefiele now? Did you call it victimization?
Well, you see, what I'm saying is, there is an investigation. Listen to me. There is an investigation going on with Emefiele. Whether he is guilty or not, the investigation has not proven yet. So if I were the president, in order not to let people believe that what I'm doing is like vengeance, I would have allowed the investigation to indict him. Then based on the investigation indictment, he will not be suspended. But to suspend
are you tracing this arrest to Tinubu? Because the DSS, let me finish, please. Okay. DSS has been witch hunting Emefiele even before Tinubu became the president. I think the suspension of Emefiele is the one that gave them power to arrest him now, because now he's just like an ordinary citizen.
No, you're right. But like I said, remember that this DSS has been trying to arrest him when Buhari was the president. Still, he goes everywhere. He even came to the United States with Buhari.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like his shield, his cover is no longer there. You know what I'm saying? If Buhari were to be here, would DSS arrest him?
I don't think so.
Okay. So that was why I said if I were Tinubu, I would have, because he has the power to tell DSS to wait. Let him be indicted. If he's indicted with the investigation, then you will not carry it out. Some people who are Emefiele supporters or people who will not see it as revenge.
But Chima, this arrest is still fresh. By tomorrow, we will know its charges, isn't it?
Yeah.
We will know what they arrest him for. We don't know. We can't ascertain that for
Thomas,
now.
I want to even mention something. Let me say this. You know, in a sinner society, maybe in the Western world, once you are investigating somebody, that person ordinarily, what they will do is to actually resign,
to step down,
for you to be able
step
to
aside. Yeah. We are Africans now.
But in our own climate, nobody will do that. You can't be investigating somebody who is still in the office. And that is why he has to be suspended for them to be able to investigate it. Because if he's still in the office, we will be able to cover a lot of the things that they are looking for.
Yes, I can still say he's still the governor of the house for now, of the central bank. Until
So
was
he's suspended. He has not been sacked. He's suspended.
He has not been sacked. Yeah.
So it's just like asking him to step aside to be investigated, and if they can indict him and find him guilty, then be it. But that is what I said earlier. The way we look at things, you want to tell me that apart from what he did to Tinubu, this guy has not actually affected Nigerians, has not done anything wrong apart from what you are saying that maybe Tinubu's with hunting him. Did you think that he doesn't deserve this arrest? What he has done to Tinubu?
What I'm saying is, if you followed what I said initially, Emefiele was acting the script of Buhari. And me and you and I know that what he was doing all through was Buhari's script. The same way Oshibanjo acted Buhari's script. The same way Amechi acted Buhari's script. To be candid with you, Buhari never wanted Tinubu to be president in any way, shape, or form. It's just that he has no courage to come out openly to let people know, or to let Tinubu know that.
No, we don't know that for a fact.
Can I ask you a question?
Just speculation.
Can I ask you a question? Okay. Did Emefiele had an option to resign if what Buhari was asking him to do was actually against the ethic of his profession? Did he have that? Way to resign? The option to resign?
Definitely. I mean, if you listen to me, I told you if I were him, if you heard what I just said, if I were Emefiele, immediately I discovered that I am being used against certain influences in Nigeria, I will resign. He had the option.
Batunaji resigned when he believed that there was a conflict between that power situation and his company. Then Awolowo did it before too. So we've seen people that resigned.
A lot of people have resigned in Nigeria.
But this guy, Judas would not have betrayed Jesus Christ if Judas himself was not a thief. He was, I think, from the history, he was already stealing already. So he had a character.
He's a thief.
So the thing is, whatever you have inside you, whenever you now take alcohol, that is what you are going to see outside. That's the way you are going to act. So this guy, as a CBN governor, he wanted to become the president. That position was not to be political. It turned into a political office. This guy, without anybody asking him, he started asking for those big men. Do you have daughter? Do you have son that want to work in CBN? And he employed them. What's that telling you? He just politicized that place. And people are saying, okay, if they arrest this man, they have nothing to. Seriously? That's the round tripping of dollars alone is enough to nail this guy. It's impossible. I work in a banking industry that we know that if you pick each executive in that bank, if you pick each executive and you audit them very well, you will hardly find one or two.
Hey, Thomas, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, please.
What do you think about El-Rufai's rant? What is your position on all what El-Rufai said?
It's condemnable. It's uncalled for. It's unfair. It's everything you can classify it to. I condemn it in the highest order. So that is my take.
It's not far different from what Obi said now. Obi did the same thing in the church.
What did Obi say? What did Obi say? Let me ask. What did Obi say?
Go and look it up now. When you want to
Mike, don't take us to that. Don't let us go that route.
No. Hold on. Hold on. Let's hear what he said now.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Yeah, that sounds like the same someone.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir? Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy. Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result. Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support. Amen. Amen. You know, we look forward to God's intervention. Thank you, Daddy. We look forward to God's intervention. Thank you, Daddy. We look forward to God's intervention. Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara. Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people. The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war. I believe that.
That is what I want you to hear. That is a religious war. So that is what Obi said. So, okay. Chima, what's your response? Good.
Listen, I hope you understand that Obi said that the two were joined in different situations where he said mention religious war. They joined it to this discussion.
Chima, hold on. Before you continue, who are you supporting? So we can know who we are talking to.
Well, I'm supporting good Nigeria. I don't have.
It's obvious now. What kind of question is that?
No.
You don't have the host. You don't have the
if you are speaking for somebody, everybody know my politics. Simba, I know your politics. I know Bishop politics. I know Ajale Koko politics. We align with somebody on this platform. Everybody knew that.
You don't know my politics.
I know your politics, and pastor, our front pastor is your own politics. So we know that.
Mention the name of that pastor now.
Pastor Bakari, the young pastor.
The 16th president.
Erufai second in command.
Young pastor.
You don't know my politics. So simple. See,
that is your politics, Ola. Now, when you came on this platform,
I don't want you to raise this thing. We've said these things severally. Honestly, they are not exactly the same. You don't just this.
Ola, don't let us open that side. I want to focus on.
They are not just the same thing. So don't.
Yeah, Chima, what you say you are for Nigeria?
Yes, I'm for anybody. Listen, what I am. I live in America. I think positive. Anybody who is for a better Nigeria, whoever the person is, I tell you.
Are you for one Nigeria?
You say?
Are you for one Nigeria?
I'm for a better Nigeria. I don't know what you mean by one Nigeria, because if there is one Nigeria, what Erufai said, I'm for a better Nigeria, because if there is anything like one Nigeria, what Erufai said would have gotten him to prison today. Because he's mentioned, I hope you hear what he said.
Yeah, that's right.
Christians that there will be Muslims.
So should Obi have gone to prison too then for what he said? Yeah.
Should Obi what?
Should Obi have gone to prison too?
Hold on. Thomas, can I come in? Thomas, can I come in?
What Obi said.
Hold on. Let him land. Let's I know if you have new people in our presence, we always give them some. Yeah, let's we haven't heard him.
I want you guys to have an
Chima,
independent
hold on, Chima. Chima is still dodging. So I want to get him very well so I can know his politics. Yeah, go on, Chima.
I said there is nothing like one Nigeria. What I want is somebody who will bring Nigeria to a better Nigeria where everybody will be united. For me, when I hear one Nigeria, I laugh because one Nigeria is for some people.
So what do we have then? Two Nigeria.
I mean, if you want to be independent, if you want to be fair-minded, you will know that I want people here to be fair-minded. If you guys are not fair-minded, well, I will just laugh. But in Nigeria today, do you really think we have one Nigeria?
We have one Nigeria, but we have, unfortunately, we just have too many bad people on all sides. Yeah.
So we had the presidential, and we saw all the candidates, the prominent candidates.
What I said is I want somebody who.
Hold on for Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Among all the top candidates, Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, and Kwankwaso, who among them do you think can take us to that one Nigeria that you are clamoring for?
I honestly think during the electioneering, Tinubu did not come out to tell us what he wants to do. He was sending people left and right. He didn't come out openly. I would have loved a situation where Oshibanjo and Obi, and maybe not even Atiku. Maybe I don't know whether.
No. You are not.
My brother, you are not answering the question. You are not answering the question.
Of course, I'm telling you that. I
No, he says Oshibanjo and Obi.
There's something I would have wanted a situation where Oshibanjo and Obi would have contested. Then we look at two of them on their individual merit. Tinubu is not even well, man.
So you are saying Obi will give us one Nigeria? Obi that one religious words, one will give us one Nigeria.
Obi is come on now. Stop. When you.
So what they are saying basically is that Oshibanjo, even though he's not in the race, and Obi are the two persons that we have now that can take us to that.
I said is somebody of Oshibanjo's caliber and Obi. If it was between two of them, we would have had a robust.
But what Chima, what Ajale Koko is telling you now, forget about Oshibanjo.
Obi is the person, because we heard what he said in the campaign.
Oh.
No, you are talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now it's
that
clear
is your
now.
politics.
We know what he said now. He said one religious word. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. I mean, if that's what you want to, if you want to carry two tapes that were joined together, if it's what you want to carry along, but Erufai.
Stop. Even Peter Obi himself did not say that two tapes were put together. Stop deceiving yourself. Stop living on these lies. Come on. That's true.
Be fair to yourself.
You are saying that it was two tapes
you can
together.
You can never hide your obedience. If there's any English call that. Yeah, you're obedient now.
It's not even about being obedient.
You are obedient, my brother. And there's no crime in that.
My brother, listen, I don't hide my preference for Obi. If I see somebody that is better than Obi, I will say it. Let me tell you one thing. That when I look at majority of you guys,
are you saying Tinubu is not better than Obi?
Have you Thomas, have you ever voted for any Igbo person before in your life?
I would rather vote for a Yoruba man.
I voted for
people know me.
Although not Igbo, I voted for.
Say what?
I would rather vote for a Yoruba man.
I know, but have you ever voted for any Igbo person before in your life?
No. I will never vote for any Igbo person. I would rather vote for Yoruba man.
Why?
I would rather vote for Yoruba man, a Yoruba person. Everybody know my politics.
So
because Igbo people will not vote for Yoruba person. That's why.
Yeah, God bless you.
Igbo people will not vote for Yoruba person.
Igbo
people didn't vote for Abiola.
No, he lost the election in the Southeast. That's the only region where Abiola actually lost the election.
Who voted for
Hold on, let me ask you. Abiola didn't win in Anambra State.
He didn't win in the whole Southeast.
Abiola didn't win in Anambra State. I'm asking you, what is Southeast? Anambra State.
So Anambra State is equivalent to Igbo.
Guys.
Is it not Southeast? Must he win everywhere?
Shima, just a second, please.
But Labour Party also won Lagos.
Simba,
That
wait,
is
please.
after they
I'm
remove
begging of everyone.
close to 1 million votes, right?
Shima, Simba, I'm begging of everyone, please let us move away from this tribal sentiment and let's just talk of something.
But now you guys, they bring tribe now. You
No,
know, you
that's
guys
no,
you are the one that
Thank
brought. You
you
are the one
very
that
much.
brought.
You are the one that
already
brought
told
the tribe
you
now.
that
Who break tribe?
never vote for any Igbo person because it's
No.
Yoruba.
Thank you.
Please,
But
very well.
hold on, please. Hold on, please. Everybody, hold on. That is my opinion.
Exactly. That is tribal politics. And
that's my opinion. You can't consider. That's what I'm showing my face. That is my opinion.
well,
I'd rather vote for a Yoruba man.
Nobody's. I'm not against it. What I'm saying is,
So that is my opinion. You can't. Everybody have their preference.
The person that say move away from tribal politics should not.
So, Shima, I'm the one saying we should move away from tribal politics because it's not going to do us any good, right? So, my reason.
Tribal politics.
No, am I the one playing tribal politics? I'm just appealing to you all to stop tribal politics.
No, the person you're going to tell is the person that tells you that he votes based on tribe.
I say I'm begging of everyone to stop.
Ola, don't beg anybody.
No,
everybody
Thomas,
have their
Thomas,
own.
Thomas.
Everybody have their preference.
No.
I will vote for a Yoruba man every day. Everybody know my politics. That is mine. I don't vote because it's a tribe. That is what I want.
Thomas, wait. See, you are the moderator now, right?
He asked me a question now. He asked me a question.
Where I know he asked you a question. See. That's why I'm begging. You know, I'm not forcing it on anybody. I'm just begging. I'm appealing. Let us please move away from tribal politics. It's not.
But we can't stop it.
We are not like that. See, if it's other forums,
very useful advice. Let us
Thomas.
Let
Ola take from you. Thomas, let Ola take from you. You like today is like you drink ogogoro of a tribe. So just let Ola continue.
See, we know some forum that they dedicated to tribal. This place is not like that because we know that.
Of course. Why not? Yeah, everybody know that.
Let's talk of
economy.
Even if you want to talk of Obi, talk of competence. Don't let us make it tribal. Because for me, even if I'm going to look at it, if Soludo is voting tomorrow, Soludo is my man till anything. Whatever you like about Soludo talk. Dangote is my man. No matter whatever you talk, we talk from now to tomorrow. You are wasting your time. I will find every reason to like that.
Ola, but we said on this platform when the Southeasterners continue to bash Soludo when we speak about Obi, we told them now that they should just give us Soludo in the Southwest. I love Soludo. If Soludo come out tomorrow to campaign for presidency, I will vote for him. If I'm opportune to vote for him.
I have my role model. I have my role model like
already said here that you always vote for your person anytime, any day. So,
but if I see Igbo man that have brain, I will vote for him now.
So it's only your people that have brain. How you?
I say if I see Igbo man that have brain,
all these
like
Igbo men that
Soludo.
have contested, none of them got brain. Now Yoruba have brain.
I said, my brother.
We didn't have brain. Sorry.
I said if I see Igbo man that have brain, like Soludo, my brother.
Stop denigrating people.
My brother, if I see, let me finish. I don't know. I didn't say Tinubu have brain. If I see Igbo man that have brain like Soludo, I will vote for him.
Thomas,
that's my choice. Yes, please.
Thomas,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to answer Chima. Whether you like it or not, Tinubu has brain and he has more brains than Peter.
He doesn't even have brain. I don't even care if he have
no,
brain.
No. I'm stating your own opinion, but this is my own opinion.
No,
and there is no.
You see, your opinion is good for you.
Yeah, I know.
But my opinion is, I've heard him speak.
Exactly. Same as your opinion.
Whenever
Say
I
I'm
hear
your
him speak,
opinion. Hold, let me finish now. I mean, I've been listening to you for some few minutes. The same way your opinion is good for you, you are entitled to it. The same way my opinion is good for me, I'm entitled to it. The same way every Nigerian and Nigerians saw all the candidates and they voted, and more people voted for one candidate because, in their own opinion, they felt that candidate was better than the others.
what candidate the more people voted for?
Who won the election?
Who won the election? What question are you asking?
INEC appointed.
Stop that! Stop that nonsense!
There
Stop
you go.
that! Loud,
There you
lazy
go.
talk. Here you come again. It's
There
only
you
when
go.
your candidate don't win that the INEC appointed.
Mahmoud
Stop that!
appointed president.
Stop that saying something.
It is until he is not. You know. He didn't win the election. You know it.
It says who? You.
Who know?
Who know?
You all know it, man.
I beg you.
My brother. Hey, do you know? This proverb is a Yoruba proverb. It said, "Kola kro leko, eko kola." Yes, I will interpret it in English. You know that pap, they normally rap. Yes. You know, that
It's called Agidi in Igboland. Agidi.
Yes, they call it Agidi. Yes. So yes, if they wrap that pap, pap doesn't have the mark. It's that leaf that make that pap have a line on it. So who won the election? Who they declare for the winner? I think it's Tinubu the last time I checked. So maybe we'll just move on. I don't understand. So you say who won the election? So you are still clinching to that 1 million votes you have in Lagos.
Thomas, move away from there. Ola has advised you. You are still sticking. Move to another.
No. We are not talking tribal now. We are talking politics now.
Move to another topic.
Yeah, that's all right. I have
another topic, Thomas. I want to give you another topic to discuss.
No, you can't. I have my topic here, my brother. Thank you. I will show you guys.
Let me mention it.
No. Now I'm the moderator. Chima is not the moderator. Let me. I have this stupid man. Is a non-entity. Let's listen to him. Maybe we'll see. We can move on from that. Maybe we'll move on from politics a little bit. Yeah. Listen to this.
I can command a car that has never moved for 6 months. The engine is removed. Engine out, and I pray the engine move and the car move. I can command a car that has never moved for 6 months. The engine is removed. Engine out, and I pray the engine move and the car move.
So if you don't know who is speaking, I think you guys know who is speaking. One this non-entity pastor from South Africa. He's from Malawi. He said if engine is removed from a car, he can command that car to be moving. It's just, when I saw this video, I said, Africa, is he? And people are in that gathering, sharing him up. Sometimes I ask myself, I ask people on that platform.
So Thomas, let me ask you. So between that pastor and all those Nigerian obedient pastors, they all did their prediction that they made their prophecy. Who's more retarded? Who's more foolish?
They are all retarded now. They are all retarded people now. There's no doubt about that. So because if somebody said a car that the engine has been removed, he can command that car to be walking to drive. And people in that gathering, they are sharing him up. I don't get it. I don't know if anybody have anything to say, or we should just move on. Yeah, when I saw the video, I said
the obedient pastor, they say God told them, gone. All of them.
Mikey, why are you going
they
back
lie
to
on God now.
now?
So and that guy didn't lie on God. I mean, that one just that guy didn't say God will make him move, He said he will make him move. But the obedient pastors, they say, God told them that will be a win. Some of them say God told them Tinubu will die before the inauguration. Some of them, their prophecy became doomed. It was
Thomas, what I want to say about this.
Let me say this. I listened to one pastor said, the next president of Nigeria, his name starts with P. happy. I just laughing. I just laughing. It's just,
So Thomas, you have pastors in your own country. You are skipping them. You are going all the way to South Africa to go and attacking their own pastor. When you have your own pastor to deal with, eh?
I listened to a pastor, a Nigerian pastor. He said, Buhari is number 15. I am number 16. The Nigerian pastor, Buhari is 15. I am 16. You know him, right?
And we know him now. He's retarded.
We have one of his disciples on this platform now.
Is retarded.
And Thomas still going to church. Thomas still go to church on Sunday.
The same. I'm sorry to say this, though. This is my faith. I'm a Christian. No, it's not that I'm speaking against, but all this pastor, we have to nail them. They are not working for God. They are not speaking for God.
No. Thomas.
Yeah.
You know, let me tell you, it's not only in Christianity. It across all religion. You know why it is thriving? Let me tell you.
We are
it's because we see all those things on the mainstream media. The issue, let me tell you here, is poverty that is driving all this kind of thing. And it's not only poverty. It's not only poverty of. It's not only monetary poverty. Even poverty of mind. Poverty of knowledge. You understand? But you know, when there is poverty of money, it affects every other aspect of your life. You know, when there is no hope, people will look for hope in something. When you are hungry, if they ask you to do anything, you will do it. And that is why all these pastors are thriving, lying to our people, and our people are following them. I think let the economic situation of Africa improve, and people can be liberated from their poverty. You see that less and less people will be going to church and mosque and all those, following all those religious things. That is what is happening. They are just banking on the poverty.
Simba, Pastor Tunde Bakari's church, I can say maybe if I'm not exaggerating, I can tell you with facts. I've been there before. One of me, they have invited me once. The one in Ogba, close to Kpmg. I can tell you maybe 80 or 70% of his followership, or what they call it. They are pure educated person. And this guy said this thing. He didn't win. He didn't get one vote in the primaries. He didn't win the election. He doesn't even contest the election for him to win the election. And the next Sunday, the same church still packed. Professors, doctors, teachers, lawyers.
Thomas, yes, I agree with you. I tell you, you know, let me use an example. You look at where you are coming from, where you are today. You still have that fear in you, that fear of unknown, that you don't want to go back to where you came from. You understand? You don't want to go to that mass status. That is what we call intergenerational poverty. Black people, you know, I asked this question some time ago. Black people are coming.
Simba, you are breaking heavily. We can barely hear you. Maybe you move your position, or you are using obedient network. Maybe it's the obedient network you are using. You can hear you loud and clear before.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Obedient network is better than Tinubu network.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. What I'm saying is that you know, I said I want to use it as an example. If you look at where you're coming from and where you are today, that is why you see us working harder, because the reason why is that we don't want to go back, and we are not even sure of the future. And that fear of unknown is still part of why we have our belief in God, that we believe that only God can sustain us. And if you have that kind of belief, you can be swayed by anybody in the name of religion, in the name of say they have this spiritual power that we are talking about. And that thing has been passed to us from generation to generation. And that is why I said earlier on, black people, we are coming from a disadvantageous state. And that is why you see that the blacks, whether you are in America, you are in Europe, you are anywhere, our mentality is still not different from those who are living in the third world.
Simba, let me tell you this. I've been outside of Nigeria almost like a decade now. When I left Nigeria, now I know that what we are doing in Nigeria, we are not working in Nigeria. So you worry that call Nigerian lazy youths. We are totally lazy youths. Even I can say, even though when I'm in Nigeria, I'm employed, I can still say that I'm lazy. I'm not working when I was in Nigeria. That is not a work. When I got here, I know that now, Oyibo, even they are working more than we are not working at all. We are so lazy people. Africans, we are lazy people. My going to church reduced drastically. I still go to church. I go to church. I'm a choir. I sing in the church. But my mentality of going to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because I have to pay bills. I have 2 mortgages to pay. You have to work harder. I have 4 jobs. You have to what?
Thomas, where do you get
harder.
the idea that everybody here is a Christian? We are interested in your Christian preaching that you are doing here. Eh?
No. I'm not saying that. You can tell us about Babalawo too now.
No, I'm not there to talk about. I'm just saying you're talking to us about.
I'm a Christian. I can't shy away from that. I'm a Christian. You do want me to denounce
the rest
Christian?
of us we are not interested in church. I beg. Go back to politics.
That's all right. That's all right.
Go to politics.
Let me make this submission before we move to the next topic.
Go on.
You see, the problem with Nigeria is nothing works. Because nothing works in Nigeria, people resort to God, and faith and hope. So you see an individual who will go to work from Monday to Friday, at the end of the day, they might not pay him. He will just say, well, let it be God, because there is no more place to place hope. There is no hope in the government. Everything in Nigeria is you must bribe somebody to get what is your own entitlement. Like exactly what happened in this election, where INEC chairman decided on his own part that he is the one that will choose president for us. If Nigeria start working, I bet.
Hold on. What do you mean by that?
Let me finish. When I finish, you continue.
No.
Back again.
This is Simba. I can't let that sleep just go like that. What do you mean by that? Can you expatiate?
Well, me and you know that it is INEC that chose president for us. It will not do what happened in Nigeria can never happen in this Western world where you are.
So people did not vote on the day of election.
People voted, but INEC chairman who he wants to make president.
Thomas, can you give Chima opportunity to even tell us how he think that will be won that election?
Yes, I will mute myself and everybody. I will mute everybody. Let me give you 2 minutes. Just give us a tangible reason.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the moderator. I believe that BBC has already showed us that Obi won Rivers State. If you've been following the tribunal, you will see that Benue State on the
Chima, you make me come back again.
Allah, you say you mute yourself.
Is it BBC?
Come on, you say you mute yourself now. Let the man.
Wait, I can't let that slide, please. I'm sorry.
But let him finish audio, then come back and
No, I will forget. Is it BBC that conduct election in Nigeria?
Okay, mute again. Let me mute again. Thank you so much. I started by saying that INEC decided who to make the president. You say I should expatiate. And I'm giving you instances where independent bodies have gone to check various states. Obi-Wan River State, you and I know it. Obi-Wan Benue, you and I know it. Obi-Wan Lagos with a large margin. Even PDP officials came to TV and said that Obi's vote, more than 500,000 votes was taken away from Obi's votes. I hope you're following the tribunal. I don't want us to go back to this discussion. Let's move forward. But what I'm telling you is, if this country where you are, and I don't know the country you are, if this country that you are is following Nigeria the way Nigeria is working, you probably not going to be in the country. Yes.
Chima, please, Thomas, please permit me. I'm sorry. I don't like to.
Bishop, let him finish.
He has said something very critical.
Just take your pen and jot down, please. Let him expose everything. Then you pick him one after the other, please.
Yes, yeah. Oh, go on.
Am I have the audience?
Yeah, go on. We are listening. I mute myself. We are listening.
Thomas, you have expatiated how you came to the Western world, and you discovered that this is now the time you're working. The reason you discovered it is because this is where things work. It is not where an individual will decide what every other person. Well, an individual will decide for every other person, like Momodu decided for Nigeria. If what happened in Nigeria had happened in, I don't know the country you are, you're probably not going to be in that country. The only reason religious men and women in Nigeria thrive is because there is no hope. You go to work, like this is my friend that, where he works, he paid $40,000 Naira to go to work. Since this first fuel increment, he pays 3 times 40,000 Naira a month, to go to work. Since this fuel scarcity started, he pays 3 times, which is like 120,000 Naira to get to work in a month. Can you imagine such a person? He will resort to God and hope, because they pay him 150. He enters motor right now. He'll be entering motor of 120.
But please, may I ask you a question? Is there anything wrong for someone resorting to having hope in God?
No, there is nothing. Remember, I was just trying to answer Thomas that said that it was when he came to America, the country that he came to, that he discovered that Nigerians are lazy youths. It is not that they are lazy. It is just because certain individuals. In Nigeria.
We are losing you. Yeah, go on.
No. So what I'm saying is, I was trying to answer the question where you said that it was when you came to where you are, and I don't know the country you are.
I'm in Australia.
Okay, good. Okay. It was when you get to Australia that you discovered that you can actually walk. And I'm telling you that the only reason is because where you are is where things work. No individual will decide whether you are going to get paid if you finish your work or not. If Nigerians start working, start working, people will resort less to all these religious men and women or religious leaders and believe in their hard work. But because it doesn't work, one individual will decide who is the president, who is the assistant president, who is the whatever, who is the speaker of the house, who is the senate president, who is the governor of any state. People resort to God. If tomorrow your vote counts in Nigeria, you will see that Nigeria will start working. You will see that Nigerians are not lazy. Nigerians in America are the best. Nigerians are the most educated, the most vibrant, the richest group in America. I'm telling you. Because we are not lazy. Nigerians are not lazy. They are hardworking. But the country Nigeria made sure that no Nigerian will work and earn their hard-earned work. Individuals want to make sure that they decide what you get, whatever around you, and a person wants to make sure he is the determinant of everything around you. That is my submission.
Simba, you guys, Bishop, you have to interrogate what is just said. I don't want to interrogate him, so you guys can interrogate that. Yeah.
Can I wanted to say something so that I can another topic entirely, sha, but if I'm permitted, I can say something to him about this.
No, let's
issue.
finish this topic. Then you can go. What do you want to talk about? Yeah, go on. Yeah, say yeah. Let's hear from you.
Okay.
How are you, my brother?
Okay,
no. Let's deal with what he just said. Let's respond to what he just said first.
That's what I'm saying. Let's respond to. Yeah, let's respond to.
No, let people respond to.
Yeah. Let's respond to my brother. Yeah.
Let's see if I respond.
You want me to?
Okay.
You want me to respond to
Chima.
Simba.
Chima, are you there?
I'm here, Simba. Chima just make some.
No, that's what I want to respond to. I want to ask Chima some questions.
I was calling you. Maybe you step away from your system. Yeah.
No, I'm
to
here.
respond to him.
I didn't want to, because a lot of people were talking at the same time. I didn't want to talk. I'm here.
No.
We ask you to convince us that Obi won that election. But the only thing you could say is that, okay, independent observer say he won River, he won Benue, and he won Lagos by large margin. Has that one proven that he won the election? Hello, can you hear me, Chima?
I'm listening to you.
I ask you a question. Does that one has proven that he won that election? What you just said, has it proven that he won the election?
Okay, what I'm telling you is that independent bodies, if you remember, can you hear me?
We are listening to you.
Good. What I'm saying is, if you mention all the states, like I don't know if you've been following the tribunal, if you remove the votes of Rivers State, remove the vote in Benue, remove the vote in Plateau, remove the vote in Lagos.
Which vote are you removing, please?
Who won Rivers State? Even at today in IRF as at today, who won Rivers State in IRF as at today?
Well, you are saying that you want to remove votes. Are you removing Tinubu vote and you are joining it with Obi, or what? Or is that what you are doing?
In Rivers State, for instance,
yes,
Tinubu was declared winner by INEC. And
So what is the differential that you have that you are claiming in Rivers?
It don't matter. What I'm saying is, you have Rivers, you have Lagos, you have a whole bunch of. When you remove all those votes that was awarded to Tinubu, who won?
No, that's what I'm saying. What is the differential that you are fighting about? That's what we want to know.
My brother, I'm not fighting.
Simba.
Then hello. Besides that, does it even if you remove all this one, does that one mean that Obi won that election? Has he actually satisfied all the criteria for him to be
there is 25% in Abuja.
It's not only 25% in Abuja, it has to be 25% in 24 states.
Okay, who satisfied the condition to become president among them?
Only Tinubu.
Tinubu won 25% in Abuja.
No, we are not talking about Abuja, we are talking about 24 states.
No, I'm not saying 24 states. You must talk about what the constitution requires. Everything.
Which of the constitution?
You are not an attorney general. That one has not been decided. So leave that one first. Leave that with 5%. We are talking about.
That one, my brother, come on now. That one has been decided in 2007 when Buhari took Obasanjo to the court. It was decided. Everybody knew about it. There is a precedence about it.
Simba.
Okay. Who want to talk?
This is
Bishop.
It's
okay.
Me. I just want to talk. I heard when Thomas was calling, but I felt maybe it was not necessary to just belabor this topic anymore. But let me just chip in one or two things, because it's gradually becoming a delusion of grandeur, and it's degenerating to something else. Now, this is the fact. These are the facts of the matter.
as it is declared today, the election that was conducted, only one body had the power to declare, to conduct that election, collate and announce result and declare a winner. And that body has done exactly that. Now, if you have grievances, there is a procedure for pursuing it, expressing it via a court of law, which we are on. And for people to just wake up one day and say, Peter Obi won Nasarawa, he won Benue, he won Plateau, he won Blah, he won Blah, he won Blah. But other people cannot win in Anambra, they cannot win in Imo, they cannot even get 5%. Let's leave it at that. So, assuming without considering that Peter Obi won in all these places, did Peter Obi win in Sokoto? Did he win in Kebbi? Did he win in Zamfara? Did he win in Jigawa? Did he win in Borno? Did he win in Yobe? Did he win, are those not, they are not Nigerians? So you said Peter Obi could score 100% in Lagos, but Tinubu cannot score 4% in Anambra State. And does that make you, does this sound like any rational being talking? That Peter Obi can win in Ondo State and Ekiti State, but Tinubu cannot win in Imo State. He cannot even score 5%. I mean, listen to yourself, talk when you talk. Just look at all these results and analyze them. Peter Obi is taking you for a ride. And the facts are there. Hold on, let me finish. The facts are there. Before the election was even announced, there was one parallel online, I forgot the name. They were collating the results as it was being, they have a situation room. It was when they saw that the result was not favoring them, they shut down that site, because I was following that site on the day of the election. Now, for people that actually, I won't blame people that listen to the lies of some senior advocates that were deceiving them. Abuja, that is the most insane thing I've had anybody say in any election in Nigeria, that only you can win Abuja, even if you win in the 36 states and you don't win Abuja. That is the most insane and incongruous thing I ever had people discuss. But as it were, we are in the court. We are in the courts.
Bishop, let me add to
Let me finish. Let me just finish. I will end up in 2 minutes. Okay. Secondly, the issue of saying that people are lazy. I'm not saying Nigerians are lazy. I'm saying we are not, our productivity level is very low. Even where people, I say it because I know I have people and I've interacted with people that work in civil service. Civil servants in Nigeria, less than 30% of them are adding value. I said this here some time ago, and Ajay Kuku pounced on me. And I was not just talking of the what do you call it? I was talking as a matter of fact, and he was arguing that you don't necessarily need to add value. That government just employ people to, just to keep people employed. So I said, okay, if employment is just social service now, let's just leave it and just move on. That was why I left that topic like this. But the fact of the matter is that more than 2/3 of people in employment in Nigeria are not adding value. They are not putting the required hour. They are not putting in the required, the turnaround of what they are supposed to do. Some of them are not paid fully. They are not paid well, but they won't even go to where they are being paid well because they've worked. They cannot meet up with the work challenge, the work demand of where they are going. Because we have people, I know people in civil service in Nigeria today, they don't go to work more than 2 times in a week. And when they go at 9 o'clock, before it is 2 o'clock, they are already out of work on their way home. And when they go there, majority of what they do is to buy a credit. Go ahead and ask.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I don't know the country where you're in, but tell me, in any country outside of Africa, is government an employer of labor?
Is government an employer of labor?
Yes.
No, the government everywhere employ a certain number of in their civil service. Definitely.
What I'm saying is, like in the country where I am, the state where I am, private individuals, corporate bodies, are the highest.
Of course, they are the highest anywhere. They are the highest in Nigeria too.
It's the same all over the world, even in Nigeria.
Government is the highest employer of labor.
In Nigeria, private individuals are not encouraged. They will tax you.
No. Don't go down with that tax, man. Nigeria is one of the lowest taxed places in the world.
Most people don't even pay tax.
Do you know what happens in Lagos?
What happened?
The level of tax, the tax.
It's only Lagos that will pick up. Lagos is the whole Nigeria.
Listen. In the UK, what is the average tax in the UK?
About 40%.
People in the UK, 40%. What is the average tax in the US?
No, Bishop. This argument of tax, except we do things. See, me, I don't just want to go to the route. Personally, it's my opinion. I don't want to go through the tax of the Nigerian people are under tax. See, look at those places you are talking about. Government put things in place. It's not about government just going out and start saying, okay, bring money. No, they put things in place. For example, if you are going to get mortgage here now, for example, before they even build houses, you see all the underground drainage, everything, they put like there, everything, telephone line, everything.
But that's a different argument. And we understand that, yeah, government is not performing.
Thomas.
This is not Thomas. Shame
Okay, I don't know who's talking. I thought it was Thomas.
This is not Thomas. This is Ola.
Okay. Ola, listen.
Ola,
Why?
when Ola finish, I beg, let me have to. No worries. Yeah.
You see, that argument you just put forward, that Rome was not built in a day, and we all know it. I'm not saying tax Nigerians as they are taxed in America, but for people to be alluding that Nigeria are the most taxed people in the world, it is incorrect. It is not a fact. And people say it sometimes.
Bishop, our woman development index is so low.
Bishop, please, you people should also allow me to say something, please.
Over 55%.
Just a minute.
Over what? Over what?
Bishop.
Hold on. Let me hear what Ajaliko is saying.
Time now.
Can you say that again?
55% of
55%.
Yes.
Where?
If you put together the withholding tax, the business tax, the value-added tax, everything put it together is amount to like 55%.
That is it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. That's a lie. That's a blatant lie.
You can't be adding tax like that now. You can't be adding tax like that. You can't be adding tax like that now.
You guys like
one voice, please. Let's bring Pansat into the conversation.
Let me finish it.
You people, one man, please, he didn't even permit me. You are bringing Pansat.
55%, and I was shocked when I heard it from the horse's mouth. Who is that person?
Who is the horse? Who is the horse?
Oh, hold on. Dangote himself said it in an interview with BBC. I watched it, and I was shocked.
How can you be adding VAT as a company tax? How can you be adding income tax as a company tax? You can't be adding tax together now. The only company tax is different. It's different.
You don't know.
Ajaliko, when you go buy something in a store in America, don't you pay tax?
Income tax is not on the company. It's on the employee of the company.
Did that say income tax?
You are adding tax now. You are messing. What is business tax? Is there any tax called business tax? You said business tax. There's no tax called business tax.
Hold on. Listen to me.
No, corporate tax.
You pay corporate tax.
It's different. You say corporate tax.
But Ajaliko is adding VAT.
You pay corporate tax.
Yes.
You pay withholding tax. You pay.
What is withholding tax?
You paid value-added tax. All the
value-added tax. You can't be adding
on your income. Ajaliko, on your income.
Duty stamp for even money in your account.
Let's forget it. When I get that video, I will send it to one man. Then you guys will hear it. So
let's move on, man.
That is the head of the corporate entity in Nigeria, Dangote. If you he talks, you know that he knows what he's talking about. And he was expressing the difficulty in running business in Nigeria.
What?
So you guys should just stop this. Don't say anybody saying that Nigeria is the lowest place when it comes to taxes. That is lie. Businesses. That is why you don't see. That is why businesses.
Is the Yalata paying tax?
Let me also put something here.
That's why you see your productivity going
because
down. Let me leave it there.
Yeah, Ajale Coco, please. You are right to some level. Let me put it this way. some aspect or some sector business activities, they pay too much tax. Why some don't pay anything? Because of there is no structure on ground to tax people. I said the other day, Nigeria is not a capitalist country. It's a black market country. And that is why investors are not coming. There's no other thing. We're in democracy. They're supposed to be there. The ones that are coming are only coming for our natural resources, to destroy the environment, siphon the natural resources, and that's all. Until we move from that black market to recapitalism, don't expect people. I want to go straight to my example. You see those our mommy in the market that sell local things. They are the most heaviest tax people as far as Nigeria is concerned. Imagine a single shop paying 1,000 naira to one individual a day. Another person will come 200. Another person will come 300. Put that money together in a month and look at the average salary of Nigerians. Then you will understand that those people are overtaxed. And they are not taxed, but they are tasked. That is not tax. Because when you pay tax, the government is supposed to account for it, send you paper, let you know you pay so amount, and identify those that are paying. Even companies that pay supposed to be
Midwest. You people are just talking based on hearsay. Let me give you a practical example. Because you are talking about one woman that is selling one market in the market. My wife is in Nigeria. She's doing business. She's selling even wholesale. She's a distributor. The only thing that she pays is the all these things that they use in their markets. We just like exaggerating things based on hearsay. It's not true. Most of these things that you are saying, they are not true.
Simba, I want to clarify if you have Pansat. Do we have Pansat?
But Simba, please wait. Simba, please, can you permit me? Look at what Simba is saying. Let me quickly round up what I'm saying. Simba, you want to tell
Midwest.
Simba,
Hold on, Midwest. Hold on, Midwest. When I say hold on, we don't want to label that too much because it's not really. It doesn't have the weight for the conversation because where we were is the Emefiele, is suspension and subsequent arrest, which is a big story. So, if you weigh that against how much market women are paying, I think maybe more to that Emefiele space than anything else. But let's invite thoughts in that space for the people new into the conversation. So you give us your thoughts just in a very short, brief something, and then let Pansat come in, and then Kenneth joins us as well. So plenty of voices still yet to be heard. So let's take it back in the direction of the topics we have been discussing. So who wants to?
Thank you, one man. It's me, Midwest. You want me to say anything?
Yeah. Give us your give us your feel and texture of the Emefiele storyline.
I will say,
and then we hear from Pansat and then Ekene.
I thank Tinubu for sacking that Marco Emefiele and also arresting him. Whether he's the one that did it or his Nigeria government, I'm so happy. Because when people are criminals, hardy ones, they are looting hard, and at the same time they are trying to call themselves angel. Just be a criminal, let people know you as a criminal. If under the watchful eyes of a central government, central bank governor, and he confirmed that the people looted money, they store it in their houses, and that means he was aware. He allowed them to take those money, he did not blow alarm, he did not do anything, because he was also stealing. That's an evidence. So how come under your watchful eyes, people were able to store money in their houses, and you say you want to save Nigeria? Even for introducing cashless society without single tools of facilities to implement it. The greatest disaster that has ever happened to that country is that if Nigeria were to be a capitalist country, everything would have collapsed. But thank God we are in a black market. We want to survive. Nobody can predict us, but only God knows. But so I think that's a very fantastic move. And he should go in for it, not only in, but they should be serious about these hardened criminals that are looting the country, like this, what is it also called? These subsidies and the things. And for me, I didn't say Tinubu did not tell anybody that subsidy is bad. And I've not seen anybody that says subsidy is bad. Because here in Europe, every food we eat, farmers, European Union, they have subsidies. So it goes a long way to so many things that we enjoy that we don't know. But the truth is that criminals hijack it, and they should go after those people. And let Nigeria return to that normalcy where people want to see, they will know that there's a consequences. Because the way they steal now is impunity. Look at airline. How can you launch an airline and it disappear under the watchful eye of the central bank governor? So they should get him arrested. They should arrest him. So I read my case there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have Pansat?
You do have me. You know you have
Oh,
me.
it's unusual of you to be quiet.
No,
That
I'm
is why I
listening.
didn't. Yes, yeah. How are you, my brother?
Well, thank God, and let me extend the same
Yes,
protocol
you're
to
welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
all
What do you
the.
think about all this saga of Emefiele, your brother?
Well,
Pansat is a big man now. He's a special assistant to Obi. That's why you see him acting big. He's a big man.
Special assistant to
allow me
Obi.
to
On
let
what?
me
On the
say hello
parallel
to
government?
Obi ambassador in America.
let me say hello to the panelists here, and I've been listening keenly because it's very sad. Our country, it's very sad. Now, if you look at what you guys have beaten off here, it's more. Can somebody put them? There's somebody making noise. They need to just mute themselves. I suspect it's Midwest people. Okay, so you've beaten out a lot more than you can chew on this panel alone. What you've been talking about, everybody who's talked, I've listened very keenly. Great themes, right? Emefiele is what I'm going to land on. But what I would do is to quickly run through the themes actually in this case. You have the tactical and the strategic advantages that Tinubu may have.
Sorry, Pansat. We're not really up for a TED talk. It's not a TED talk. It's just a quick snapshot of what you feel. So not a TED talk
I got you.
an essay.
That's exactly
just
what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I got you. I will manage my time with that in mind. But anyway, so like I was saying, I would be talking about the kind of warfare we have in the country. It's actually spiritual. It's not religious. It's a spiritual battle in the country. There's a good versus evil battle going on. So I will get to that. I want to direct a commentary to Mike on tribalism and anthropology, right? That's the difference between the two. He will make a great anthropologist if he goes and study humankind instead of talking about a tribe. That's elementary. That's small ball. You're interested in humankind? Go and do anthropology so you know all the cultures and you know everything that comes to that. But let me take a stab at the Emefiele situation. One man, if you recall, the very first time I came on your show, I told you, I want you to go dig up that tape. I told you that there is a tendency to have Southerners separated from the Igbos, given positions in office, all the way to the presidency, like Jonathan, and then disgrace them out of office, like the Supreme Court Chief Justice, on again, Jonathan. Jonathan barely made it home. And then Emefiele, the same thing. What's going on now? But it's all good because that goes to what I was saying before. What is the role of a central bank? Like a lot of the things we're talking about here, the employment, the taxing, overtax in the country. At least experts agree that central banks work best when they are clear about their goals and their policies. They have to be independent of the government. They can't be swayed by politics, right? So it's very clear in what they technically call, what they call a door mandate. That's the role of the central bank. Price stability and inflation, bringing all those under control. Is that what Emefiele end up doing? But first of all, you have to look at the government that we have, Buhari. How is he, if a snake gives birth to a creature, it's going to be long, crawling on the ground, just like a snake, right? Now, some people have anchored I listened to this bishop. There's a guy here called Bishop. I've heard him a few times. Always making arguments by fiat. It's like raising amplitude of your voice, of the frequency of what you're talking about. That's not what we need now. Just because INEC declares somebody a winner doesn't make him a winner. Saddam Hussein used to get 97% of the votes.
Assad, Peter Obi is in call. That is the only option.
That's right. That's the process. Now, we have to understand. It depends on where you stand.
So please, permit me. The bishop you just referenced. You just referenced me. Let me answer.
Let him. No, please. Let him just run through. Yeah.
But somebody interjected now.
No, sorry. Let him just run through. Carry on, Pansat.
Thank you very much. So, the good versus evil battle in our country, don't let tactical gains here and there sway you. We know that evil can never defeat good, period. It's never going to happen. So what are the goals? We've got a country that is loaded with resources, human and otherwise. We'll go to the campaign period, we did the politics, now it's over. You cannot continue doing this here on this platform. Assemblage of
Assad, I'm still don't understand you. What do you mean we can't continue to do? What are you saying? I don't get it.
Thomas, let him carry on. Carry on, Pansat.
Thank you very much. And Thomas, I would address you later on if you want to.
Don't address him. So, address the topic. Topic.
The topic I am trying to bring together is Emefiele is the intersection of all that is wrong in our country. Here is a central bank governor who is supposed to be independent, carrying on monetary policy, not fiscal, monetary policies to bring inflation under control. We don't have inflation under control. He's a minority from the South. When I first came here, like I said again, one man, you're good in digging out your tapes, dig this one out. I told you that's what happens. What has he done? If he's now he's subject to criticism, don't get me wrong. He should be criticized because none of the functions of a central bank, he hasn't done his job properly. But that's a different standard. When it comes to branding somebody a criminal, you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. It's folly to have Buhari, who's involved. I know that YouTube has certain words that they don't allow. So I'm going to try my best to, because you can't talk about Buhari and not violate YouTube rules. It's impossible. But why are we concentrated on Emefiele when this administration has massacred so many of our fellow citizens?
Which administration?
Buhari administration. That's the same administration we have now. Tinubu did not win a single state. And he knows that. Not a single state. He didn't get 25%.
Oh man, this guy is long-winded and he's not making any sense at all. I don't know why he's not making sense at all.
Are you giving me a sleeping tablet or what are you saying, Pansat? He didn't win a single state.
He did not. Okay, and it's not an issue for you to take my word for it. Obviously, you have.
He didn't win Ogun State.
Maybe you think he won all states. Okay?
He didn't win Osun State. I mean, he didn't win.
Hold on, all right, Pansat, carry on. Carry on, Pansat. Yeah,
that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean that I have the proof right now to show it to you, but my opinion and from my calculation, he didn't win a single state. How can you win a state? And Nigerians are not good. We're human beings. In 2023, you don't come out.
You gotta be a ghost.
Hold on, please. Look, one man, it's almost impossible.
You are retarded, man. Just wrap it up, man.
No, that Mike. Carry on, Pansat.
Yeah, but please don't just keep admonishing him. I want you to take
no,
him
no,
out.
carry on.
So what I'm saying is that we are educated people. Nigerians are smart people. You don't campaign, you don't show up and answer questions with the press. You don't go and face the country, talk to the people. You don't do any of that. You abscond, you go to Europe, sometimes it looks like you're dying. You fainted, you're not here. And then you expect to win. How? How do you win an election where you don't participate in all the necessities? You don't have, I mean, we don't know where you come from. There's so many questions surrounding your activities. You just run into power because the northern governors, remember, Tinubu had really, it's a side thing on this, the whole thing. Tinubu is not the issue. Tinubu is not the issue. It's the northern governors and their people trying to perpetuate themselves in office where they can't govern. They don't know how to govern. Right? So it's not Tinubu, it's not the issue. Please, don't get distracted. We have to go through this tribunal. When it's over, we're gonna determine what's gonna happen. Tinubu did not win the election, but let the courts make that decision. Right now, we're just floating around. We're just floating around. So I'm begging everyone on this platform. It's time now to stop with the campaign, stop with the politics, and let's try to determine what our future is going to have to be in that country. I suspect that none of us are directly affected by what happens in Nigeria because we're in diaspora. But look, as a black man, what hat are you wearing? Are you wearing an African hat? Are you wearing a human hat? Are you wearing a Nigerian hat? Or are you just wearing a Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa hat? You know, wear the proper hat. Let's be proud and do the right thing here because, you know, this is shameful.
Can other people have a say? Can we have a say?
Sure,
I mean, we can't just wait on you this endless something.
Hold on. Let Pansat.
It's becoming endless. Well, one man is becoming endless.
How much longer do we have, man? Is there a time?
No.
It's becoming endless. What are you talking about? Let him. How long?
Can you hold on, please? I'll call time when I feel this time is up. Carry on, Pansat.
Thank you very much. So now, what I wanted to end with on this will be, I want us to look at this thing as an epoch, event, time marked by events, a new beginning. Because you need that kind of rescue. I need that kind of rescue. I want you guys to stop. It's very hard for you. You've been going with that momentum of people you think are from the north or from the south, southeast, south, that are your enemies. Now, something is making noise that is quite annoying. I believe it's coming from Bishop.
That's your ancestors
going.
So, all right, a couple more minutes, Pansat.
Thank you very much. So I'm here to help you stop. I know it's very difficult thing to do. I'm going to help myself stop as well. I want you guys to stop. All these perceived enemies you have, or you are dealing with social and so, you're not doing anything but bringing shame to all of us. This past administration, including Emefiele, yes, Buhari, El-Rufai, so many other governors in the southeast and south, I mean northeast, have committed a lot of crimes, not just financial crimes.
All right.
So I want you to insist that there's equity and the rule of law. We have to hold them accountable. So they want to continue perpetuating themselves through this Tinubu charade. But no matter who comes in, if Obi comes in, no matter who comes in, we're going to have to stop right now and do the right thing. And I'm one man, you are going to have to determine to do that. You are one of the people that need to do that. You need to determine to stop start afresh from this platform, and let's do it right. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Pansat. So excellently put by Pansat. So thank you, Pansat. So from Pansat, we go on to Ekene. So Ekene, you're up next. The main topic of the day, of course, it needs no introduction to you. The suspension first, then subsequent arrest of Emefiele.
Oh man, this man call people out, man. People should be able to respond to his.
No, you know how
this
it's
is
going to go
absolutely not
now.
fair. This is not fair. This is not acceptable. No, it is not. I have not even spoken for 5 minutes since I joined almost how many hours ago? For more than 5 or 6 hours I've been here. I only had an intersection when you were going around. And all these people met me here. They had all the floor. I did not even speak for 3 minutes then.
Can you settle down? Bishop, settle down.
Now, why do I need to settle down?
One man. Man insulted him.
I've been here for more than 6
He called
hours.
his name and insulted him directly. So,
No,
I mean, you can't let him
no. Hold on. Everybody settle down. It's only really because, I mean, you are long in this space, Mike, and you know the direction that this conversation can go. And we're so deep into deep hours now. I don't want it to just blow up.
I get it, but you can't. Okay, tell him to apologize for insulting the guy. Then.
What? How did he insult you?
Master insulted Bishop. He said that he got named Bishop and he calling name. That's an insult. So you want him to swallow the insult, eat it. That's not fair now. I mean, you can't insult somebody and tell the person to just shut up. Tell him to apologize to him, and then we can say, okay, let's move. But you can't say someone will insult someone and tell the person to keep quiet.
All right. Hold on. What did he say that was insulting?
Tell him to repeat it. Bishop, I'm not heard him say insult. You call his name.
One man.
I heard. I just don't remember what the exact word was, but I heard him insulted the guy.
One man. Can you just allow Bishop to have the 1 or 2 minutes?
No, I'm going to Bishop now. I thought Bishop had spoken actually.
No.
I'll come to you next, Bishop. But Bishop, please, when I say hold on, just do that. I think people just they indulge me to allow me to be able to say that. So you indulge me as well. So when I say hold on, then just hold on. It's only because I'm trying to do the right thing. But to you now, the conversation, Emefiele, or wherever you want to come in from, Bishop.
I'm not going to come on the Emefiele. I just want to respond to what he said. Number one, it is condescending and disparaging the way he referenced me. There's one they call Bishop. I used to do something. I mean, that's not a way to talk to other people. You don't know me. I don't know you. I made my point. I expressed my opinion. It doesn't need to gel with your opinion. I can as well say that what I've heard from you, the litany of whatever, the lengthy speech is the most beautiful word packaged nonsense I've ever had to endure listening to. That's my opinion. It is my opinion. You are expressing your opinion. I have expressed my opinion. If you were listening, then you don't even want to reference it. You reference it. You don't disparage me condescendingly in the way you just did. It's not right. Now you started off wrongly because you have painted. Let me finish, please. You've painted a narrative of as if the South people are being what do I call it? Are being marginalized. Are being you're making mention of Jonathan was disgraced out of the office. Onohe was disgraced because they are from the South. Now they want to disgrace you. You have already painted a narrative that is completely sectional, and you are the one telling us that we have to do what preaching, sermonizing on what. You already painted a picture that every other person. You painted a picture that Jonathan did not. I mean, Tinubu did not win any state in Nigeria. It was what do you call it? Peter Obi that won. You have already given yourself up. You are not only passionate, partisan. You are very, very, very grossly partisan and disparaging other people for their opinion. And you want to sermonize us. You want to tell us how we're supposed to do and grow up and grow up and grow up. The book up. Look at this. Look at the mirror first, and tell me what you see. We expressed opinions. Everybody has the right. If you say your Peter opinion, what I said about that election was very simple. I said INEC was the body that is with the responsibility of conducting an election. They have conducted the election. They have submitted their report, and they have declared the winner. But the process did not end there. The courts are there for any aggrieved candidate to go and pursue their grievances. And Peter Obi is doing exactly that. And to the best of everybody's knowledge, The process is still on. So where did I go wrong there? That he was not declared, or because I should believe you because you said Tinubu did not win, so I should continue in that trajectory with you? Is that why you're not disparage me? Come on, I don't stifle your voice. You can have your say. Let other people have their say.
Bishop, boya ko wo agoe, to ba wo agoe because moti kwe, but to ba wo agoe yeah. So do you want to have any commentaries on the politics?
That's all. No. Let's continue.
All right. So Ekene, you are up next. So Ekene, you are up next. So you come in at this moment now where the place is about to blow up. So we now need the serene voice of Ekene to take us back to a more calm space. So Ekene, what's agitating the space? I suspect that nobody is talking about anything outside of the suspension and what looks like now the arrest of Emefiele, or Emefiele, as they call him on the streets of Lagos.
Well, one man, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone on the platform. You see, everyone should calm down, please. Let's continue building our nation. The Buhari administration has been one of the nightmares we have experienced in Nigeria, including his appointment and everything. I will continue to say that, and I don't say that without, I don't apologize in any area. That man is one of the dumbest person I've ever witnessed as a president. His appointment, and I don't even know where he picked all his appointments. Both in education, that one that he appointed in education, that one killed that one is one of the most. Somebody came out and said, I never knew anything about education. And the president appointed him to show you the man is not well organized. So Emefiele, what has happened to our economy in the past 8 years is very terrible. I don't know whether it's Emefiele is to be blamed, Buhari is to be blamed. I don't know who to be blamed, but I will blame Buhari for appointing those nonsense people in the position of controlling our economies and every other aspect of our country. If Tinubu wants to probe Emefiele or arrest him, it's in his own right to do that. The man needs to be questioned. A lot of even one man I can tell you up till now, you see that new Naira note is nowhere to be found in the country again. For the past few months, you will not see that money again anywhere
Thomas
around.
Was telling us that earlier. Thomas was telling us that now. You forgot one man. You remember Thomas was telling us on this platform that the new note, according to his people, what they are telling him from home is that they can't find that new notes anymore.
Anywhere you will not see that money again. Not that you let's say you see 50,000 naira, you see like a one or two inside. You will not see that money anywhere again in this. And I believe they give a deadline of December this year. But that money is nowhere to be found. They have, as I don't even know what happened. And the man budgeted a lot of money for that process. And up till now, nothing has been done. So I don't know the kind of rascality and the nonsense things that these our politicians are doing in this country. I don't even know. Just check. Is it UK or so? Change one of their currency. The one they put King Charles head and image and all that. The money is already here in Nigeria. We have very nice money, something that look very. But Nigeria, I don't even understand this country. I don't know how we are going to start. I don't know where we are going to start. The corruption is too much. It's too much. So Tinubu is for him to arrange his government very well, because what I will not want the man to do is to begin to play politics in times of appointment. He must move beyond that. He must do things that are much different from what this Buhari has already done. So he needs to step up his game. He needs to appoint people that It's not related to that this Buhari. In short, if I am Tinubu, this Buhari administration, I will not look any of his direction for appointment, because all the people that Buhari appointed, I never see any of them as an administrator. All of them are very, very dull, both in thinking and in everything. So if Tinubu should associate with any of these people, I don't. He will be doing his government a very, very harm. So one man, if the man has been arrested, I don't know. Let them do it the way they need to do it, because I even know that even the FCC is corrupt, the DSS is corrupt, everything is corrupt. So who is going to probe each other?
I think they've arrested him just to really try and recover as much of the money as they can. I think that might well be the main reason. You know, not really so much for punishment, but for recovery, because the trail of the money is still fresh. You know, but if he's able to escape the country, then all the money is gone. But I think they want to try and get back as much as they can from him.
He needs to be. Even if they cannot recover, that man needs to be punished. Many of them, they need to be. Even the Minister of Education, all of them, they need to be punished.
What about the Minister of Aviation, the one that painted a toy aeroplane and told you to come and take photograph?
Both that one. I'm sure these people are taking this country for granted. How can you come and launch an airline that doesn't exist? What sort of nonsense is it? Where in other countries, even in other African countries, all these things are happening.
You know the saddest part of it, he will get away with it. That's the real tragedy. He will get away with it.
One of his administrators came on Channels TV that he was defending that nonsense that happened in front of Shehu King, by the way. He was defending that nonsense. I was looking at these people. They just want to kill this country, but I don't know. I just wish Tinubu will do much, because the damage is too much. So he had a meeting.
Kenneth, the real fear is that because Tinubu is an APC man, and a lot of those people that have done all of these things to that country, they are embedded within his own structure. So he's not able to probe them. If it was Atiku that took over government, then you know that a lot of them will end up in jail. If it was Peter Obi that took over government, a lot of them will end up in jail. But with an APC succeeding APC, the chances of that probe is that much more removed. So they'll just draw a line under it and then do another round of looting.
That is the problem. But I think Tinubu has done something exceptional in terms of appointment, which I would want him to continue, because even one of the APC came on TV the other said that Tinubu must appoint people that is from his party before thinking of going outside his party order. And you see, when they start to make such statement, they begin to put that man into cajole him to continue to go the way of Buhari. You understand? So I wouldn't want him to continue to listen to such people, because the SGF he has appointed, I think he took every one of them by surprise. They never think towards that direction. He just did it on his own. So I want him to continue, and the people is not only to do the appointment, to also monitor the people he appoint, because you can still appoint people, and at the same time, if you don't monitor them, they will still go the way of Buhari administration. So that is the thing. And he had a crucial meeting today with almost all the traditional rulers in every part of the country. I commend him for that. So everything now, I think he's trying.
Has he impressed you so far? Has he impressed you so far, Ekene?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's after this, after the inauguration that will happen next week. Now, then the main administration will start. But in terms of what he's doing, his movement, and they impress me. I wouldn't lie about that. He impressed me.
You know who you are sounding like to me now, Ekene? Should I tell you who you are sounding like to me?
Oh,
you are sounding like this guy.
Today is my best day. Today, I'm so happy that I'm an elected member. Seeing my president talking. In fact, I have never knew that this man is so intelligent. I have never knew that this man is so prepared to serve this country. I saw the love, I saw the character, I saw the charisma, the belief that Nigeria can be a better nation. So I am so glad that what meeting we have today is going to take us a little bit to a more stabilized house. And I'm telling you, as at now, even without talking to us again, we have agreed that we are going towards the government decision. Not minding I'm of Labour Party. As at now, the party is not the issue. We are talking about building the nation. We are talking about the unity of Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that's who you sound like.
Yeah,
Sorry,
what
one second.
What happens in a government? What happens in a
Ekene,
government that makes a
Ekene,
government? Yeah,
just
let me
one
respond
second.
to this guy that just speak.
I just wanna let one man know. You see that guy that just showed his video clip. Labour parties are crushing his balls right now. They are trying to
I know
distance
they will
themselves
go
from
and
him.
cut his head off. I
Oh,
know.
they are crushing his balls right now.
Yes. But that's the thing, isn't it?
Where are they crushing it?
All over
online, they've issued statements. They're trying to distance from him. If you
No,
go
what
on
happened? You will
It's
not
only the
use what
online
happened.
warriors.
You will not use what happened online to
Remember,
judge
trust
anything
me,
now.
they followed him.
They are
No,
crushing
you will not
it
use what happened
completely.
online now. You will not use
How
the
dare you?
The Labour Party chief did not say
How
anything about
dare
what he
you?
said.
It's only
Praising Tinubu.
the diaspora obedience that are
The
crushing him.
guy said that was
He was in Nigeria.
best time in his life, best day ever.
No, you will not. That's what happened online now. You will not use it now.
All right, gentlemen, let me shuffle myself out and hand back to Thomas. So sorry, carry on, Ekene.
Where are you going, one man?
I'm a fellow soon now.
So who will stay here doing night vigil while you are snoring?
Thomas now, the military regime of Sergeant General.
That one that will be hollering and yelling at everybody.
Hold on. Let me speak now. Thomas, are you there? Well, I'm here. It's gone.
I'm here, one man.
All right, carry on.
I was just laughing.
Let me shuffle myself for you.
Yeah, can it go on?
Yeah. So, thank you, Thomas. So, what happened in a government that makes a government very good is, you see, when you win an election, you forget about party and all that, and that is what I think what happened to that guy and what Tinubu is trying to do. So, and Buhari never did such thing during his regime. Buhari never called anybody from any other party to have a meeting. Talk less of Tinubu just did that. It's commendable now. This is not a party affair. This is nation building. It's not a party affair. When they go to their party, APC, Labour Party, PDP, they can continue to play their politics there. But when it comes to national building, they keep everything about party aside. Have a general discussion. What are we going to do? And that is what I think how a president should behave. And that's what Tinubu has done. And the guy is happy about it. There is nothing wrong in that. He needs to align with everybody from every party, from PDP, APC, Labour Party, whatever happened. Party is just a platform you used to climb to power. So people criticizing the guy or it's of no use. What Tinubu has just done is what Buhari have never done for all his life. For all his life. Buhari knows how to marginalize. Buhari knows how to do nepotism. Buhari knows how to do ethnicity. Buhari knows how to do bigotry and everything. And that is what killed his administration. Because there is nothing like talking to people, bringing people together. And that is what I continue to say. And the Tinubu is going towards that direction now. It's not only this meeting that he held yesterday. He still had a crucial one today. With all the Igwes, Obas, I even see Obi of Onitsha, all of them was in that meeting. All the emirs was in that meeting. And that is how to govern. So what remains now is implementation. So I will see.
Please, Thomas, can I say one thing here before I can continue? First of all, Bishop, I'm throwing a challenge to you. I want you and I to match weights. Let them find time for us to do that. And then, Ekene, I wholeheartedly disagree with your last comments. Okay, you have no proof about what you're saying. Tinubu is not doing anything. He's trying to consolidate power. So continue, but I want to have. I'm challenging you, Bishop.
Look, man,
one-on-one right now.
Listen. Hey,
there. So go ahead.
I'm your
Let him
biggest
find
critic
proof
on this panel.
Answer everybody you challenge. I kick your ass, man. You challenge Prince Adebayo on Obedient Channel with Dr. Damages, and he embarrassed you. He really embarrassed you big time, man. So I thought you would give up on this. Your challenging people.
Mike is a referee WWE.
You are living in another
The guy go challenge Prince Adewale. The man may embarrass Pansat, man. He dragged him. I mean, I thought
ask, what is the? I don't know the guy's name. What is the topic? No, what is the topic? What are we talking about? If you are challenging me, at least it's not a boxing bout, right? And it's not a wrestling bout. Should be stop.
Nigeria and this election.
Okay. So what are we debating about?
Whatever you want. I want to match you. Mano tonight.
What are we debating about? What's the debate about?
Why
all this is unnecessary now. All this is unnecessary.
You know why you're here? That's
you
what
say
you want. Whatever you hear.
Is a funny guy.
Sorry, I want to hear what he's saying. What did he say?
I want us to build a better Nigeria, and I want it to be based on truth, not nonsense. Truth.
I live in Port Harcourt. I've lived in Port Harcourt. I lived in the southeast and south for almost 30 years.
You asked me a question. You said, "What am I challenging you on?"
What's the topic?
What I want
Bishop, don't worry yourself.
No, I just want to know. I just want to know what's the topic. What are we discussing?
Truth.
Am I doing my idea now? I'm enjoying it.
What's the topic? What's the topic?
I don't know how you're gonna do it.
Answer always challenge people, but they always.
So what's the topic? I just want to know. What are we talking about? What's the debate about?
Let's find out from the moderator. Okay?
Listen,
a lot of people have not spoken.
Let me call you
out. You allot some time to everybody to speak, and then I want Bishop and I to go
even
make out some time. Let's do it.
UFC. This is UFC.
On this show, you are nowhere.
A lot of people will come out here.
They keep
make our country better.
There's no show you will go to that they will welcome you. Even on the show, you are not welcome. Nobody will welcome you.
Thomas, are you here?
Master, you get cooked all the time, man. Master, I once cooked you once. I cooked you like 3 times already. So
No,
but
if I
mean, if you're going
to don't make sense on Master.
Passat, I'm a fellow obedient like you. But you see,
you don't enter one chance. You don't enter one chance.
Yeah, I want to enter one chance. Man. I'm a fellow.
You come out here
and
defending the truth. Why are you doing
that? One chance. I tell you now.
Your own obedience, is worth relating. Your own obedience is worth following. You see this Pansat, it's as if he wake up one day, he faces a different direction. Other people are facing different direction. He's facing
Pansat, you see,
half obedience, half Biafra.
Let me say this, Pansat.
Even if it is
Pansat, let me say this. Being obedient doesn't mean that you not say what is. I'm in the country. I know what is going on. I can tell you that. For the past few days, Tinubu has been in this government. Dollar has been at least somehow stable, unlike Buhari. And the things are much. I think if he continues in this way, he will bounce the economy.
I know, but you give that credit to Emefiele, who is in charge.
No, I will not give it to me. I will not give it to Emefiele. I will not give it to Emefiele. You see, when I'm not a blackmailer, and I always say it in this platform. Even when people blackmail Obi, I tell you that I don't blackmail people.
You know what I'm saying to you, okay? I've heard you. You're a reasonable person, just like so many people here are reasonable people, right? But listen, what you're gonna have to know is the role of every person in that government, right? if you claim that's an improvement in the monetary policy, that goes to the central bank, not the president, right? But we know all these are political mesh. There's nothing working in that country. We don't have a country.
You know the man. The man
right?
made a statement. You know the man made a statement of unifying the currency, which I think something is going.
Let me conclude with this. Hold on. I hope Thomas is here too, so that we can have an organized talk here, right? One thing you have to understand, Ekene, is that there's nothing that's working in that country. We don't worship men. Stop worshiping idols.
I don't worship, and nobody not everybody here knows that I don't worship anybody now. You cannot. I don't worship anybody.
No, you said the man made a statement, okay? Yesterday, he assembled your Obi of Onitsha and all that names you're dropping, okay? Good. But look, that is not what we're looking for. We want a country of laws. We want that country to work, right? It has nothing to do with
a country where Obi is the president, right?
Pastor, when someone came into a government and is just 2 weeks old in his government, and you see something that he has done that is commendable, you commend him.
I don't see anything that is commendable.
He cannot bring electricity. He cannot bring electricity in the. He cannot bring electricity in 1 year.
It's what's called the hold on.
If this man do anything, that is not good in this country, I will criticize. I will tell you people here in this platform.
Well,
I'm in Nigeria.
Can we just move on, please? Can we move on?
Organize here.
Bastard, hold on. You've been speaking. Hold on, please.
Thomas, let Ekene educate him. Let Ekene educate
let's educate him.
Yeah.
Bastard, you make some comments. I think one man just wanted to slide. But I don't think we should have that to slide, because this platform is not a echo chamber that we just talk without fact, without Can you please substantiate? You made a comment. You said Tinubu didn't win one state. Can you please substantiate your claim with a reasonable and honest? Everybody hold on. Everybody will keep quiet. I will mute myself. Can you substantiate that comment you just made? Because he's been giving me some good spawns. I can't even hold it. So, what do you mean by Asiwaju didn't win one state? Can you just substantiate that, please?
Okay, well, I will first repeat what I said. That's my opinion, and I'm basing that on, for example, in Lagos State. That is one state that if he wasn't to win any of them, he would have won Lagos, because he himself and his supporters.
Sorry, before you move on, I want to know, because I'm not targeting
Simba.
Where are you living, please?
Simba, I just said without interjection. I just said that now. Let him run through. Then we can counter him. Yeah.
He won't run through. He won't answer your question.
Yes, let's hear from him.
If someone answer your question, you say something. You will just take 20 minutes to say something different.
Mikey, so let's hear from you. I think Pastor want to be comic this morning. So let's hear from him. Right, so let's hear from him, Pastor.
But I would thank you more if you act on it. Stop admonishing them. Remove anybody who's not listening. Remove them.
You can't tell me what to do, Pastor.
Pastor, can't tell me I'm commanding. This is not Niger Watch. You can't be commanding them. If there's anyone that will remove, it's you.
Mikey, let me address Pastor, please. I'm the moderator, please. Pastor, you don't tell me what to do on this platform. I remove who I want to remove. I bring in who I want to bring in. I brought you in to talk. Forget about the panelists. So I asked you a question. Can you please address that? Then we can move on, please.
But one of the problems in our country is consequences. Somebody does something, you keep warning them and admonishing them. It's time for you. As you've been doing good as like I said a few months ago. You're doing good as a moderator, but you can't have these characters keep obstructing.
Pastor, can you please address what I asked you?
Yeah, let's go to this issue. Is what they call sub judice. It's in the courts, right? But by logic, I want you to employ your brain now, right? Medulla oblongata. Use your head now. Think. Tinubu built Lagos. That's where he's known.
This guy is a comedian.
The people software make only die alone. You come in with my software.
He didn't bring anything new.
Somebody saw color Kale.
One man gave me 20 minutes to talk. He didn't say anything.
Mike, yeah, let's
all right, thank you. So I was gonna say by logic, mere thinking, prima facie evidence, right? If he was gonna win anywhere, it would have been Lagos. He didn't win Lagos. As a matter of fact, he was trumped in Lagos, trashed. He never went anywhere to debate and campaign. He was dealing with the elites all over the place. He was sickly. Nigerians are not stupid. There's nowhere if they look at it, he didn't get 25% anywhere in that country now. What the northern governors, now I said earlier, this has nothing to do with Tinubu. Tinubu it's a side issue. These northern governors want to perpetuate themselves in office, so they're using him. They're gonna deal with him eventually. You know, if you look at people like Benue State, for example, let me just go back a little bit. The Southwest.
Pastor, you said he didn't win Lagos.
No,
so because he didn't win Lagos, that means he doesn't win the other states in the country. Is it what you're telling us?
By logic, because that is his primary campaign is that look, I built Lagos, they know me in Lagos, I'm gonna do
so Lagos constitute Nigeria, the entirety of Nigeria.
I'm saying is by logic, because obviously I don't have proof, right? This is my opinion, but the tribunal is gonna trash it out. You're gonna have to be so retarded to think that Tinubu won his state. He didn't win any single state. It's obvious, right? So he went around the country.
So Lagos State constitute the entirety of Nigeria, right?
I think Pastor has to be coming every day. I'm enjoying this guy, believe me.
Please, let me land. Come on, try to have
what kind of weed you smoking?
Let me land. So what I'm saying to you is that we need a new country. We need our country to come up. It can be done.
Pastor, you cannot answer a simple question. A simple question.
You are not answering my question. Pastor, I will give you a grace of 2 minutes, please. Can you please answer the question
in a direct to the point? Answer that question direct position. The question that this guy put to you.
Baba, I think Pastor will be good as a motivational speaker.
Okay, look at this. Okay, one reason I gave you is the Lagos one. Then you go to River State. Okay, if you like somebody said earlier, go to the IREV. It's right there, glaring, looking at you. He didn't win over there. He lost by a wide margin. As a matter of fact, they just switched.
Simba, this is our Dakeri Keri.
Can I say
comedy extravaganza.
I want to go ahead. I was going to answer the whole question succinctly, but go ahead and then I'll answer it. I'll give you
yes, Bishop. Let's hear from Bishop. Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Bishop.
Since
the competition have started, or what is
no competition? There's no competition. I want to say that there's not going to be.
Guys.
There's no competition.
Hold on. Can I laugh too? Is that okay? Am I okay to? Is it okay to laugh also?
Why not? You can laugh. Why not?
This is our Dakeri now.
It's a free for all laugh.
But what I want to say is this: it's okay for anybody to wish.
Know that
Wishful
a lot of
thinking is good.
people were massacred in Nigeria. A lot of
No, hold on.
Pastor, you have been
Hold
speaking.
on now. You
Let's
are
hear
speaking
from
now. Let me hear.
Bishop.
We have our
Yeah.
challenges now. When we talk about the past election, we would have wished for a better election. It was not perfect, but I think moderate your it is part of the expectation. And I'm talking to that gentleman that was talking now, that is making you believe that Tinubu did not win any one single state in Nigeria out of the 36 states. That is, I don't know, that is preposterous, as they used to say, if my English is correct. That is absolutely preposterous. I want to say it is bunkum, but let me just use it because Tinubu's been around.
Bishop,
Bishop,
can
do
we
you mean
also
that
say
is
anybody that said Tinubu didn't win states in Nigeria is retarded?
Well, I won't
do you
go
mean
that.
I mean
I won't go
Bishop,
that.
do
Yes,
you
sir.
mean that is insane, or what do you mean with that
No. I mean,
grammar you just brought now?
that is over ambitious. That is thinking in the realm of the angelic realm, like people that said that that saw the name of the coming president. His name was, and I'm sure this guy is one of the ones. This is one of the. He's one of the people. They call it delusion of grandeur. This is one of the people that believed all those prophecies that the person that is going to be president, his name is letter P, and that what they saw one rod from heaven, a scepter, and it landed on somebody's head, and the anointing oil was flowing, and a crown came from heaven,
I told you
and
the
God
battle
told
has
them,
started.
and
I
all
told you guys.
this nonsensical nonsense.
I
I mean,
told you
how can we be
Simba,
gullible?
I told
How
you the battle
gullible?
have started.
How gullible can we be to believe those nonsensical things in the name of prophecy? I'm a Christian, but what some of our church leaders, so-called church leaders, did was completely nonsensical. What they did in this last election, and innocent people like our friend here, I don't know what his name is. What's his name again? Passat. Innocent people like Passat, believe them. You know, he's one of the gullible ones that believe all those nonsensical prophecies. It will take them a long time to be able to reset and come back to reality because they are living in another planet. Look, Tinubu has started. If God preserves him, he's going to win a second time. Let us all pray. It is in our best interest that we pray that he does well and that he stands
Bishop,
to
you are
favor
looking
us.
for trouble. The first 4 years,
Somebody
they haven't
that not win the
accepted him.
election. You are praying for somebody that not win the election.
Whether he win or he did not win, he's already there. The Bible says, I mean, which book? Say all power belongs to God. He gives to whosoever he wants to. So if God
Do
wants to
you
give it to
believe in our
Tinubu,
constitution, Bishop? Do you
you
believe
say
in the
what?
constitution? Do you believe in Nigeria shambolic constitution? You
I
believe in
believe
that?
in the Constitution. Yes.
You did, okay.
Yes.
So you do know
Yes, please.
that after an election, then those who
Yes.
feel that the process was not good or who there was an error somewhere, they have the right to go and appeal it to a tribunal and ultimately to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
You do
Yes,
know
that they are doing.
and all
Yes.
that process is legal and it's the way it's supposed to be resolved, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
that is what's going on right now. That is,
Okay.
you cannot fault anybody who is exercising their right.
No, I'm not faulting them. No, I never faulted them. But do you also know that Constitution says until the court rules otherwise, that decision of the umpire stays. Are you aware of that part too?
But here is the thing. Listen to this. That is not what it. Okay, quote me what part of that Constitution section what? What section is that on the Constitution?
What section is what?
The phrase you just uttered right now. That until.
I mean, is it not the same section your friend?
Okay.
Is it hold on? Is it not the same section your friend went to court that you cannot swear in?
There is no such section. There is nothing.
Hold on now.
Hold on.
Is it not the same section?
I'm assuming neither of you are lawyers, so maybe don't quote law.
No. We can quote law.
Legal luminary passer.
One man, don't assume anything I haven't told you. Don't assume. You make an ass out of yourself when you assume. So he's quoting
Passat
the
is a
section of the
lawyer.
Constitution, and there's no such thing. What INEC did at the middle of the night, okay, was to come out and announce a winner.
Well, if Assad is a lawyer, it must be a really poor one because it lacks the simple reconciliation.
Hold on.
The outcome of this election is still affecting.
Let me just say one thing. What's all this thing about they're in the middle of the night? In the middle of the night,
I wonder
if Mahmoud Yakubu had made the announcement at 12 p.m. in the afternoon, would that change the decision or not?
result. You will change the result now.
I hear it all over the place in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night.
Let me answer.
The decision ultimately is still the decision.
No, one man. Let me answer that. It's a good question. Can I answer it? Look.
Well, very briefly,
INEC,
though, so we can have other voices coming as well.
I'm going to quote you. Set up the clause 38 of the INEC procedure and guideline. That is what determines that. It's not the chairman. It's INEC, the institution that is supposed to follow a guideline. That clause 38 is what he has to follow. And then
which says what? Which says what?
Which says that these results from the polling unit have to be transmitted, right, to the IREV.
Is that the reason why?
No, we are not doing IREV anymore. That IREV has already been determined. But let's just move on.
Can I ask you a question? One man, let me ask you a question. Can you answer this?
It's getting rather tedious. IREV, hanging. It reminds me of that Gore Bush, election, hanging Chad, no hanging Chad.
Can I talk to
One man, let me ask you a question. If you answer that after, here's the question. If what's his name, Mahmoud, that very hour that he made that announcement, he came up there and he announced his father, his own father, as the winner, what would you say?
Answer what are you talking about?
What kind of question is this?
What are you talking about?
Can you hold on, Thomas? Sorry, hold on, Ajale Koko. Hold on, everybody. What impact does him announcing it at 2 a.m. in the morning or whenever? How does that impact on the announcement itself?
Because he displayed.
No, but go to that question though. Don't do non sequiturs. Don't straw man. How does that impact on the? No. Just answer the question directly and then we move on.
I will always do that. You don't have to tell me that. I will always do that.
Well, you hardly ever do, but do it in this instance.
You didn't answer my question though. What if he announced somebody else who didn't even run? What would you say? Answer that.
He did not did it. So he did not did it.
What if he did?
Oh God!
One man, I told you.
You're not sleeping again. One man, you're not sleeping again.
Hold on.
One man, I told you. I told you before this. I told you.
Clause 38, right? That's what would prevent him from doing that. It's the same thing that would prevent him from announcing somebody who didn't win.
All right.
So
Pastor, let me say a word to you. Let me say a word.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, my brother. You see, this election is gone. It's gone.
It's a fact.
You see, let me say something. Let me say. You see, I'm an obedient like you. But you see, when things happen in our country, we know we need a change. I know you are passionate. You are passionate about the. You are, but you are passionate about the change of this nation. That's what I see in you. You want the nation to get to change. So,
I support to be, but I'm not obedient. Go ahead.
Yeah, you support to be, but you're not obedient. But you want the nation to go.
You say you are passionate about the country, but when you introduce yourself to this space, you introduce yourself under a Biafran flag. So how did you then transmute to being passionate about Nigeria now?
I'm a Biafran.
But you're also passionate about Nigeria. How does it go?
Nigeria, Biafra brought independence for Nigeria. Right. Biafra brought independence.
I see that. The emotion is too high.
Ajale Koko, most of one man, no, one man. I told one man.
Biafra brought independence for Nigeria.
Why do you hate Biafra so much? What has Biafra done to you?
Nobody hates Biafra. Nobody
what
cares
has
that deeply. It is not a thing for most people outside of the Biafrans. Nobody really cares.
One man, Biafra came before independence. Biafra came before independence now.
Look, the point is that Biafra is
I've told you, man.
Geographical, it's a state of mind. It's actually our salvation. All of it.
Pansai, is it possible to affirm this claim? Is Buhari Jibrin?
I really don't care about that. I don't know. I don't know much about it.
But my real question to you is, Pansat, my real question to you is, what happened to the silicon? Right? What happened to the silicon mask? What happened to the silicon mask?
Come on.
It's not a. Listen to this. One man. I know that you joke about this and you talk about this a lot, right? Those who make the argument that the Buhari that we know, I'm older than most of you here. We know who Buhari is, a known phenomenon.
Come on now. Come on. But Pansat, you can't keep on doing this now.
I'm in the middle of my answer because Buhari.
No. Hold on, please. You keep on doing this. We don't care about your age. Nobody cares about your age.
Are you not?
I don't care about your age.
Let him run through. Let him
one man, you caused all this. You caused all this insult. It has been. Come on now.
Nigerian,
I don't care about your age. I don't care. If you are 100, if you are 150, I don't care about. You don't pay my bills.
No, but
you don't pay anybody bills on this platform.
I think a lot of people are enjoying this conversation.
Come on now.
Okay, hold on.
I just want to know what happened to the silicon mask, and then we move on.
Let me address
and the shallow grave in Saudi Arabia,
I have never talked about
and the car park in South America. And I thought Jubril was also dead, and it's now another name. So what's all that? Where's all that? Where are we with all that storyline?
But you never heard me talk about that, right? I have made comment to you one time. I said, look, there's technology that make those things possible. I said that.
Yes, you told us Buhari was a hologram. That's how you came in here.
If you recall, I said it's possible.
Yeah,
right? I said it's possible. But I don't know. I don't have any proof.
Unbelievable.
I know.
Buhari is a walking hologram. Does that even make any sense? Does that even make any sense?
That's exactly how he came in here about a year
ago.
It's frustrating. Let me land, please. What I said to one man is there were some people raising the issue, right? And I said, look, it's possible that they're using two methods. One is when Buhari has to speak, right? They will use the hologram. But if he has to touch somebody, then they use the body double. It's possible. Right? But that is not my issue. There's something everybody on this panel
It is like late comedy, man. This is good stuff, man. Good stuff.
This is our Kerry weekend show.
So, let me ask you, what is the way forward?
Sorry, Prince Daddy, you know the funniest part is it not just Pansat, but that narrative. They are not actually trolling. This is what they believe. That's the real. That's the real wording. It's not like they are trolling. This is what they believe.
Oh, really? Okay, wow.
How did they get this? How did they get this? One man, I never see this in this file.
You are new to this space, so Pansat has been entertaining us for months.
Professor Datao, I want to come and say
enjoy this weekend for this platform. I tell you, maybe the weekend they go.
All right, but look at all of us. Look at you guys, man. Look at the country. Think about that. This man came into office, first of all, in 1983, he seized power, right? In a coup d'etat, and ruined our country for 2 years before he was surreptitiously removed.
Sorry, which one of our countries, Biafra or Nigeria?
Both.
Okay. The country that Biafra got for us.
Until Biafra is let go, it's part of Nigeria, but it's still there. Don't lately a lot of people in the south.
I didn't know Buhari ruled Biafra too.
Hold on. In this, a lot of people in the Southwest, you're laughing it up. You're enjoying yourself because you have some kind of tactical advantage, you think, right? But strategically, what do you have? You've got nothing. Or what you're doing, which I came here tonight actually to address. I wanted to be polite about it. I wanted to plead with everybody on this platform, especially you, one man, to stop and start doing the right thing. That's why I came here. But you keep drumming it up. I see there's something you're gaining strategically. You're losing your close relationship with Midwestern people, right? The rest of the country, they're looking at you now. You're alienating yourself strategically from people who identify with you before. Why? Because you are harboring liars. People come here, the more they could lie and hate, the more you welcome them in here. Why? Somebody like Mike, why would you prefer Mike than everybody come here?
You mean he's harboring lions? You mean everybody here now? Yeah, they are turning to lions.
There's a momentum. Even on the trajectory, I want to come in and say, let's start.
One man. Today is my best day of being in your platform. Today is I must confess to you.
This is the toned down version of Pansat. If you were here when Pansat first came in here, you will bang your head against the wall. It was an unbelievable experience for all of us. It was just it was like something out of Narnia land. It just came whoosh. I told us Buhari was a hologram that could shake hands, and that was how he came in. A hologram that could shake hands.
I want you to change your platform to go on with the truth and have prefer academia. Okay, people don't have people arguing tribal nonsense here like Mike. You have to educate him so that he understands that we're one country.
Is there a difference between Mike and yourself? About your narratives not the same.
Somebody like
hold on, Pansat. Is there a difference between Mike and yourself? You accuse Mike of being
Did you just mention my name?
Hold on, you accuse Mike of being a Yoruba supremacist, but you are also an Igbo supremacist.
Okay,
so what's the difference between the two?
Let me tell you the difference, okay? When somebody such as Mike is talking, he's talking tribalism, tribal. I'm talking.
As do you.
No, I talk anthropology.
No,
right?
you talk in all of the.
You're not about insects.
Sorry, Pansat.
Anthropology.
Hold on. Pansat, in all of the time that I've known you, there's only one instance that I've ever known you to say something, or not even say or do something that wasn't tribal. I only really know you as a tribal, the only thing you speak to is ego. The only time there was one time you came here and you played the guitar. That was the only time you deviated out of ego. But outside of you coming here to play the guitar once, every other interaction that I've seen you anywhere is it's just Nzobu all the way through. So it's just Nzobu.
I have a challenge for you. I will donate $200 to you right now.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. This is not Nigeria Watch. Don't just leave your $200. Go give it to charity. Just say what.
Okay, but hold on. You haven't heard what I'm saying that for. You could give it to charity. I'm saying pull up one of anyone just at random. Pull up any of my sessions and play here. Let's criticize it. If you are right, okay.
But you're doing it now. You don't have to put it up. You're doing it now.
Pardon?
You are doing the exact same thing now.
Pull my interactions with you, both on analysis, political analysis. I've come here with a lot of nuggets, gems for you, for our people.
All right.
Just pull one out.
It's
a challenge. Do it now.
All right. I did tell you once about the true Scotsman's fallacy. So maybe you look that up, the true Scotsman fallacy. But that's usually what plays out. But Thank you, Pansat. As much as we delight in your voice, we delight in other voices as well. Prince Daddy has been in
Thank
and
you.
out. It's been to sell it. You can still hang around and interject. You know the rules, though. It's
Adi,
just
go
simple
ahead.
language. Huh?
I'm with you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm with
you can hang around and interact or whatever, but you know the rules. No foul language, no offensive behavior, which we don't expect of you anyway. But let's bring Prince Daddy into the conversation. He's had a full day whilst we've all just been here talking gibberish. So let's hear your gibberish now, Prince Daddy.
One man.
Oh,
One
thanks,
man.
one
Good
man.
night.
You know,
Good
I was
night.
just in the background.
You just cut short that phone I was enjoying. So
No, now you know Pansat
yeah.
now. Oh my,
Good
he will
night.
take
You
it. He will take it
you,
left wing now, and you.
Pantas, where you make my day. So
Well,
all right, good
I'm
night,
really
Aja.
grateful to you,
We'll
man.
see you next time. Take
You're
care.
a fantastic show guy, man. So we'd love to have you
It's
every
just the
weekend
truth.
like
The
this.
truth is
Come
fun.
back next
All right.
weekend.
Good night, Aja Lekoko. Yeah.
Yeah. See you guys
Sorry,
later.
before you leave, I've got a bit of music for Pansat. So, like I said, he came here playing the guitar, so he's a music man. So have your dancing shoes ready, Pansat, and join your ex-president Buhari in this now nice little ditty. So, are you ready, Pansat? So your shuffling shoes. I bet you sing that song in the shower. Huh?
Who was that?
You know him quite well.
Is that
Jubril? That's Jubril at Sudani. Jubril at Sudani dancing to the Jagaban song. Jubril at Sudani. Eh? Hello? Oh, I think I'm gone.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
No, that was just a little joke. But let's hear from Prince Daddy, who joins us. He's had a full day. But Prince, pick the conversation on from wherever you were. Sorry, Thomas, that I had to come and disrupt your session. Let me leave you to it. Good night.
Thank you, Daddy.
Thanks, Foreman. You know, I was just in the background listening and enjoying the comedy show. I'm not familiar with this person, Pansat, but he has some really, weird imagination. Quite frankly, quite creative, if I may say. Maybe I should encounter him more often on this platform.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite imaginative. I mean, you had me cracking up in the background. I didn't know. I mean, you came from nowhere, but you seem to be quite endowed with your perspective on a lot of things. But it's quite entertaining. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Should I respond to you now? You done?
Well, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you say that I have an imagination and I'm entertaining you, are you talking about my opinion that Tinubu did not win as many states as you think that he did, or what? What is entertaining and imaginative?
Well, the notion that you think Tinubu did not win one state was quite interesting. It's just a simple ratiocination. Your logical way of processing the whole thing is kind of backward. The reason, if you see, apart from religion, right, the reason why Tinubu lost in Lagos was simply because the concentration of the Igbo population in Lagos. That's a big factor. And if you look across the country also, that's also wherever they have a large population of Igbos, Obi did very well. And Christians also. That's why even in the North Central Obi did very well. So you could see it was hard for you to extrapolate and go beyond the fact that Tinubu lost Lagos as being that's been the only reason why it couldn't have won any one state or any other state. That logic is quite linear, not too robust, not too robust.
Okay, let me give you a little bit more then. Okay, if you just said that one of the factors why he lost in Lagos is the Igbo population, right? Now you have to understand that this election is not a binary choice. It's not between Obi and Tinubu. There were other actors in the field. including Kwakwanso and Atiku. And I will assume the same phenomenon would obtain. Wherever you don't have a lot of Yorubas, you would expect Tinubu to lose. Whether it's a lot of Hausa or it's a lot of, Christians. So you start off with Bielsa. You don't expect him to win there because he didn't win in Lagos. The same thing is more so in Bielsa, in Delta, in Edo, in Enugu, in Anambra, in Imo, in Abia, in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom, in Ebonyi, in Benue, in Taraba, in Nasarawa. You don't have Yorubas in all these places I'm naming out for you, right? In Kwara, in the Federal Capital Territory, in Niger, in Kaduna, it's half. There are more to me. It's 80% Christians in Kaduna and 20% Muslims.
You mean 80% Christian in Kaduna?
I will have that argument later with you. That's what I think. Okay. So in Bauchi, in Plateau, in Adamawa, in Gombe, in Bono, Yobe, Jigawa, Kano, Kaduna,
Katsina,
Kebbi,
even Kano, all these places they have more Christians.
So let me land. I'm dealing with that gentleman right now. All right. So one of the criteria that you elucidate that will make Tinubu win is that you have to have a Yoruba Muslim population. You don't have any of those in all these places I'm naming off for you. He didn't win any of these places. His best chance would have been in that Lagos. That's where he did his best. Now, if somebody goes out there and they hustle and they debate and they attend events, they demonstrate agility, sense, wisdom, then they can be able to do better than they would have done without these primordial factors that you're talking about. This man picked a Muslim ticket that is absurd. It's weird. He was out of contention. Nigerians were not goons, right? We're human beings. We're smart people. In all those states that I'm mentioning to you, he did not make the 25%. That is how absurd what's going on. It's a charade. But it's only one shoe that's dropped. That's why a lot of people, you're misunderstanding, especially on this platform. You think, hold on, let me conclude by saying this, Ajan Lekoko. You think if the courts come in.
Are you confusing Annan poll with actual election results?
Funny stuff, right? I'm not really in a laughing mood.
You know that Annan poll said that Obi will win in Kano.
No, I said it's not a binary choice. There are other actors in the field. Somebody like Kwakwanso is going to win Kano. Tinubu cannot win in Kano. Somebody like Atiku has his own base, right? Somebody could vote for Tinubu based on the fact that, he's Jagaban, he's from my tribe or something like that. But aside from that, what else would anybody with some brain, why would you vote for Tinubu for anything? Even for a dog catcher, what would you vote for him for? Right? Now, don't forget, our country is in trouble for 8 years. But anyway, the main thing I want to land on is I want to tell you what's going to happen. I prognosticate here, and it comes through because it's based on the truth.
Prince Daddy, I think you have the floor.
Yeah, Prince Daddy.
I think you have the floor.
I'm answering his question. So, but Prince Daddy.
You are taking so long.
Yeah, Thomas. I know. I'm just listening to this guy, Pansan talk. I guess. Explain it.
By the way, I'm an old man, so if you want to refer to me, I want you to know that I'm maybe my voice doesn't show it. I'm almost as old as Tinubu, for example, right? So when you refer to me, bear that in mind, right? So what I'm saying to you, sir, is that I've come to one man show to say to Via Thomas, I want you guys to stop. I want you to think about our kids, our country, our continent. You're going to have somebody like Tony Blair flying into Nigeria. I mean, do you know who that man is? With Tinubu? For your own sake, Stop. Let's base this show from today on the truth and what is best for us, all of us, whether you're from the north, south, east, or west. At some point, you stop the momentum. Stop. Let's do the right thing from today. I'm gonna be, if I have time tomorrow, I'm gonna be saying the same thing to Rudolph on his show. And to Niger Watch, anywhere I go, I want us to now think about, don't go putting people like Mike on a platform and having him causing all kinds of tribal animosity.
Mike is in trouble.
This is not a joke.
I know started cooking when in the house. That's why they talk like that. I know started cooking house.
Can I interject?
Yeah, Solly, go ahead. I'll mute and now listen.
Okay, but
Solly.
why is it? Hello, Thomas.
You don't even greet us. Ekabo.
Good morning from my side, everyone. But Pansat, I just couldn't help myself. I was watching. Why is it that all the things that you are asking for is what you do? You don't want everybody to do it, but you want to be the only one doing it. Why? Everything that you are requesting for, you are doing it.
Like what? Like what?
You are not being honest. You are telling lies, but you are saying, "Oh, let's this," and you are chasing people away that are saying the truth.
No, I beg to differ with you. One thing you're never gonna hear me now. You may hear me occasionally make a mistake, right? Occasionally, I mean, you're gonna have to wait forever to hear one of those. But anything that I say that is wrong is just gonna be a mistake, wrong or bad. It's not gonna be false. It won't be untruthful. It won't be something that I know to be. I know this to be true. Then I'm saying something that is false.
Okay.
Right? You're never gonna hear that now. I could say something, and being that I'm not inerrant, I'll make a mistake. So that is the difference. But look, this is not rocket science. All I'm asking for you to do, solely, is to think about yourself. You're a young man. I've seen you here on this show, and your kids and your relatives in Nigeria. Let's build a society based on true and false, based on the law, based on due process, doing the right thing. I mean, how else are you gonna do? You couldn't do anything else. Every other thing you're gonna gain from what you're doing here.
So, Pastor, let me ask you a question. So you just said you believe in doing the right thing, right? And you believe we should condemn something wrong, right?
Yes.
Do you condemn the killing of Ahmadu Bello by those Southeastern coup plotters? Do you condemn it?
Now, let me.
It's a simple question. Just say you condemn it.
Let me say this to you. I've heard that debate going on and on. Something you don't know anything.
No, I just like a simple question. I don't ask about any explanation. Do you condemn it?
No, it's not a yes or no answer. So hold on.
But it's simple now, whether you condemn it or not. I just want to know. I don't want to know any other story.
You listen, because this is going to help you. What I'm going to tell you is going to help you.
You don't condemn it. Okay, I got you. I got your answer. Don't worry.
You want an answer? You don't. If you want an
do
answer,
you condemn it or not?
Because
it's a simple thing.
I'm fixated on it. Let me help you. You got to
okay, let me ask you this one. Do you condemn the killing of his pregnant wife?
Let me answer you if you want an answer. Don't tell me what to say.
Okay, answer me.
Right? Okay, let me tell you something. When we first got our independence from the Brits.
Oh my God, what does that have to do with what I'm asking?
They played the same game they played everywhere else. They had
no, specifically one man, Ahmadu Bello.
Thomas, you here? Please mute this guy. Let me answer his question. If he doesn't want me to answer,
no, you don't command people here, okay?
Okay.
You're not answering my question anyway, so I don't care. Don't worry.
You're not gonna let me answer.
Please, Daddy, take your floor back. Take your floor back.
Yeah, go ahead. But Mike, I'm warning you. Try to be.
You are a clown, man. Just don't worry. You don't. No one is afraid of you.
So not kind of hubris that
you are a clown. You entertain us well tonight. Don't worry.
That Igbos, if you're in their face, I mean, what kind of?
The reason why I ask you that question is because you never see anything. You never do anything wrong. Your people never do anything wrong.
Pansan.
You defend the indefensible, but you want to preach to
Is
us.
it possible? I mean, what would make you abandon the agitation for Biafra nation, the country? Is anything that Tinubu or Nigeria can do to make you abandon Biafra's agitation pursuit?
Absolutely. Look, somebody like myself, I'm actually a Pan-Africanist. Nigeria is too small to compete against the world because our true enemies are outside Nigeria. They're the United States, EU. These are huge economies, trillions of dollars in economy. In the case of the United States, it's like 30-something trillion. All right. So Africa should be a great market. We have everything in that country. Should be a country. This clannishness bullshit that's going on all the time, it's because a lot of uneducated people don't understand that these people can wipe us out any day, right? If they really need the resources, they will. They have the will to do things like that. So picking our leaders and setting prices for our products, do you know how embarrassing that is if you step out and put on your African hat? This clannishness is nonsense. So yeah, Biafrans, if you bring them in, do the right thing. You don't have to do anything special for Biafrans. All you have to do is to don't discriminate against them.
Who is discriminating against you?
So Prince Daddy, I've heard you talk here and you ask a very sincere question. That is the kind of question that you should pose for somebody like myself.
Okay.
So it's not enough time to answer that, but all the little kids talking about Biafra, Igbo, this and not Yoruba, it's because their imagination is like that of a pea, like an ant.
Pansat,
so if you treat Biafrans well, why would they want to break out from Nigeria and go from the
Okay, Pansat, who is not treating you well? Give us examples. Who is
I'm going to give you an example, okay? Because what you don't understand is that if you, for example, if you go to Nigeria right now, you land in Lagos and you go to the east, you're gonna there are some villages in the east that will compete with London, for example. They have beautiful buildings in their villages, right? Let me finish. Whether you like it or not, is the truth. Google it. Just Google it. So if you go, you're gonna see. You go to Aba, you're gonna see.
Jesus. Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy, yeah.
Both the beauty.
It's in London.
They don't have.
I'm like confused with London.
Let me land. Whether you like it or not, I know a bunch of kids here trying to be prejudiced.
I thought you said we shouldn't lie.
By the way, what I'm saying about the Igbos apply to many other areas in Nigeria. But
well, you told us we can compete. You compete with London now.
So, Daddy, when you ask a specific question, maybe I'll be elucidating the virtue.
So you lied, Abby. Right? But so you're offering London to go to Lagos in your bedroom slippers.
Many areas in the country, right? It applies to many areas in the country. So
you are not
all these people ganging up on the Igbos. First of all,
who is ganging up? Who? Mention example.
I'll give you an example. If you go and look at there's a tape of Shetima and one Yoruba.
It was not Shetima.
One Yoruba governor, right? What's that? Ibokin or whatever his name is, right? So that in that conversation, you get to see that conspiracy, right? I refer you to an article. That article is written by Sanusi Lamido Sanusi in the 1990s. It's entitled "The Yorubas Are the Problem with Nigeria." Okay, Google it.
Okay,
now,
but no, Pansat, you will not get away with this. Right? I asked you simple question. No, Pansat.
I challenge you to read that article.
No. You are being manipulative.
You are being manipulative. Right there in your face.
Okay, you tell us. You tell us that you know.
Victim mentality. No, Igbos don't have a victim mentality because someone like Mike, if he stands in front of almost any Igbo guy.
How can you say you don't have victim mentality? All you've been expressing here is just victimhood. Straight up victimhood all night.
You can only do this on social media. Mike goes in front of any Igbo guy.
You are lying. You are lying. You are
He's gonna be
lying.
smacked down right there.
Early in the
I have
morning, early in the morning,
right? So
you say they are
he's on
oppressing you.
social media
You
insulting
cannot,
Igbos
you
all day.
cannot.
But he can never do that in front of an Igbo man. So Igbos don't
Are they
have
not?
that
Wait,
mentality
wait.
of victimhood.
Are
No,
you? No,
far
you
from it.
said
Igbos are real Africans, warriors.
you
So
just like to lie.
Igbos are
You
very
just
hard
like
to
to lie.
provoke into
I
war.
don't understand.
Now you are being tribalistic, Pansa. Well, you don't preaching that someone should not be tribalistic. See,
let me
you
answer.
see?
Do you gain pleasure from lying? Do you
Right.
gain
So
pleasure from lying?
this Mike
Do you
cannot
gain pleasure from lying?
in his crummy life.
Pansa is a natural born pathological liar now.
He can never try it.
A pathological liar.
The point is that there are no federal presence in the southeast, none. So Buhari went through 8 years of his administration. He didn't want to appoint any Igbos in his administration in the echelon.
Who should he have appointed?
Who should he have Tinubu is going to do the same thing, but it really doesn't matter.
Pansa was recording about being marginalized in the Senate.
In government appointments, right? We're beyond that. We've had our own country for 3 years, fought the whole Nigeria, right? So
You didn't fight the whole Nigeria, man. You only fought Gowon and you lost.
Right?
You fought Gowon. Gowon's tribe is the smallest tribe in Nigeria.
Right? But
Listen.
war was between
No, it was between you guys. It was between Gowon and the Igbos. Yeah, not the Igbos. I won't say the Igbos. It was between Gowon and Ojukwu.
Igbos and northern Nigeria and the Yorubas together.
It's a lie. It's a lie. It was the war between Gowon and Ojukwu, and Gowon defeated Ojukwu.
And Britain, right?
It's a lie. Pansa, stop lying. It wasn't a war between Nigeria.
That war was between us, Igbos.
It's a lie. It was a war between Ojukwu and Gowon. Pansa, stop lying. Pansa, shut up. Pansa, stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Hold on. Everybody,
you need to mute the
on.
guy, Thomas. The guy is just running his mind. Let him talk too much.
So
hold on. Pansat, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. We have the that's right. Thank you so much. Yeah. You come some other day with some good facts. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Help me. My brain, oh my. I told one man, I said, come on. God.
And the worst part is that you'll be spreading this kind of news around, and other people will be believing him without question.
That is what they are teaching their kids in the southeast. This is what they are teaching them in the southeast. This is what they are teaching them. This is what they are feeding them.
So their children can't read, Abby.
They don't want to know. They
don't, my God.
It's not about the truth. It's not about the truth. It's about what narrative puts
what narrative
them in good lights.
What narrative is good to their ear. That's what they are after, whether it's the truth or not.
But the sad thing is that this thing doesn't affect anybody but themselves. This is just self-sabotage. It's self-sabotage.
Oh my God.
Sit at home doesn't is against them. All this narrative is against them. The truth will set you free. That is just the truth. If you keep on lying and lying and lying, it doesn't affect any other person in this country except yourself.
All these things. People are working every day in Kaduna. People are working every day in Kano. People are working every day in Lagos. So
how do you say it's better? It's competing with London. It's competing with London. The level of delusion.
Tinubu didn't win any. He didn't win any states. It's just.
That's what Pastor will teach his children at home. He will teach them.
That's what I'm telling you. This is what they are teaching their kids. This is what they are teaching their kids. These lies, this propaganda. It's just all the way.
I was watching Naija Watch, and 3 different Igbos were giving the account of the Afghan when they were giving three different accounts. They were arguing among each other. I'm like, you're from the same region. You're giving 3 different accounts, and you're fighting each other. So that tells you that you need to examine yourself. I mean, you guys you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah. It's so much brainwashing, man.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It is well. It is
But I
well.
think everyone
I
choose to believe
I
what they want to
even
believe now. Nobody will force you to believe what you want, what you
You
don't
are
want
so
to
right,
believe.
Ekene. You are very, very right. You believe what you want to believe. It's as simple as that.
That is the truth. So
You know,
It's simple like
the
that
guy,
now. We
the
have
guy
we
believe
have a
what he
Kenny
wants
on
to
this
believe.
platform. We have what is Uptown on this platform. We had this, is it Babati or no, not Babati. What's this my brother name now from the east? I used to speak gently like this.
Saki father.
Zaki father, yeah. We have them now. So if we have four speaking right and we have one that is speaking wrong, it's okay now. It's entertaining us, so we should not bother ourselves. I mean, even if we break from Nigeria,
Patrick, this guy called himself grandfather now. Look at what
yes,
he's talking. Look at what he's talking. What is vomiting out of his mind, man.
let him be feeding the
Thomas, I
children.
can tell you, Thomas, let me tell you something. This Biafra of 13, this thing affects most of our elderly people. This man, if he's maybe 60 or 70, I'm not surprised.
It's not
I have
60.
people I know
Doesn't
people
look like more
like
than
him that is even older than him that
Pansa
can
is a
say
young
worse than
man,
what is
man.
that can say
He's a
most.
young man.
I have an uncle. A very rich uncle, rich man. But if you see him talking about Biafra, Thomas, you cannot contend with him. I'm telling you that for a fact.
no,
This
but
Biafra of 13
let's be objective, man.
more idealized to this older generation. That 70, yeah.
Ekene, you see, you can't blame somebody like that because in the real sense, people suffer during Biafra. We cannot deny it. Igbo people suffer. So if you see other people that are telling you the pain, they are telling you their experience. That's the truth. And Nigeria must acknowledge that. Nigeria must acknowledge it, and they should play the right role.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you.
But they should also not poison the coming generation. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, let me tell you something, man.
A
If
lot
you
of
want to
them
talk about
killed
the
and
suffering
they
of
suffered. So let's acknowledge that.
my friend,
Everybody
listen.
suffered during the war. You understand? So let's calm
Exactly.
down.
If you want to talk about the victimhood and stuff, you have to address it as you can't ethnicize it because people that are victim of that event come
They were both sides.
exactly. If I tell you story, even within my own family, where auntie by marriage, that's married to my uncle, she's from Ore. Both our parents were executed by Biafran soldiers when they invaded Ore. So she spent her entire life remembering having a memory, and she had to suffer that pain. You understand? So, and many people too from different part of the south, other area. So, but when people start talking about victimhood, they only just like the Igbos. I think there's some people from other places don't exist. They're also victims. You understand? And then if you want to talk about the perpetrators, we only talk about when they talk about perpetrators, start pointing fingers, say Nigerians. Someone like Pansa will say perpetrators, we just see it as a tribal. You say the perpetrators are Yorubas and Hausas. That's the way you see it. And when I mention someone like that event of the Biafrans that executed people in Ore, I see the perpetrator as Ojuku. I won't say it's Igbo people because he's the one that sent them there. He's the commander. And then if I tell Igbo people like, okay, Ojuku is a perpetrator, they won't accept it. They will fight you. They will say, how dare you call our, and that's what frustrates me about their space because they tend to worship villains, right? And they degrade heroes. People that are supposed to be heroes, they see them as villains. People that are supposed to be, I won't say it's just them, it's the whole Nigeria. Because we celebrate villains and we it's like we call heroes villains. We don't celebrate heroes, we only celebrate villains. So someone like Ojukwu should not be celebrated at all. But in that, if you go there, it's like someone they worship the most because the guy caused a lot of people pain, you know. So
the only thing I know is this. The generation people like our generation, we didn't experience the Biafra war and all that, so we are more. My mind is more free to that. But in terms of if it is,
Ekene, speak for yourself. Yourself. I don't think you listen to some Biafran
you see even
stations.
20-year-old.
Yeah.
Even when I was
no,
born,
Ah,
remember
I still know
Thomas, you
some
know
their
this
plan.
guy
The only
now.
thing is,
What's his name? That
I
boy
don't
that
feel like
that grew up in America here. I forgot his name, but I always come all the time. He grew up in America as this
Charlie
Charles.
Boy.
Yeah, this guy was raised in America. He's probably like a teenager.
Kò dé
He come
Nigeria rí
here,
o, kò tẹ̀sán, he hasn't even been to Nigeria before.
and the way he
But the
talk about
memory,
Biafra like he experienced it. He's a small
Biafra,
boy. He will talk about it like he experienced it. Oh, we the Igbo, so we saw. I'm like, so you will see the young ones even behaving like that, and they will carry this animosity that somebody holding something. And when you come to someone like me, come to my face and be telling me, I owe you something, I owe you apology. I have a family member that experienced that's a victim of your people. Are you kidding me? You know? So they just need to, understand that shit, man. Like, come on. You can't be going around painting yourself as a victim, especially when you didn't experience it. I didn't experience it, so I'm not going to go around and say I'm the victim because my auntie told me a story. I'm not going to go around and say, okay, Igbo people owe me something because my auntie told me, or, that thing just annoys me, man.
gosh. What I just listening to now is just fallacy. Fallacy. It's I don't even know what to say. I lost everything. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we will just shut it
everything
down.
still lies
Maybe,
on nation building. That's the thing, and I will still continue to say that. It's all about our leadership. Everything still lies on nation building. So nobody is denying the fact of what happened. So you understand. So everything still lies on national building. Just like there is one thing that the guy said that I picked is you when you ask him question if what will be done to for people to stop talk about this Biafra thing. And he acknowledged that something can be done to stop it, and that is the only thing I want to hear. Something can be done to stop it, and that is the only thing I'll be able to grab in all the thing that he has making me to laugh here. So if something can be done to stop it, then let that thing be done. Let's have a country. That's my own take. As far as the guy acknowledged that something can be done for us to have a one nation, let the thing be done.
I think the only thing that they can be used to persuade or assuade the people of Southeast is to give them presidency. That's it. Other than that, there's nothing you can say.
and they are not going to get it.
If you like, put a factory, build
They are not going to get it.
They can
They are not going
get
to
it. They
get
just
it.
have to play their politics right. See, politics.
No. Patrick is not in my own generation. It's not in this century.
Statement you are making is one of the. You see why those people should even want to leave. Look at the
And
kind
they can leave. Who is holding them?
Wait, as if you have made up your mind that it will never happen in your generation. Why would it not happen? Who are you? You are just one person in Nigeria now. You are just one person. You cannot influence a word. So why can you make that kind of statement? That's sensitive.
Their politics is not paying that way. They are not going to pay.
You are addressing an entire tribe.
It's possible.
It's not right.
Can I? Good morning. Can I
think
interject?
the problem with that geopolitical era is because they don't
understand their politics.
Yeah, they don't, and they are older politicians in the days of Okadibo. Okadibo cut across. He built bridges, but
My brother, if Buhari had not overthrown Shagari in 1983, Kpmg would have succeeded Shagari.
Possibly, yes.
Kpmg would have succeeded. In 1983, Southeast was vice president, Southeast was Senate president, Southeast was speaker.
Okay, can I interject this?
They were strong. So why can't they get it? They play their politics right. If Atiku Abubakar had won this election, they would have gotten it. If Atiku Abubakar had won with an Obi as vice president, they would have gotten it. Remy, you can interject.
Yeah, let's hear from Remy. How are you, my brother?
I'm good. Good morning, everyone. And it's a sunny Saturday morning here. I've been listening to the guy that came in, and I'm sorry to say this. I think some people have a wiped mind and quite weird, and who in his senses will be saying that somebody did not even win any state in Nigeria. But that one just aside, because at the end of the day, I blame you guys for entertaining this kind of personality, because you should have given me a lot of room just for the last 2 or 3 hours talking nonsense over there. I'm sorry for my language. But I just thought you guys talking about whether Biafra can have their own country or not. Sure, they can have their own country, but
they can become president of Nigeria or something.
They can, but it's a little bit difficult because of several reasons. You know what? As a region, you must know what you really want, because I see them wanting like a baby who want 2 things at the same time, but you can only have one. And if we are not focused, and which one do you really want? Do you want to go away, or you want to become the president of the nation? And if you want to become the president of the nation, you have to build the bridges. They don't want to build any bridge. They just want to like fly from somewhere and just land there immediately. They see this last election as their best and their only chance, and they want to have it whether anyhow, whether illegal or non-illegal, they want to have it. But they are not wiser than the rest of the country. The country have chosen their candidate, and then we must live with it. For them to become the president of that country, if they still want to remain in Nigeria, they have to wait for 16 years. I'm sorry to say this, to have another shot. The reason why I said that is because no matter what happened,
But Remy, what prevents them not to get it this time? We still go against them in that 16 years.
In 16 years, they more play politics very well.
We will still go against them.
No, listen. Things can change. We are not static. They will have a new set of leaders also, and if they know how to play their politics very well. Unfortunately for that region, to me, in terms of landmass, they have the smallest landmass in Nigeria, and for them to also go away, they also need their neighboring countries to help them. We must say the truth. It's a landlocked area. They don't have a seaport, so they have to beg the South people to use their seaport, or they have to liaise or find an alliance with Lagos to use the seaport. So there's no, and when you have a seaport, it's an added advantage for any country. Goods can get to your country easily. And if you also want to fly out from their region, they also have to ask the permission of their neighboring countries. So it's not so easy as they thought. If it's South or any other region in Nigeria, it's quite easy for them to secede, and they can just, but that one put aside, if they must tell themselves, what do we really want? Do we want to stay in this country? To me, they are the luckiest region in this Nigeria, because when you look at the resources every other region contributed in the last 30 years, I'm not talking about after our independence, I don't think they have put anything on the table compared to the other regions in Nigeria, even in terms of human resources. So when you look at the whole in totality, they have not really contributed to the rest of Nigeria. They were lucky, like what this guy just said now. I don't even know that in 1979, I know that Vice President Kpmg, I don't even know that the Senate President, that the Speaker. Oh my God, that's a lot of powerful position put together that way. So they were so lucky. They have been Senate President like 4 or 5 times. They have held a lot of important positions during Jonathan era, even more than the South people. Because during Jonathan era, they were the one calling the shots. So the South people were not happy, but they were there and they controlled most of the things. This particular scenario that played out in 2023, they put there, because I think what really happened is that they just think, okay, fine, this is our best chance, everybody, let's vote for Obi. But Obi does not, Obi does not build a bridge across the Niger. And a lot of people are delusional. A lot of people who are not in their right senses, whatever they sow to them, they just believe it, who can sink, believing that this man will win. But if you talk to an average Nigerian with his right senses, they knew that categorically this fight is between Atiku and Tinubu. If to say that the Southeast are still voting for PGP and maybe Atiku pick Obi as the vice president, maybe they would have a very, but it's not so easy like that also, because they will be up against a ruling party, and as a ruling party in Africa, they have all the power. Whatever they want to do, they will do it. So it's not going to be like, okay, Obi is the vice president and it's a walkover for them. No, I don't think so, because they are up against the ruling party. Things we also play a lot of dynamic. Look at what during Jonathan era, he won in most part of the northern states. So things can play out different way. But I will employ one man that sometimes you have to be careful of some personality, because I was a little bit taken aback with what is coming out from the guy. It's totally unreasonable, and it's a white mind. For some of the people that are more younger are listening to the conversation, it's unbelievable. I think sometimes, I don't know, I would have called, but this is not a hospital. I would have just gone for, maybe people should go for medical checkup before you come to the podium to talk about. Yeah. So it's unbelievable. It's totally unbelievable.
Oh my God.
He's saying he's 70 years old. If you are 70 years old, why don't you be on the table with Tinubu? At least he's also 70 years old. Why don't you become president of Nigeria or something? Why don't you crave for more important position? If you are 70 years old and you look at your life, why don't you become a governor in America or wherever you are?
No, even in Anambra.
Why don't you go to
Even
Anambra
government in America is too much.
election there? If you have all the money that you are just roaming out your online, want to compete with people unnecessary, and people are just laughing at you,
It's
making
not that
mockery.
old. It's just kidding. It's not that old.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's very funny that what is coming out from his mouth.
Do you know what really baffles me? I am older than you. Who cares about your age? Are you paying my bills? Come on.
I think it's
Forget
just
about your.
a kind of no, I will not say domineering attitude. Just like he want to portray that he knows more than everybody, but when they ask a question,
And he knows nothing. The guy knows nothing.
just
The
continue.
brain is
Nothing
empty.
just
Sorry
continue to
to
say
say that. Empty brain.
in Kaduna, there
Oh
are
my
more Muslims,
God.
there are more Christian than Muslim. Even in Sokoto, there are more
Yeah.
Christian than Muslim. And even in just continue to spew out that kind of rubbish every time. It's unbelievable. And I can't just take it. I have to give kudos to people like Mike, Bishop, that they really, oh my God, it's not easy. So
No. Mike know him. Mike know him very well, so it doesn't cause like a surprise to Mike. If we've been on this
I
like
don't think
several years.
Bishop knows him very well, and I don't.
No, Bishop is new here. Mike no pass at now. If you are old one man listener, you will know
But
pass
I
at
think
now.
if you know him very well, sometimes you cannot just give him the opportunity to just be talking. We should have allowed other people to, or probably change the topic and allow other people to talk, because
No. No. One man just wants him to make a fool of himself. Some people will just leave them, let them just make fool of themselves. You know now. You see how people were laughing at him, and it's not even getting the message. Do you know what I mean, Remy?
Yeah,
It's
I
not getting
understand.
the message.
He does not even know, because something is wiped somehow. Things are not normal. Yeah, with him. How does he know that?
My
He doesn't know.
God.
Yeah, he
No, I'm sorry. I told one man now, it's one man that brought him in. Anytime he came on my section, I'm saying this live. I just leave him in the back section, because it will just complicate issue. It's one man that brought him in, and that's why I want one man to dealt with him. And yes, you see the repercussion as well. So yeah, no. I'm sorry. I can. I'm very sorry. I'm older than you. I can be your
Even
father.
apart from the age, what is just talking about the election, Nigeria, talking about spiritualism, all of this kind of stuff, you would have known that something is wrong somewhere. Who is talking about spiritualism or something like that? Leaders come, leaders go. Today, the INEC have declared the winner and they are already swearing in, and is the president of your country. Even if you like Atiku, they are in court. And if they win, fine. If they do not, life move on. Even these people, they know their chances, and they are behind everybody. They will go and look.
Obi even know himself he's not going to win anything in the court.
Yeah, even if you listen to their witnesses in the court, both Atiku and the rest, what is coming out of their mouth? Nothing to prove. The election was okay. I did not put it on high ref. Do you know your supervisor? I don't know. All these their witnesses. It's just unbelievable. They are just wasting the time of this justice. In fact,
Obi himself don't know he doesn't even know the difference between ROF and Beavers.
Yeah, you don't
their home presidential candidate.
President, people are just delusional, and they just actually. I think I'm right in my analysis that when you have a large population or chunk of people that they just went to learning trade from age 10 or 11, you are not giving them any formal form of education. It's whatever their leaders tell them, they will just follow like that. I think that is what is happening. It's quite glaring.
You don't need to talk like this.
Mr. Remy, you don't need to talk like that.
Why are you talking?
I just
came in here because of people like you and Mike. People just come and just don't talk like people that are educated.
Let me apologize.
This is the same SD on the comment section that's been defending Pansa and be attacking me.
Is that you defending Pansat? But you do look at old men like you. Just imagine what has been coming out of your mouth. Like I don't understand.
Let me finish before you castigate me first. I know what I am trying to say. Because it's easy for you.
No, you're not making sense. You're saying now that people that at the age of 11 that they are going to learn trade and all that. Why will you use that kind of this thing, for example? Is it making sense at all?
Can you let me finish, please? Let me finish before you castigate me. I know what I'm also saying. I'm just talking about it's easier for you or people to control people that does not have a full formal education, even up to high school standard. Because if you are like GS3 or primary school, you don't have the exposure and the knowledge, and it's very easy for people to tell you, go and burn that house, and then you will burn it. But if you are up to have a good formal education...
Are you taking Igbo people as a majority or what? I don't even understand. How do you mean that you tell them to go and burn down the house? No, that narrative doesn't fly anywhere. That narrative, that explanation doesn't fly anywhere at all. What they see, this thing you are saying doesn't fly anywhere at all.
Just talk anyhow.
You just see the way you are talking to you are just talking to people as if
we are not fighting. Hold on, we are not fighting. He's trying to clarify himself.
There is nothing to clarify there, Mr. Thomas. There is nothing to clarify.
Hold on, he said he apologized earlier on. So what
and
do you want?
He continues to apologize. He continues to say it.
He continues to say it. I don't mean the totality of the people. And if the word
I know my space very well. I know my space. I know, even though I'm a Nigerian, but I still know my space very well. You don't say it like that. I know my space very well. I know people. I know the people you are talking to.
Remy, we've been talking about this election, this one.
I know the people you are talking to. I know the people you are referring to.
Let me tell you something. It's just that we've come to know how Nigerian politics is.
1 minute. Please,
I know how Nigerian politics is. That is why when we look, the way this country is like this now, the way they play this politics in Nigeria, is it normal? Let's forget that. Somebody like me now, I'm not against what. Guy, may I talk? What is your name? Let me talk. I'm not against. What do you call it? I'm not against this guy's presidency. But is the way the politics or the way this election went, like the way it happened, was it normal? Is it something? Is it look like they were just killing people, doing things anyhow?
I'm not even. I'm not.
Give me just 1 minute. I just said 1 minute, and you just continue. Just 1 minute. Calm down. Eze and Ekene first. If my choice of word does not suit very well with you, I apologize. I'm not generalizing everything. My line of thought is about some people who want to create IPOP or Biafra to go away. They are part of followership of Obi. They might not be up to 20 or 30% of the total people that are supporting Obi, but they are there online selling a lot of propaganda out there, and it's not good for generation yet unborn. If you are here claiming that I'm time to like talk them down, you are not more superior than me. I felt more. Ask people here. I felt more for people in the southeast, even more than the eastern. Yesterday, people were castigating me. Why am I supporting them? Am I an Igbo? Am I from the southeastern? So when people are talking, sometimes you give them 1 or 2 minutes to finish up. I also know what I'm saying. I'm not saying this election. I know that this election will bring a lot of animosity among the 3 major tribes. And what is playing out now is that probably if Obi have won, will the Yoruba people also do like what is happening in the other region? Will they move on? We don't know. How will they take it? I understand what is, I'm trying to tell you that some section of your people over there, maybe there are those ones supporting IPOP before, and at least you or Ekene, I don't think, because I asked Ekene one question yesterday. I said, do you know these Biafran people? He said no, and he gave us his own personal experience. So I'm not here to castigate the generality of the Igbo people, but everybody, election has come, has gone, and everybody wants to move on. And another person came here today, continuing to spew rubbish in his mouth. People who are not comfortable with what is coming out from his mouth. So next time, try to listen to me. I have been here. I felt more for you people. In fact, in my mind, I would have preferred for you people to also become president, but this is not the way.
I don't feel anything. I don't want
Eze, why were you telling me to listen to Pansa? Eze, why were you telling me
feel
to
anything.
listen to
I was even in the comment section there. I was like, if somebody like me, I come to that comment section, I interact with people, and I even like I joke more with people. But when certain things are going out of hand, that is when I come here. Like the way you were just talking now, saying that people that like
But
even
you did
before
not let me
you made your
finish my thought.
statement,
You just
if
jump on it.
Soli
Because
has
you are
come here
not,
and
you
said
are not, are
the
you here
rubbish he
every
has in
day?
his mouth,
Were you here yesterday?
since yesterday,
Eze,
Mr. Mike, I've been
Eze,
listening
were
to this
you here
platform.
yesterday?
Anything Southeast
what
that
Eze,
is
what
Southeast
is your
that
issue with
Southeast. You see,
Eze, were you here
somebody
yesterday?
like me,
Were you here
I'm
yesterday?
against the kind of politics. I'm against the way or the pattern the Southeast are playing their politics in Nigeria. As long as we're in Nigeria here, the way we're playing politics is not good. I come here, that is why I come here to say it. That is not good. I don't like it. But you coming now to come and start saying things like no, it's not making.
But you
Or you
don't
look
let
at the
me finish.
insensitive
You don't
question
let me
Mr.
finish. You
Mike was
don't know what
asking
I'm talking about.
Mr. Passat. Is that
what
question?
question?
That
Like
question
what?
is that question? Did it sound right to you? That you were
Which question?
asking him why the reason they killed Ahmad Bello, or you know the genuine reason why they killed those elites of that time? Don't
Okay,
you know the
tell
reason?
me now.
Was it only
Tell
evil
me the
and
reason.
was it only
And
evil people that killed
those
that
things are not
planned that
supposed to be coming up in our own time. Those type of thing are not supposed to be people that don't know is not supposed to know it.
it's not making
You bury
sense
it there.
now. It's not making sense at
That's how to
all.
build a nation. You don't bring out
Come on,
you don't bring out things that
No,
are not
you see,
supposed to be.
you have to discuss history. You have to address. You can't say it shouldn't be coming.
see, if you want to address it, I love
Wait,
when I talk. I love when people are talking
you
about
take,
history. Do you
you are mad.
understand? But not
You're
in
upset
an
because
insensitive
I
way,
asked
like
you
the way
that
you were
question.
bringing that question to that man, asking him, how did they, what question? How did you even ask
You know why
that
I asked
question?
you that
That
question?
question was
You know
very.
why?
The way you asked that question was not even. To be honest with
Okay,
you, it
how did
was
I ask
very
you? First,
insensitive.
okay, how did I ask you? Tell me, how did I ask the question?
You know
Do you
how you
want me
ask the
to
question.
How
Don't
I asked
ask
you?
me.
You want me to repeat what
The
I
way you ask
asked you?
that
I'll
question
tell you
is
what I
not
asked
that is you are not trying to discuss history. You are just trying to just
you.
rub it on the
First of
face.
all, Thomas just told you the pastor has been coming here for 2 years. We've known him for like 2 years. He's been
I
coming
know
here.
Pansat. I know
And
the man.
wait, wait,
I know
wait.
the man. I know when he's with
He
Miss
wait.
Yani.
But
Let
this
me
is,
tell
for
you.
Bros,
me, this
can
is
we
But
the
talk
first
one at
time
see,
a
I'm
time?
you
listening
now,
to him.
you were taking you were taking advantage of the way he was talking, and
Bros,
you want to come and rub
I'm
that question
trying
on
to
his face.
explain. You the one that say why I asked the question. I'm trying to tell you why I asked the question. Pastor was saying that we should learn to be positive and empathize with others and things like that. You know, and not condemn bad behavior in Nigeria and things. And Pastor once in the past came here, was justifying the killing of Ahmadu Bello and his pregnant wife. And that's why I brought it up to ask him again, just to prove to him that he's contradicting what he's saying. But you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know the history between me and Pastor. He in the past has came right on this platform justifying that. And that's why, and he using the same mouth to taste today that we should be condemning bad behavior that people do and things like that. And I asked him, like, okay, what do you think? Just to remind him what he said, to see if he will give me the same answer. If he's still holding the same position he was holding back then. That's why I asked him the question. But you are now telling me, oh, why are you asking that kind of question? What the hell do you mean?
The way you asked that question was
The
not
way
was
I
not
asked you, what's wrong with the
reasonable.
question?
You don't ask
And
him,
you
and
sound like you
moreover,
are
that
even
question
justifying.
that's cool. Well, you and I know that it was not only an Ibuku, and you know the reason. If you are honest
Did I
yourself,
say and
you know
I
the
say anything
reason
about
why
Igbo?
they
Why are you
plan
putting
on
word in my
Okay,
mouth?
for the
carrying out that
benefit
coup,
of that,
and you don't come and
what
ask.
were
Look
the
at you,
reasons
Papa, the
for
ones
their killing?
just the wound that is about to heal. You just come and use your wickedness and
Oh boy,
open
it's
it
not
up. It's not
wickedness, it's
good.
not
Let me tell
question.
you, it's
The
not
thing about
good
you
for
guys
you.
is the thing you
It's
don't
not
like.
good.
Let me say something as Mr. Remy. That space you are that space. I want to address a little bit that these Igbo people go to trade at a young age and not able to get a formal education before.
Before you go on, I did not generalize it. I give you a percentage. I said 20 or 30%. So before you
it can be general. The reason I say it can be general because a lot of
I did not use general language.
a lot of Igbo millionaires.
Ekene, please. He specifically mentioned 20 or 20%. So he didn't generalize it.
So before
Okay,
you
let me give my submission.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Don't castigate him. Speak to the words. Stop castigating him.
And I also
Okay,
mentioned
let me address it. Let me address it a bit. Let me address it a bit.
Most of can I give you 1 second?
The reason why I say
First of all, it was Pastor that brought up. Give me a second. Pastor brought up the past, saying Nigerian civil war, Nigerian Yorubas and Hausas fought against the attacking Igbo. But this Eze guy,
Mike,
didn't
let's
have.
bury that issue of war
No,
and all
no, no,
that.
no, no.
Those issues are not they're not
No,
relevant.
and then
They're
I'm
not
talking to
relevant.
Eze. I'm not talking to you. It's relevant. No, he attacked me. He's coming here to tell me that I'm bringing up wound of the past. But his brother, Pansa, was one that brought up civil war, talking about Yoruba and Hausa attacking you. But this Eze also have problem with that. But now he has problem with me. What is, you see the double standard that you guys play that always annoy people?
Not double
Don't have
standard.
problem
I
with
said
Pansa.
the way you asked that question, the
Do
way
you
you
have
asked that
problem with
question
Pansa bringing
is not making sense
war,
at
talking
all.
about
Can I continue?
Yorubas
You're
and
not genuine
Hausas
with that
attacking?
question.
You have problem with that?
Mike, can I say what I want to say? I want to go. You see, a lot of Igbo millionaires you see today, I know all of them don't have most of them don't have a formal education. I can begin to count them. But that doesn't make them to be, that doesn't make Igbo region to be people that used to go to. The way you put it doesn't sound, it sounds so derogating that they don't know what they're doing. Or I can tell you for a fact that Igbo is still one of the best educated people in this country. The
Who
thing
tell
you
you
are
that?
referring
Where
to,
do you get that from? Where do you get that from?
okay, even if you said that Southwest is the best, then who else? Who's next?
But you just made the comment now. You said you are the most educated.
Bro,
I said
you
Igbo
And I
don't
proved
you don't
against
is
you. I
need
said,
still
to
one
where do
of
you
the
get that
best.
from?
just make your point.
I
You don't
said
need to
one of the
argue
best. I said one of the best.
with these people, especially somebody like Mike. He's already saying in Shekiri. This
I
guy,
said one
What is
of the
wrong with me
best.
saying
the
it's
level
Shekiri? Are
of
they not
hatred
very
he have for
educated people?
Igbos, it's too much.
I
I
said one of
Shekiri
the
is
best.
not very
And
So you
educated.
don't derogate
let me tell you, bro, no vex. Sorry.
the things we say. You when you come to the things you say is also in other areas. Even in this Lagos we are staying, there are boros everywhere. They are everywhere in the street. I say,
So
is it only
you
Igbo
don't have
people you
that.
have such?
You don't have
So
Agbero in the
you
southeast.
don't come, you don't say
You don't have Agbero in the
this
southeast.
before even the businessmen you are talking about. If somebody decides to do a business
You
and all
don't have
that,
Agbero in the southeast. You don't have Agbero
that's
in the
what I'm
southeast.
saying. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. But you have to acknowledge people's effort, not just bringing
I think
as if
Ekene,
that business that
you are getting it wrong.
the innocent you are talking about, the innocent today, innocent is not a WAEC holder.
I think
Does that make him a less? Does that make him a less?
you are getting it wrong. You are getting it wrong. If you don't understand me,
Because that is not a WAEC holder.
Ask for clarity, because if you don't ask for clarity, you still continue to have the same insinuation.
It means that the clarity I understand that is that anybody that don't have wire cannot to do that can
No,
they are nothing in it. They are nothing. That's the clarity I understand. And I begin to mention all these people.
No, you don't
Innocent
ask
is
for
not a wire
clarity.
holder.
No, listen,
Constaris is not a wire
listen.
holder.
Can you please
A lot of them
listen?
are not wire
Can you
holders.
please listen?
Listen, if you don't listen, you won't learn. That is what is the problem with you and your brother Eze now. Listen categorically.
I don't want to listen to what you want to say because your advice is not coming. It's not coming from a genuine spot. I listen to people that I'm a very young person and I know when somebody is giving me a genuine advice. You're just talking from the other side of your mouth. You're not being straight and honest here. Do you understand? So I don't need your advice. To be honest with you.
What exactly is your point here tonight? What exactly is your point? You're not making points.
My point is that you should stop this your hate for Igbo people. Let me tell you, I don't know what they've done to what any Igbo guy has done to you in the past, but it's too much. Yeah, you need to reduce it. You are somebody's father. If I'm right.
Okay, let me
Bro,
finish.
you are not making sense.
Sorry, Mike. Just 1 minute. Ekene and Eze, what I said was this. I said that 20 or 30% of young people, because they went on apprenticeship, and because probably maybe those
what you said, I listened to you here. I heard what you said. What you said is that
what did I say? Okay,
of Biafra of IPOB people. It was the IPO people you gave that percentage. You did not start with
even the IPO people we are talking about. Most of them are educated. Almost all of them. Almost all of them.
The IPO people are very stupid.
There are some people with education without
many of them are educated.
I told you one of my everybody.
He's a very
Ekene,
rich man.
everybody.
When you're talking about this guy, you cannot contend with him.
Ekene, hold on, please. Adewale, thank you for coming. Mike, thank you for coming. Simba, thank you for coming. Eze, thank you for coming. Remy, thank you for coming. Ekene, thank you for coming. I'm shutting down the session. Thank you so much.
Why are you going to
we
shut
see
it
you
down?
guys
Why
later.
would you shut it down?
Thank you.
What?
They don't listen to me. Adewale.
Hey, you take them off. If they don't listen to you, take them off. Must you keep them in the studio? You have the liberty to
Everybody is
take them
talking over each other.
No.
Remy said, "Hold on, let me speak." They don't want Remy to speak. Somebody said something. He wants to clarify it.
If somebody doesn't want to hear any other person, take both of them out. Nobody is here to listen to all those crap. Take anyone that is not listening. Take them out.
Let's coordinate. We are adults here now. We are not fighting. We are discussing issues here.
Everybody is just talking about each other, and somebody is saying something else, and the other person is not even listening to. I mean, I can't function in that kind of environment, but you have the liberty. You have
Thank you, Adewale. You have to have some decorum.
You don't have to. You don't have to be. You don't have to. Persuade anybody. If nobody is listening to you, take them out. Sometimes to interject is always hard for me because the way I watch some people just like this sound of their voice. People like to talk, and when you keep talking, guess what you do? You even miss what you're talking about. Sometimes people talk crap, and that's why sometimes it's very hard for me to interject because Shokilo, you say the way you wanted it, and the person is not listening. That's fine. You move on. That's the way I discuss. We discuss civilly, not somebody just yelling, and I don't do stuff like that. I don't. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. If you don't want me to clarify, that's fine. I can't kill myself. So because of that, you want to take everybody out simply because they are talking above each other. Take them out, Thomas.
You are the Sonny Abacha on this show. Take them out. Do what you like doing best. Do it, man. You're lucky I'm not the one
No,
in
no,
charge.
no. No. It's
Oh, we
because
lost
it's
that.
been Adewan is been fighting all the way,
Yeah, I mean, I don't
arguing
even know.
back and
I mean, I don't know why people get too emotional, too attached to some of these, stuff that we discuss. I mean, every day we interact on this show, on this panel. We don't. As a matter of fact, I don't even know how everybody look like. It's maybe occasionally I see your video pop up and all that. And if I see you on the street, I may probably not even recognize you. But here we are, arguing with each other, fighting with each other, as if they're going to give us a prize for having the last say or the most factual statement or whatever. It's just everything we do here is academic. We're just like in the beer parlor. We are talking. Sometimes we may not even know the fact, but based on what is written on the pages of newspaper and social media, we will rush down here and we'll be, shoving it down the throat of everyone. It's the fact. It's the truth. What are you talking about? What is this? As if say it the way you feel. It's your opinion, it's your view. And see, I've learned a lot on some of this show and this one as well. Sometimes I may not even know something, but most of the time I always at the background listening to people, listening to you guys
I
because
know that you always
I,
do. Yeah, you
so
always.
occasionally I will pop in with my comment and I will restrict back to myself. And sometimes if you don't listen, you don't learn. That's one skill that I've tried to develop in my older age. You have to listen more. Listening is the best way to learn because most of the thing we say most is in the details. And when you keep hearing stuff, and before you know it, you've acquired knowledge. But sometimes people just want to whatever is my view is the right thing. Nothing more, nothing else is important. It's not right. People are watching, people are listening every day. Why do people come to this show? Because they want to learn. I tell you what, this might even be the source of information to some people because nobody have time to
Yeah,
be reading
of
newspaper and all
course,
that.
of course.
But they
All
come,
this
they watch.
breaking news,
Exactly.
I've been hearing it from one man here. Even I didn't even know. I didn't
You
know.
know, when one man was reading a Emefiele stuff earlier, I was actually driving. I quickly retrieved my phone and I was trying to check it out. Okay, what is the reason for Emefiele suspension? Then one newspaper has talked about the fact that he was suspended because of the Paris funds payment that they paid. I
Payment.
think 17 million or billion. Then the remaining 50 something billion were not remitted, so that that's what they are querying Emefiele for and some other thing as well. And I was like, okay, I quickly put it out there and I went back. But it seems nobody even pay attention to, nobody even take it upon themselves to go and check newspaper or dig deeper and all that. But everybody just want to be like, okay. And now the discussion is degenerating to ethnic issues and ethnic bias or whatever. And I tell you what, one man, Thomas, at the beginning of
Yeah.
this politicking, I supported Obi in the sense that not that it was because of his competence, but the fact that I wanted an Igbo man to be the president. But when I watched the way discussion was going online sometimes, because we may say online doesn't matter, it matters because people go online and read stuff and they take it from there. Whatever people post out there is what they're gonna act on. Yes, we call those people keyboard warrior. But don't be surprised. These are the full soldiers that came out during the election to vote for Labour Party. So
Of
at the
course.
end of the
Even
day,
some even travel down to Nigeria.
you see that's how strong. I mean, I can understand all this while in their lifetime, they've never seen somebody with a red cap or somebody that bear their names in the house already. So this person is Chukwuemeka, this person, I could sense the sense of pride that the South people felt when Jonathan was made a president and when he eventually won the election, right? I mean, to the point that everybody started wearing the Ijaw people's Ijaw's style. You remember that style, that fisherman
I
style?
remember, I remember.
Yes.
Yeah,
I even
I
have
remember.
one at home here. My in-law sold one for me. That is kind of what people want to identify. That is the reason. I guess that was what is becoming the real issue behind their support or their agitation for all these issues that they're trying to put forward. But nevertheless, that geographical area that have never played their politics right, and everybody agree with that. But when I watched, what I found most dangerous is the way that discussion is degenerating into
ethnic bigotry and castigating one ethnics and seeing other ethnics as inferior, and that is what I don't like. And I tell you what, we're all relating with each other today. If I go to Nigeria and I see a Kene, I don't even know what he looks like. But if I'm able to identify, do you think Kene is going to say, well, I never know this guy before? We're going to embrace each other. We're going to talk as if we've never, we've seen each other before. So it's we in diaspora most of the time they always put this thing on our head. People back home, they're going about their business. They're going about their businesses. Igbo in Lagos are going about their business.
Adewale, I was scared for my mother-in-law and my family. They said they are fine. They said you guys you are the one that they say we are
They
okay.
are the
Just
ones,
send us money. We will be fine.
we are the one blowing the ember because we want to see a replica of what we see here back home. But at the same time, we have these little biases that sometimes plays out, and at the end of the day, we clashes. But if I see you out there tomorrow in the city that I live in, you are my brother, regardless of your name or whatever I identify with. You know, I understand. This generational what do you call it? Beliefs. You know, I mean, in my lifetime, I've seen people, even in the Yoruba land, that will tell you, Ekiti has always been this conservative kind of ethnic that you don't usually go into relationship with the Ijebus or Egbas. It was a taboo then. If you marry from Ijebu, they believe they're going to take their children away. But come to think of it today, they are marrying each other, and yet they are Yorubas, right? You can imagine those primitive beliefs, and those things are beginning to fade away. I still believe that some people back home that still strongly believe in all those things. But nevertheless, we're educated, we're advanced, we've seen things. So the way we interact should be reflected of our level of education, the way we address each other, the way we tackle issues. You know, because most of the time people have thin skin. They easily get irritated by what they hear. But what you hear is not going to change who you are. You are who you are. Anyway, enough of my rant to Thomas. I'm always like this person that always trying to listen to people, and I enjoy listening to these guys. I do. I enjoy listening. Even rational mind. Sometimes I always, man, rational mind has a way of driving me nuts. But at the same time, I enjoy listening to him because it always seems his voice is only the decent. I mean, decent voice in the group. But I enjoy listening to. I didn't even know he was a Yoruba man, but I enjoy it because you have to disagree with somebody to agree with them. That is the purpose of this kind of show. And sometimes when I watch people getting so sentimental, you know, and they want to shove down their own belief down the throat of others, it irritates me. If I say this is what I believe, then take it from me. That's what I believe. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the fact, but I just believe in it. But I'm flexible enough to hear you out, to listen to you, and learn from you. That is the beauty of this kind of show because people watch, people listen. That's why we could see, the likes of Prince Adewale and other big time people coming on an online show like this to listen to us, to interact with us. But when interacting like a pupil or students, I mean, it doesn't really portray us, or depict us in a light that we wanted. Anyway, thank you, Thomas. If you want to shut it down, that's fine. For others in the show want to comment, that's fine. Is anybody
Yeah,
there?
let me just say something. Yeah. Let me just say something, Mr. Dewale. Mr. Dewale, it's not like people are ranting or see this platform. I come to this platform and I listen to what everybody says in this platform, and I don't pick offense. Even if they say anything, I believe when they criticize yourself, you behave better. You act right. But when there are certain persons that will come here and they want to just start saying things that are not making sense. So that's why I see people like me come and tell them that, look, this thing you're saying is not true and you're not saying the right thing. It's not like I will come here to come around and just make noise. No. And the other guy talking about education, education without common sense, that one is not education. There are things you need to do. You need to do right. Let's not just be saying education, education, and all that. You should do. You should act right with what that man said now, or that guy was saying, trying to just stereotype or just say that the business people that go and learn trade, that they don't know anything and all those kind of things. It's not making sense, to be honest. There are people on that is how they went they saw the light in life, and him saying those things is really painful for real. You can't somebody like me, I can't stand it at all. Hearing somebody saying that kind of thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but see, this is just a discussion. I understand that, you take offense in what is being said, but you can disagree with somebody or whatever they say by not being condescending. Because to the point that everything is about tonality, your tone, the way you put it forward. Yes, you disagree with his submission, the way he was trying to portray, but at the same time, you can correct somebody. Like I said earlier, we're learning. If it doesn't sit well with you, listen, this doesn't sit well with me. And I disagree with you based on this. And if that person doesn't want to take it, you've done what you needed to do. To me, that is the way I believe, I can learn, I can express myself. I don't have to get into the shouting match with anybody. You know, me for once, if anybody abusing my tribe, look, I know who I am. You can't change who I am. I'm confident enough in myself. Okay. But nevertheless, I don't have to be fighting about, okay, because I want to win the argument by saying my tribe is superior. No, I'm confident in myself. I know who I am and I know my people where I come from. So whatever anybody say about me or my people doesn't matter because I know who I am and I know who we are. But most of the time, we're trying to be a little bit, emotional about. I get it; it's about identity, but it doesn't have to be that way. See, most of these politicians, they've heard worst, but nevertheless, you never see them in the public, And I always try to carry myself as a very professional person, so that I don't have to be overly temperamental. Uh, I've seen people on this show coming online and you know fighting as if they are the closest family to Wiki and I always look at them or they are the younger brother to Tinubu, or Obi is their uncle. But shouldn't be. It's about you identify with this person, that's fine. It's your right to support who you want to support. But most of the time, this thing is just if Nigeria is better today, we will all celebrate whoever is the president. And we're coming here every day to socialize, to talk and don't let it bother you, brother. Don't let it bother you. People talk sometimes, but what they're saying doesn't necessarily mean what they meant. After all, we're coming here with nobody asks for anybody's last name. Nobody asks for anybody's first name. It's what you present and what people identify you with, right? So don't let it bother you, brother. Sometimes we learn, we have to unfreeze our brain and freeze it back. Because if we are not willing to unfreeze it, we will not be able to assimilate, not be able to absorb. And that's the way, it should be. You'll be hearing negative stuff, you'll be hearing positive stuff. But you have to be flexible enough so you'll be able to absorb more positive stuff than negatives. Because I don't think I've ever been temperamental with anybody on this show. I get thirsty a little bit, but my frustration comes from the fact that people don't let another person land before. Because sometimes interjection on this show means I'm disagreeing with you and I want to have a rebuttal. I mean, we're not in a law court for crying out loud. Just like when you watch television show, right? You have your guest, your interviewee is sitting down across, and I'm the one in charge of the show. And I ask you a question and I face your opponent. You guys disagree, but I have to be patient enough to let you finish what you're saying. Then even when I feel a little bit more strong with what you just said, I have to find a very, very, better way to disagree with you, not to degenerate to the point that now become a despicable, showcasing that kind of negative person. So, and people watching, and I mean,
If you compare this show and the one you see on national television, what is the difference? It's all about audience, right? So don't let it bother you, brother. Sometimes we hear things that it doesn't sit well with you, but that doesn't necessarily change who you are. You know who you are, all right? So that's the way I will put it. But nevertheless, I enjoy listening to you guys because you guys are fabulous. On this show, I've hear people give up information about their regions. Those that have never even been there before. I've seen people from the north, come in here and bamboozle everybody and say things the way we never heard before, and that changed that narratives about somebody coming from the north, the core north, and here trying to be more professional than others that have been on the show before. And I was impressed. And I wanted to learn more about that region from this individual. And so don't let it bother you. I enjoy listening to you guys. You guys are fantastic. It's a nice show. Even one man sometimes always get overwhelmed with his guests because you guys are handy. I will tell you that. Most of the people on this show are very, very handful. But nevertheless, sometimes it gets too hot and sometimes it gets cool, and I think that's why the listeners and the watchers always come on the show and listen to you guys. But anyway, I guess it's only me and you and is Thomas still there? I got Thomas. Ah, Sanjima, Zangobe. I got
Was it
Solomon.
just? Did you just speak Hausa now?
Yeah.
Did you grow in the north?
No, see, I learn from people too. I have an Igbo friend. I learned this thing from him. One day we were talking. So I learned that, I can tell you, Chiramana Mabiebo, Chiramana Mabie, you know, it's those stuff that those little stuff that you learn. He was a more or less like a pastor, so he couldn't teach me bad words. But you learn bad word first before you
Yeah.
learn the proper. But him being a very, very close friend of mine, we were co-workers then. We had this friendship. We're everywhere. And he's still my best friend to today, you know. That's how I learned from him, you know. He's a little bit older, but and it's from it's not from Anambra, but I think it's from Imo State, yes. It's from Imo, not Anambra. But it's more or less like a Lagosian. When you are born in Lagos,
Yeah.
he even speak Yoruba more than I do, you know. But luckily for him, he was able to get married to somebody from the east as well. So it was helped him to understand the culture better than you know before. But this integration is vital to our nation
Of
for to our
course.
development. And no matter how we fight, no matter how we disagree, even at the national level, I watched Tinubu today addressing the chiefs and the kings and the emirs, and this man, stood up there and addressed them from the heart. You may disagree with him, but he understood that for the Nigeria to heal and to move forward as a nation. Because look, I don't think there's going to be any divorce. The IPOB agitation, the behavioral agitation, will be solved politically. You know why I strongly believe that it will be solved is that sometime you may not get what you wanted, but the ability of the government of the day to recognize the importance of certain group and acknowledge them and then try to reward or if you have call it a reparation or whatever they call it, not necessarily winning presidency. If there's development in the southeast, if there's light today, you go into your house, you turn on the light is on, the water is running, the food is on the table. Would you be thinking of somebody being your president? Probably not. Here in America now, we are not in the political season. Everybody's trying to just for primary elections and selection of candidates for each party. But who cares? People go about their business, right? So and people are already interwoven. Hardly you will go to any any state, any corners in that country, you won't find an Igbo man. The same way with the Yorubas. No matter how, even in the core northeast where you have Boko Harams and all that, guess what? There are still some Yorubas in Borno, in Maiduguri. And they're there. You know, here I am talking from abroad in the United States. I wasn't born here, but this country was able to absorb me, and I was able to integrate into their society, into their culture, and imbibe that culture. And then we have raising kids in the country. As a matter of fact, my children will be more identify as more African, American than Nigerian because they never really know the culture. Yes, they understood the language, but they can't speak the language. Right? So I believe we are more stronger. Sometimes we bring all those sentiment that makes us try to be, because that's what makes us different. Our identity, our culture. Okay, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Yoruba, you are Tiv, you are Fik, you are Bibio, you are Ijo. But at the same time, we also understood that we have something bigger than that, bigger than that identity. That's what we think we are as a Yoruba man, as a Hausa man. There's something bigger, the nation itself, the nationhood. You know, and to me, that's what gives me this, sense of optimism that Nigeria is still gonna be okay. We will be okay. We've had it worse in the past, but
Like
we
somebody like me as a young person, I'm not in support of Nigeria disintegrating. Like I
even
want
the
us to
people
be together.
agitating for that separation, they themselves doesn't even believe in it. They don't. They don't. And I tell you what, even all those regions separate today, Yoruba goes their way, Hausa go their way, Igbo went their way, and all that. Do you think the same problem we're having in Nigeria will not follow every one of them? It will follow them.
Of course.
Because in us, there's greediness, there's selfishness, there's what any negative thing you can look for is in us. That's what makes us the black race. So this agitation about is Milocon or Colocon, it will still going to play itself out. So why can't we put it together? I'm not trying to sound like I'm a preacher, but at the same time, that is the reality. We look at it in a bigger way. Because sometimes what is before us is bigger than who we are, but you just never recognize it that okay, this is what makes us who we are. When I watch people disagree, sometimes I just shake my head like, I wish this person can understand what makes us who we are. So if you see me on the road, you disagree with me now. Fundamentally, you disagree with me, and you see something happens to me on the road, you're not going to stop. They say, "Oh, that's a Nigerian man or a Nigerian woman." You're not going to stop. You will stop. You won't watch me being uh, uh, beaten on the road and you not intervene. You will intervene because you see your brother, you see your kinsman. Nigerian, simple as that. But we never see beyond that sentiment that we hold there to our chest. Don't let it bother you, brother. You see, Nigeria is still going to remain. Nigeria is still going to stand. We may not. Uh, Politics is not something that will divide that country.
No, and I'm not bothered at all. I'm not bothered at all.
Like,
I just I don't just like certain words that these guys were just saying. So that's why I came. I'm
if
not
you
bothered.
disagree with what they say, you can let them
I'm not
know,
bothered.
but don't let it get to you.
No, not
And
at
I
all.
cou-
Not
and I
at
could
all.
see, I could hear me too, also a little bit frustrated because he was trying hard, to explain himself. But some in some instances, it's not always that easy to when you already made up your mind that what you're hearing is not sitting well with you. So no matter what he says too, it's not going to probably address the issue. It's like more or less pouring water on the oil. So that is where you have that little misunderstanding. And he was trying to correct it.
And that's where that back and forth thing was coming from. And to me, it was kind of, oh, this is frustrating, And I don't think Remain is a bigot. I don't think so at all. At all. Not even Mike. I don't. I don't believe they are, tribal bigot. No.
Please,
Not
let
at
me
all.
just use this opportunity. There's somebody that is not a bigot that I called a bigot. I was joking. I mean, Sister Ayo, please. Don't be angry, please. I was only joking. I know you are not a true Nigerian. You are like you don't you don't have anything against anybody, please. I'm very, very sorry. Mr. Ayo and Oga. I was only joking with him, and see, I know he got pissed or he got upset. It's my comment. I was only joking. Yeah,
Oh,
no, Mr. Adewale, for Mike, no, Mike own is too much. To be honest with you, Mike's own is too much. I won't lie to you.
yeah, I think
Like
it
I
was
said,
it was Panzer that kind of riled him up. Panzer was even on Dr. Damage's show, it was kicked out. And me and Panzer would never for once agree politically, even because some of his beliefs are a little bit, kind of outdated in some way. He was in some of these platforms I've seen him expressing, but at the same time, I probably would not really take him serious. You know why? Because you come online and say things differently, but when he's typing, he just says he types something that make me question: is this guy really okay? I've disagreed with him in some ways, and I've realized that there's no point arguing with him because he strongly believe that separating is the only antidote to the problem that is, uh, uh,
me, I don't agree
happening.
to most of my southeastern elders. I don't. When they are talking, sometimes I just look at them. I just see this person is naive. Like
Don't blame them.
you've
Don't
been in
blame
this country. They gave birth to you in this country. Even if you've left, but at least you should have tried to know how the country has been positioned or how the country came about, and you understand the kind of politics that, even though to me, let me tell you the truth, it's not like the type of politics we play in Nigeria is not the right politics, but this is how it is. You can change, you can make changes when you get there, or which in play when you take part and you get what you want, you can make proper changes. But there are like some people are just ignorant that I'm talking from the southeast, like some of our elders, like they are just ignorant to the things happening. Like I feel like, see, this person, don't you know what is going on? Why are you behaving like this? Just like
don't
me,
blame.
I do not support Obi because I see him like the likes of was Azikiwe and all that, and these people were just I did not enjoy. I did not like. I don't like their politics. That type of politics. It's not what Nigeria has. It's not the kind of politics that is being played in Nigeria. That is why you see most people come and say that they are trying to overshadow or try to act like the way they are not supposed to act. And it's true. It's true.
If all these are the agitation from, I remember very well during Obasanjo first time, the people of Niger Delta rose up, agitation left and right. It was tough in the south. As a matter of fact, who would have thought? I don't know if that was the reason why Obasanjo decided to, put Jonathan there in form of, to be probably to um, appease the people of South. I don't know, but South was the most troubled area during Obasanjo's tenure. But um, they found answer to it. Even the Southwest, when Obasanjo was the president, the Southwest too also rose up in arms. You remember OPC then? He was arresting the OPC members and all that because to him, it's no way you would disgrace me, even though we come from the same region, right?
Yeah.
But what I found really troubling is the fact that there's no cohesion, there's no togetherness from the Southeast. Unlike in the Southwest, even when during the Obasanjo time, the Southwest was able to land behind Obasanjo, even though they kind of despise him. But at the same time, they knew this is the only chance they have, since you've already killed the one that we put forward. So they decided to support him partially because Lagos State did not go that way, but every other state in Southwest voted for him. Now, despite that, they have objection to his press candidacy. Now you have Tinubu as well now, apart from Lagos, because Lagos being metropolitan state, that kind of contributed to the shift from the voting pattern, because majorities are Christian kind of, so they told that line and voted against Tinubu. But if you look at every other state in the southwest, apart from Osun State, and I can understand why Osun will vote that way, and I bet they are also regretting it now. They decided to queue behind Tinubu because that is the only. And if you also look at the primary of APC, there wasn't any prominent Yoruba politician that also, go against Tinubu because they all drop their ambition and support his candidacy. And that is the togetherness that I'm looking for. That is the cohesion that I'm looking forward to in the Southeast. If Southeast are able to come together, all right, and support each other and present their case to the power that be in Nigeria, they will be able to find solution to some of those issues that they are agitating for. But as long as that is eluding them and is not happening, they are going in different direction. Everybody is trying to grab what they could. Then that region probably will take it for a very long time before they get their issues. They will resolve it, but it's going to take a longer time because some of the politicians that we have from Southeast are just out there for their own pocket. They don't necessarily have a bigger picture, a dream, that the other kingsmen fit in, or their position, their role in the nation building. They don't have, I mean, how could a region occupy Senate presidency for that long? Kenny Namani, what is his name?
Ikwerimadu self, Pius Anyim.
Pius Anyim. The same, what is this man called? I forgot this man's name.
Is he Okadibo? No, it's not
No,
Okadibo.
even Okadibo. Okadibo was hitting towards becoming president. This other man, I forgot his name. After Ayin. Was it after Ayin or before Ayin? Because I know Ayin was there for a while. But nevertheless, that position has always been for the southeast, right? But look at the southwest. Probably didn't get a position like that. Yeah, Obasanjo was president, right? And when M was the Senate president, then Dimeji Lawal was speaker. But at the end of the day, I expect that those political principal officers to have graduated, to have built that bridges and present the case for Southeast and for them to be able to carry everybody along. But no, there's everybody distant. Even when it was the most funniest one is before this primary that happens where they had a meeting in Asaba, and I think they had another one in Lagos, and they all agreed. Let's just say Southwest doesn't really mean what they say, but they have their own agenda in their mind. But I expect Southeast to come together and agree. But no, someone from Delta still betrayed them. So that's my take about the Southeast. I'd be strongly believe. I'm very, very optimistic that they will find solution to the issues in the Southeast. It might take a while, but I don't think it will be about having become a president that is going to solve it. I don't think so, because as it sticks now, it seems that position has eluded that region for now. But they have to work towards find a way to bring themselves to the mainstream politics so that the people can even their albatross is not just Southwest. Southwest will follow suit if they're able to present their case to Southwest. For Southwest is flexible. You see the Court North,
the northeast, the northwest, those are the area they need to, to break even. Those are the people that they need to convince. Once they're able to convince those people, it will be an easy passage.
See, let me tell you about this Southeast space and why this kind of thing is happening. Why the people don't support the politicians there is because the politicians, they've really done bad to these people. Like they've not tried at all. Look at what you just said now, that this Senate presidents has always come from that place, but there is no they don't do anything for that space. And this is why you see the people, even like if in Yoruba land here now, people have people that don't even they don't follow politics and all that. But when it's time for election, they know that they will have to work with that they have to be together, that they have to support their own. But in our own space, our politicians don't encourage people. That is why you see these people are very, very angry. The way, just imagine what happened in this election. You see other places, their candidates that have been there, their politicians that have been there still came back. But most of them did not come back. The ones that even came back, they used rigging and in fact, there are lots of cases in the courts now that they are going for, they are fighting for. So it's because of our own politicians. If we have selfish people, that is why you see people. At times, I don't really blame them. You can't, when somebody is wounded, there is nothing like you or he's being threatened. There's nothing that will make you feel comfortable with that person that has threatened you or that has done you evil. Just like our politicians, they did not try. That is why when you see our people not supporting these guys, you don't blame them. Look at the people that have done well. You see how they support them. Even like Obi now that you see them supporting him, is because of some people that they feel like he has done well and he's honest and all that. That is why you see them support him. So our Southeast people, our politicians, they've not been doing well.
It
They've
will
not been
take
doing
more
well.
than being honest to win people over or to achieve the result. Honesty and politics doesn't go together. They don't.
Yeah. But being effective, like doing things. Will you say? Look at Buhari now. Sorry to interject. Look at Buhari now. I have seen about 20 items, 20 projects that he executed in Daura there. Will you say that tomorrow that if any of his child want to come out and contest for anything, that his people will not support him? He's not an honest, you might not be an honest man, but he has done something. He has made impact. These people don't make impact. Look at Kpmg. Is it because let's forget about him being being like being compassionate about his daughter, but the what impact has he made in the Southeast? That even the boy he wants to take, that he took because the boy did not match with his daughter's this thing, he had to even tell the boy that he would take him back. Look, is that not wickedness? Just look at these kind of things that will make you not expect these people to come out. They will see this. The vote in Southeast was a protest vote. This vote, like they need change. That is why you see them. I don't agree with most of, see on if they are 20%, if they are 100, if we are 100% now, like 100% in Southeast now, like I don't agree to like 95 or like 90% people analysis. I don't agree to them. We don't resonate. We have issues. They will tell me, this guy, what is wrong with you? And even in camp, some of them when we're in camp during these primaries and all that, after the primaries, some of my Southeast guys I met there, they were abusing me. That look at me, that don't worry. I told them, see, let me tell you, see this election, Obi is not going to be he's not going to be the president. He's not going to be the president of Nigeria, whether you people like it or not. And if you see the abuse, I say this is between Atiku and Tinubu. If you like, say what you want to say, let him, but he's not going to be the president. They were abusing me. They were abusing
Okay, can I ask a question? Why is it that this thing that you are saying now, if it's another person from another tribe that says it, you say that the person hates you guys?
If sorry, the way you talk sometimes is not, if you want to make, if you want to, like me now, I want to criticize, I have things to talk about, even when they are talking about that Biafran war, or even after the Biafran war, or that Igbo people like dominating, or Azikiwe's this thing in Yoruba land. See, I have things to say about even your one of your founding fathers, Awolowo. I have things to say against him, but I can't just
Okay.
come out and start stereotyping, or start saying that Yoruba do this, or say that this is how Yoruba people behave. Or I can't talk like that. I can't talk like that. But you especially, when you want to talk, sometimes you be like, these people. Do you think you understand Nigerian politics than I do? Or do you think you understand like more than Ekene? This Ekene you see here, this Mr. Ekene is one of my
Okay,
elders from the
can
southeast.
you give me an example of the generalization that I made?
To him, because he understands the Nigerian politics well. So you now,
Okay.
if you want to talk, you'll be saying Southeast this, Southeast that. That is what I don't like. It's not
For
like you should not
example,
to
like what?
criticize.
For
We're
example,
all human beings, but you don't need to
I
just
don't
make
even
it too
get
deep.
I don't even get the chance to criticize, because the moment I start talking, they will start saying, "Oh, you hate us, you hate us, you hate us." I can't even say the truth. And if you say that I don't understand politics, like most of, see, let me just break it down. Most of these people you talk about on this platform, I've met them. Not that it was a coincidence. Growing up all my life, I grew up around most of these politicians that you're talking about. I went to school with their children. So if you are telling me that I don't know about politics, I don't know about, even before all this news come out, I know. I just don't talk. I just keep quiet and I just watch. Some of these things that are happening, I've known is going to happen weeks before it comes out. Because I talk to people that are currently in the APC camp, because I grew up with them. So who knows more about them than anyone? Maybe if it's something that happened in the past, maybe I may not know. But I grew up around most of these governors, most of these politicians, most of these senators, most of these House of Speakers. I have met them. I have gone to parties with them. I grew up most of my life with them, spoken to them. If I go back to Nigeria, I will meet them. So I'm not just talking out of my ass. I'm talking from experience. And there's nothing for me to hate. There's nothing for me to, if I want to criticize, you say I'm generalizing, but that is the way you are seeing it. You are not even giving me a voice to listen to. You just feel like, oh, this guy just doesn't like us. And when it's now time to bring example of what I said or what I did, nobody can bring anything. It's just a dislike. You just don't like the opinions of others. And yes, I would generalize it. You may say some things, but if another person from another tribe says it, all of a sudden the person hates them, the person does not like them, and that's why I've kept quiet. And at the end of the day, the reason why I keep quiet is because it's not affecting any other person but you. So I can just keep quiet. Nobody hates anybody, nobody dislikes anybody. It's just normal critique. If you critique my tribe, I've never come on this platform and said, oh, nobody should critique my tribe, nobody should say something bad about my tribe. I've never ever said that before. Even here on this platform, I critique my tribe. Even here on this platform, when I critique not even just my tribe, my Ikiti people, when I critique them, I see some people on this platform say, oh, why are you saying this? Why are you saying? And it's not Ikiti people that are saying it. It's mostly South Easterners. I am not going to defend Ikiti people for doing something wrong just because I am Ikiti. I will say it. That's just how I am. Will you now say that, oh, I hate my own Ikiti people? When before the election, and I said that Ekiti people will sell their votes, people were insulting me that why am I saying that? At the end of the day, the Ekiti people not sell their votes. Does it mean that I hate Ekiti people? No.
Probably
It's
the
just
Falani
normal
self to pull the
observation.
vote.
Yes, now I know my people. I know them. I'm not even going to argue it with you. Somebody from Southeast was saying, oh, I can't say that about Ekiti people. How will I say that? I said, no, I know them. They will sell it. One matter. Even if it's 1,000 naira you give them, one matter, they will sell it. So I just say it how it is. I'm not being vindictive or, I'm just saying it how it is, And you see somebody in the comment section saying you are too young to be tribal. Well, if the truth is tribal, so be it. If the truth is tribal, so be it. I'm not going to lie. That's what they do on other platforms. They are trying to take advantage of people. So they will lie to you. And they will get your money because they are taking advantage of you. If you prefer to hear sweet words and be taken advantage of, no problem. But if you want to hear the truth and get better, then you have a choice to do that too. It's not affecting. Let's be honest. All these things that is going on is not affecting any other person. It's really not affecting any other person. Everybody can keep quiet and it won't affect them. If nobody wants to listen, look at this sit-at-home situation. Nobody wants to talk about it because they will scrutinize them. But who is it really affecting? That's what you have to think about. If everybody keeps quiet, who is it really affecting? I'm done. Easy.
Yeah. See, let me tell you, it's me. I was the person that said, you are too young for this thing or something like that. I told you that you're being naive. And see, if sorry, you need to calm down, to be honest with you, because they are I don't know how you understand this place. Like, you feel like everybody in the Southeast are like that too. So that is why I was saying
I've never said
do you
that.
understand?
I've never ever on this platform said that. Never. You are the one that generalizes my word. I've never said that. That's why I say you should give me example. You just feel like I'm coming. You feel like I'm coming with that narrative. But okay, can you just give me one or two examples? Just one or two examples, because I've been on this platform for a long time, so you should be able to have examples.
See, don't worry. Let's just forget about that one. The thing that I want to just
You see, you don't have example now.
It's not about his example. Your words, the things used to say here. What are you saying? The way you
For example,
generalize, you stereotype, and
can you
say,
give example? Can you give
say that
example?
this one. I should give you example. I don't forget about this example. I have many. I have plenty things
Then it's not true.
It's true. It's true.
If
But let's
I'm
leave that
doing
one.
it,
Let me say something.
wait, easy. If I'm doing it so much, right, then you should have one example.
You know, there's how you do something. Somebody will lose count of.
Okay.
Lost count of.
Okay, easy. I'll start coming back from this to this because I've been very busy, but I'll take my time to be coming back. Next time I do or I say something like that, right? Point it out to me.
No wahala. Okay. I'll personally come in.
You are tribal person, sorry. You are tribal person.
Oh yeah, for me example.
Even you, Mr. Thomas, you. Yesterday I was like, this Mr. Thomas has started again because the way you were talking, especially
I wish I Solomon, you be my person now. You know me now.
because you be my person, the thing pay me. I can say, why you gonna talk like this? Why you gonna talk like this now?
No,
but
see,
your own no they pay me. No, your own no they pay me.
Easy.
So nothing they pay me, but first way they make me they laugh. The own don't turn to comedian to me now, Mike. The way the guy they talk. The way the guy they talk, they make me they laugh. Any small thing, southeast, any small thing, southeast, and I can see what this.
That one is general. You see, you can bring example of that one. Exactly,
that guy really sounds like the other day. Babati said that there was one in Maker, like he was just saying that there was jokingly that there was not a Maker that took that guy's babe, and I believe that because he's talking from pain, like somebody that one southeastern person has done strong thing. Do you understand? That is very small thing. Southeast. He has that guy. He needs to chill out.
But easy. See, that thing really used to pain me because when you see I'm tribal. See, look, there was this guy, right? That was my friend. He was Igbo. At that moment, I didn't even know anything about tribe. He used to call me Yoruba boy. That's actually how I knew that I was Yoruba. You know, I never used to care about tribe.
What are you saying? So somebody, an Igbo person that
No,
made you
I
know
was
that you are
just,
the
I
Yoruba
was
guy.
just, yeah. Most Yoruba people are not really cautious. They are not really aware of tribes like that. I don't know how to explain it. I just never really saw it as a tribal thing. I just used to see everybody as the same, right? But when I traveled out of Nigeria, there was one guy that I used to live with. He used to call me Yoruba boy, Yoruba boy, Yoruba boy. I used to wonder why he was calling me Yoruba boy, because I didn't see myself as a Yoruba boy. I saw myself as a Nigerian, right? So eventually, after like 3 years of being called that, I now realized, okay, I'm actually Yoruba, you know. Now, this guy went to Nigeria, right? He got a job in Abuja, and because of his position, somebody wanted his position, and they now poisoned the guy, and the guy died. For the first time in my life, I've never cried over a human being before, but for the first time in my life, that thing really pained me. It's like somebody took a knife and cut off my hand. That's how it felt. And that was the first time I cried for it. That's the first and only time I've ever cried for a human being. And the guy was Igbo. So if I am tribal, like I'm a tribalistic person, would I cry in that kind of situation? So that's why when you are saying I'm tribal, I'm a tribalist person, the thing used to pain me. Because I know I'm not, if I'm tribal, I'll never cry for somebody that is Igbo. So
You see,
I just can't, I just don't want to say it.
I get your point, but the thing is that we need to, we are pointing out certain things like what my people are not doing right. You just say it in a polite way, not somewhere, not like saying it like it's coming from a point of hate and all that. You just say it in a polite way, in a polite manner that people understand that you are trying to make correction, not criticize, not like as in you're not hating, you're just trying to make correction. Do you understand? That is just what I just want you to be doing, or the way I want you to talk.
Do you know what I've realized?
So,
Do you know what I've
no,
realized? Easy. Do you know what I've realized and why I've decided to be keeping quiet on this kind of situations? No matter how polite you say it, as long as you are not from the southeast, it will always be seen as rude. That's just the truth.
Yes.
That's just the truth.
Solomon, you make some comment now. If it were to be a Yoruba man that is making that comment, they could have bashed on him.
Yes.
But because if you are the person saying it, nobody will really say
What
anything.
about Mama Zita here that used to come here and give and
Okay,
used to
but
come
look at how many insults she gets in the comment section. Look at how many insults she gets, and she may be saying the truth. So you have to be very fact based. You have to be very fact based when you are looking at things.
They are even calling me one day. They are calling him Molara from Oyo State. The comment section. They said she's not an Igbo man. She's not an Igbo woman. Oh, you can't, come on. Oh my God. I can remember one Emeka they always come to. He said he's not a Igbo man.
They say Emeka is not. They might even
He's
say
not
that
a,
Emeka is bishop, that he has changed his name, that he's somebody from the
really?
southwest.
Who is saying that?
Some people like they were saying it now that he's from the southwest. That is not from the east. Uka self used to make that. He was it was really bombastic that what is this guy's name? Emeka. Uka don't know what to hear from that guy at all. He gets angry when that guy comes on and the guy at a point was talking much, like for real. It's right when he said Obi will not win Anambra, like that did not sound well for real. It was not sounding well. I will you say Obi will not win Anambra? So Solly, you have to just calm down. You understand? You're a very young person. Calm down and
I've decided to reduce my voice on the goings on in the southeast. I'm telling you, Easy, no matter how nice, this is just from observation, no matter how nice you want to say it, no matter how, see, for you to receive correction, you have to receive criticism. That's just how it goes. You are going to be criticized in order to do the correct thing. There's no other way to tell somebody that you are doing something wrong without putting some form of criticism. So in my opinion, there's no way I'm going to talk. There's no way I'm going to say it. Maybe once in a while, if it is being forced, you can comment on it. But I'll be honest, if you are not from the Southeast, any criticism that is placed there, any mention, any talk, no matter how nice you want to say it, no matter how, it will always receive backlash. You can't deny that. You really can't deny that. You really can't.
And
That's
sometimes
something you
when
can't
you see people react, there are some things, some persons when they are claiming that they are criticizing or they are trying to make correction, there are some things they say that are not true. Do you understand? There are some things they
Yes.
say that are not true. So that is why you see some people react the way they react. When some people are just saying, oh, they are talking that South is this. Some of what they are saying, most of the things they are saying are not true. They're just lying, like just mixing up things.
But on this specific platform, that rarely happens. And even if it happens, they are almost immediately corrected. So it's not something that is prevalent here. It's not something that is allowed here.
And you now say that people get back at you. It's not from the comment section. Those people are people that cannot come on. They are not part of the panelists. Do you get? So they would just air their opinion through the comment section. Do you get? So you don't see. Let me tell you. I know what you're saying, but this thing I'm telling you is 100% true. There are people they try to want to counter that narrative that person is putting up that is not true. So that is why you see those kind of those ones that come to the comment section and they are trying to just stop those lies that somebody's trying to say. You don't need to really blame them. You don't need to and some people here, they are not criticizing, they are just talking out of hate. Like they just have black mind towards that space, and it's not good. It's not good.
Yes, but
we Nigerians
now,
Nigeria don't need those kind of people, or those kind of people with that mindset. Those mentality need to just be left out, and they need to change their mentality from hating and coming to say this, coming to say that. And when you try to tell them, look, this thing you are saying is not, they say, oh, now you're coming, you're ranting, now you're trying to fight back for something. It's not good.
Can I tell you something? People are going to react in two ways. Either they completely, totally ignore that space, or they speak their mind. If people are speaking their mind, it means that they still want to interact with you, whether they are saying good or bad. You are the one that is meant. If somebody does not like you at all, right? At all, they will never interact with you. That's just the truth. If somebody is saying they are just telling you their mind, they don't hate you because they are still talking to you. It is you that will now correct them. I don't think anybody that comes on this platform goes against correction. I don't think anybody has ever, if you correct somebody on this platform, I don't think they will just want to just not take correction at all. So maybe you just have to understand how most human beings are. If I don't like Eze, if there's somebody you don't like, you will never talk to the person. You will never even want to look the person in the eyes. And that's the truth.
That one is when you are seeing the person, when you're seeing the person live, not on this kind of platform. This kind of platform, when that person is saying something, you might want to tackle that person. You might want to, or when they bring up certain topics or headlines concerning certain space or certain person, you would want to just just talk about that person, that kind of thing. So you will not compare like physical somebody you're seeing physically and on this kind of platform. Do you get?
That's true.
See, we have to
you know
just
how many times
I've disagreed with somebody on this show that I would never hear me saying a word, and that person will be so particular about that is truth, quote unquote. And I know for a fact there's no point arguing about it because I know I probably would not win, you know. But most of the time, when it happens that way, you let them speak their truth. That's their truth, you know. I'm just trying to challenge you what you just said. And I you disagree with somebody that you won't want to talk to that person and all that, you know, because
No,
what
no.
is
I
the
said
point?
if you don't like the person, if you don't like the person, it's not about disagreeing. If somebody
Oh,
does not like you, they won't even, you know.
yeah, but somebody we never met. How would you hate? How would you not like that? Okay, let me take this way.
Adewale, that happened on this
It
platform very
happens,
well.
oh.
There are some
It
people you don't want to interact with. You don't like
it
them.
happens, oh.
Ah,
I mean,
ah.
in one way, I was thinking, well, since I've never met you before, you put your submission forward, but I don't have to, you know. Anyway, you might be right to some extent because not necessarily that you're avoiding them. It's just that my own nature, we don't want to, have join in the hip with somebody who disagree with me, you know, vehemently. So I guess you are right to some extent, but not necessarily that I don't like the person. I may not disagree with what they said or what their submission was all about, but not necessarily like I don't, because we don't know each other. That person may sound ridiculous. I've seen people coming on the show. I don't even like the way I sound. I've watched the show over and over before, and I said, "This is the way I talk." Jesus Christ, I need to do better. But
It happens to me too.
I'm like, man, I sound terrible. So I can imagine somebody listening to my voice and they're like, "Oh man, this is irritating." So I mean, sympathize with them. If I feel that way strongly with like that with the way I sounded, I could imagine what somebody is thinking about the way I talk. So, but not necessarily that I would not really want to have interaction with you. I may disagree with what you saying, but not necessarily I don't want to talk to have discussion with you. Uh, that's my own. That's my own.
Adewale, there are some people on this platform, you can't pair them together. Their politics is not never will be together. They don't even want to have conversation together.
Like
Never,
like Mike and Rational Mind.
never. They can never go together. They are like oil and water. Never. They will never go together. So
Mike and
it's just it. Never.
Me and
As
you,
a man,
right?
I will say, what are you talking about? Mike,
that is the
what
that
are
is
you talking
that
about?
is the signature. It's the signature. Once you say that, you know that it's hard of it of everyone. You just want to like, okay, you
Yes.
guys are wrong.
What are you talking about? No. There's nothing that can come out of Mike will resonate with rational mind.
No,
Never.
no,
There's
no.
nothing.
They always disagree with
There
each
is
other.
no. They've already nah. Uh
And
it's
I
just
think
like Uptown. Uptown, I forgot this guy's name. There are some people you can't pair them at all. You can't pair them at all. Nah.
oh, enigmatic and
Enigmatic or nah, come on now. Want to be enigmatic with like Uptown or enigmatic with Rational Mind? No, they don't know. It's just like Uptown, all and water. They can never mix, never mix together. Adewale, you've been on this platform for some long. Some people they can
yeah.
never agree.
No,
They can never,
they will
never,
still find
never.
something to argue about. Something like, okay,
They
let us take it away. I think I
they
think
will.
sometimes they don't even mean what they're saying, but just want to play devil advocate just to find
Yeah.
someone who would disagree with and make the show interesting. I think that sometimes it happens that way.
No, I think that's what rational mind does. But I think rational mind is just the contrarian. Anything anybody says, you just you contradict it.
It's good for the show. It's just that sometimes I think he's doing that.
Like what Pastor brought on the platform today now, it's been long we laugh on this platform. We just laugh, laugh,
You know,
laugh, laugh,
you know
laugh,
one
laugh. But
thing. You know what?
when he called that age, that is where it threw me off guard. I hate he has been saying that word
for some months now. I'm older than you. I'm not your mate. I hate that word. You are older in your parlor. You are not paying anybody's bill here. You are not paying anybody's bill. Go. I hate that word, my brother. I hate it. I can't stand it at all.
I mean, me and Pansat were like oil and water, so I disagree with him.
You can't align with Passat. Who will align with Passat?
I've got into it with him one time on Dr. Damage's show. I told Dr. Damages to give me and him just dedicate a show to us both, so I can counter some of those narratives that has been spewed out. But I really realized that look, this is someone you can't argue with. It's just so.
Passat has said anybody that thinks Tinubu win any state in Nigeria, they are retarded. Who is retarded? You see,
you know the funniest thing, Pansat will come on show and be so gentle and calm. When he's typing, if you go to the comment section, you will see what he will type. Oh my goodness. Things that you never even put into words. You know?
Passat pay them in Nigeria Watch to ban me in comment section.
That is just a dictatorship.
He super chatted to this host that ban Thomas. That's those old days. I normally go to their channel. I don't even go there physical. They ban me. They ban me. You guys, I can't even comment on their channel.
This thing you just said now. Sorry.
Passat super chat, sir. He super chat.
This thing you said now, when they say they use that platform to generate revenue, I used to say it's a lie, but because of this thing you said now, I believe that now that it's that they are really using it to extort.
No, I'm not lying. Me and Passat we can never be
I think that guy was and what is it called? Mayugo stuff has been monetized.
Nigeria Watch is super chatted. They should ban me.
Federal government.
They kick me out.
Yeah, but they will say
from their comment
section against you too. You see, there's a guy that is dedicated to you and Kulata on Dr. David's show. Every time one of you pop out, he will be asking for the other person. Where is your other brother? Every comment about you and Kulata is about stupid people. What are you doing here? You need to leave. This is not a show for you. You know, at first I used to be like, what is wrong with these people? What?
I used to enjoy Mama Hecho when she replies Mr. Thomas on that platform.
She got into it with Thomas. She got into it.
No. Those ones are from another planet. They are not in this world. They are from another.
The way she abuses Mr. Thomas is very funny.
And you know the funniest thing, this woman wasn't even obedient. She was not obedient before. All of
he was a Showore guy, person.
She's still Showore guy, but you know she leaned towards
my children. I need that word. My children.
After that period, she spoke with AY. That is then she had to she spoke with Obi, I think on AY's show. Yeah, AY's platform.
He became famous on internet.
Yeah. So that was how she now starts talking about
know who she is.
But she really tried to question Obi well that
she's fearless. I can take that.
Yeah,
I can't take that away.
It becomes a little bit irritative sometimes. You know,
yes, that's
yelling, as if you have a vendetta against somebody.
Yes, and even is that cousin that normally threw me on guard. I can't, maybe because I grew up in a family, cursing or insulting is not our thing. So when I hear those things, I feel so as if I'm I feel uncomfortable. I can't stand it. People cursing, insulting, curse your generation, curse your. You can't do that now. You can't do that.
If I
if I have a show.
Well, Thomas, it doesn't bother me anymore because you have to really look at it on the large scale. Who is it really affecting? You know. So if anybody wants to insult me, you just because you look at your position, you look at at the end of day one, you look at the big picture. The insults don't really affect anymore. It just
It
seem
was
pointless.
Mike. Yeah, it was Mike that was called O'Malley on Dr. Damage issue. They call him O'Malley 2 times.
Of
Yeah.
course.
I was
And the
so
guy,
Yeah,
and the guy
it was
first of all
Henry
denied.
Gabriel that called him that.
Henry now, the guy first of
Yeah,
all denied that he doesn't know the meaning of Omale. Later on, he now confessed that he knew the meaning of Omale.
of
And you are
course.
calling somebody Omale. Can you imagine that?
And that was when I was like, no, this is wrong. This is, you see, you may disagree with people on political reasons, but not to that point of being condescending and
Condescending.
despicable. And
It's
to me,
just
I don't.
Adewale, it's just politics now. It's just like a beer parlor talk now,
They don't even
isn't it?
know these people that you are fighting for. They don't even know you exist. It's the fact. It's the truth. They don't even know that if somebody is here that is saying, "Oh, my children, my Peking, my all of them." No, Tinubu is Igbo, is Obi, is Atiku, is all this thing is just fun. It's at the end of the day, they don't know who you are. They don't know who I am. They don't know us.
They don't care about you, my brother. They don't care about me.
Care
let me
about
even tell you people something. When I just like this thing Mr. Deole just said now, when I confirmed this thing, it was like some days back. I'm the Renault's follower. I follow Renault a lot, like on all his social media handles, and because I like the way he talks, as in his write-ups, his articles, they're always on point. So he's ever since this Tinubu has been sworn in as or assumed that office as the president of Nigeria, he has not criticized Tinubu like the way he used to do. He's always talking like, because he's a very, very rational person. So he's always saying the fact that, oh, since Tinubu became the president of Nigeria, since President Tinubu, he addresses him as President Tinubu became the president of Nigeria, he's doing things right. Look, all the achievements so far that Tinubu has been able to, all the things, positive changes that he has made, since he's always pointing them out. I was like, but at the end of the write-up, he'll be like, but Waziri, with that he prays that God should help make the tribunal to
smart guy.
to remove to make Atiku the president, that let Waziri become the president. And so I was like,
Solomon, you will soon see Reno in
let me
Nigeria.
just finish. This thing, from this thing, I just like wow. That when they see politicians, they know they can never have issues. Like they always forget that they just come outside in the public to play the politics. Then inside they keep their relationship. I would like, this guy would have consulted. He knows that even the Waziri himself might even be impressed with the actions Tinubu has been taking since, but he will not come out. He will still want to stand his ground and so that he can, if it will be possible for the tribunal to is it the tribunal of the PEPC to make him the president. But Reno cannot just go and cannot be writing those articles if he knows that